Hello, all you beautiful creatures in chat. It is a wonderful day to enjoy some Overwatch 2, and it is the final day for the fall series. That is right, we've dwindled down our 8 teams of competition all the way down to 3. We get to figure out who is going to be walking home with the prize pool at the end of today. Kev is joining me for potentially the final time at the end of this year. Maybe we might do something else towards the end of the year, but final time for Overwatch Contenders Australia. How you doing today?
Last day Contenders for 2023.
Yeah.
But Australia, at least, I mean, there's Contenders in other regions. They're still going strong. Some of them, I think, haven't even started yet. So there's more Contenders generally. But for Australia, it's our third tournament, third season of the year. I'm going to kick it off and finish it off and end it all on a bang in what I think could be the most exciting finishing day of a season this entire year, because we've had only 4-0s. I touch wood on this one. Maybe we'll have another 4-0, but we've had like 2 4-0s back-to-back in our finals. Hasn't been close. Honeypot has dominated the entire year, except right now. Yesterday, they got crushed, and things have suddenly flipped itself on its head.
It's very, very exciting going to the final day, and we don't know where the teams are going to lie. So let's go and have a look at the bracket. Kev already did say that Honeypot yesterday got themselves spanked. It was a 0-point lockout from the Miku fan club. We always knew it was going to be a tight contest, but we didn't think it would flip that far in favor of the Miku fan club. That means now, with Order getting the 3-1 over the top of Quetzal, that they are going to be playing up against Honeypot for a chance to be in the grand final. And speaking of Don yesterday, they were expecting the Miku fan club, so maybe today might be a little bit of change of plans for them.
Yeah, I think they would have to maybe get through both teams anyway, because if your Order and your goal is to get to the grand final, win the grand finals, you're going to have to face both Honeypot and Miku fan club, the order of which could change depending on how the upper bracket goes. In this case, Order face Honeypot first before they go to Miku fan club. And well, Don said he wants to go up against the MFC's team to have that sort of rush versus rush kind of mirror. They don't play necessarily the same tanks always. It's more Quatsarine, Romani, Jungle Queen. But to get there, you got to get through the best of the best first, or at least historically, because we saw Honeypot, they're back-to-back champions. They are still the defending champions.
Exactly, and it's still going to be a hard task for Order to get through them, even though they did get spanked yesterday, and they're going to be the first cabs off the rank, obviously. And the winner of that will move forward to face the Miku fan club in a 1-4 grand final. Potential upper bracket rematch as well. And I'd imagine for Honeypot, there is a lot at stake for them today. Obviously, previous champions, whole lot of prize money, all that kind of stuff. But if you win the final tournament of the year and you're able to come back from what happened to you yesterday, then that's when we're really going to be able to put those players' names up in light, because they have champions all across the board. So I'd imagine coming into this series, Honeypot are here to perform once again.
Yeah, they want to go for more. And fun fact about Honeypot is Bertlog, we already established from last tournament, he's the winningest player of Contenders of all time. I think globally, maybe 7 Contenders titles. He'd be going for 8 today if Honeypot make the grand finals, but better than that, I also worked out it will be 8 out of a total 16 seasons. So Bertlog, if he wins today with Honeypot, he would have won exactly half of all the Contender seasons we've ever had since 2018. Imagine winning 50% of the titles available.
That's a very, very ridiculous stat. Obviously, we've had champions across the past. You know, we had Jordan who retired a couple of tournaments ago, a few years ago now, but the fact that Bertlog's been able to surpass that record and now make it an almost 50% win rate, that is something to be super proud of if you are Bertlog, and something that these guys on Honeypot definitely want to try and move themselves towards. And as we get into the first game, as always, ladies and gentlemen, this game has been brought to you by the Monopoly game at Macca's. Scan and play today. You guys want to get yourself some food quick, because we're going to be in for a banger of a day. Honeypot and Order going to be starting out here, so let's see what we're going to get into on our first map.
You actually got Contenders champions on the Order side as well. Quad's sitting on 4.
True.
If he makes it to the finals, wins that, he'd be 5 out of 16, which, you know, still not a bad run. There's very few people that sit anywhere in the 4 and above category, so you know, it's already an elite club, as it were. Quad's got most of his titles in the early days of Contenders in 2018 and 2019. Since then, not quite on a losing streak. Obviously, the teams that he's been on have consistently been in the top 4, top 3. Talked to Don yesterday. They reminded us that, you know, Don says they've actually made 3rd before, which we conveniently forgot about because, you know, top 4 is kind of like where mine sits. I can't remember who's been 4th and 3rd. It's like if you make top 4, you make top 4.
Yeah.
Sometimes I remember the 2nd places. Mostly it's by the 1st place.
Yeah, 100%. And that's a kind of very interesting point to finish on there, Kev, is the fact that this is the final tournament of the year. If you win this, then most people are going to remember you, whether or not you came 2nd or 3rd. Not many people are going to be able to remember that, but they will remember the team that wins at the end of the day. for the Miku fan club, they're the ones with all the advantage right now. They can sit back, they can watch. I'm sure a lot of them are in the chat right now, trying to get a little bit more of the source, see what Honeypot are going to be able to change up going in towards this day, and maybe they might be able to get some extra notes on Order as well, who, as we've said, that Rush versus Rush mirror could be very, very tantalizing for us to look at in that grand final. We'll have to get there first. We have to get through this first to 3 as well. We're sitting out here on Oasis. Let's see what things are going to be brought to us today. Felix is going to be on that signature Sojourn once again. See if he's as hot as he was yesterday.
Yeah, quite no surprise coming through on the Rhine. This has been the tried and true for Order. They're going to play the London Spitfire Special. You certainly can, if you are willing, if the spirit is willing, that you're going to run Rhine the entire way through. Especially when you know on the other side, you know, it's going to be either Orisa, maybe the Junker Queen. Not going to be anything too scary to run up against if you are the Rhine team. And establishing dominance straight away, they get the high ground, they TP down.
Yeah, they want to try and separate some of these members of Honeypot and see if they can take them down, but unfortunately for Order, that was Quats who bites the dust first. And now we're on board with Soggy, seeing he can isolate play to Yen once again, takes him down, 3 unanswered kills. We're probably going to make it 5 here at the end of the day, and the first percent will go the way of Honeypot.
You actually could see the split positioning there from Order. When they go for the TP down, Quats is kind of stuck in the open, while the rest of the other 4 members of Order fall back into the side hallways towards Honeypot's spawn, I believe. And so Quads ended up being isolated from the rest of his team, and that was what costed him his death. That cannot happen if you are Order. You must stick together firmly as a 5-man unit.
You need to keep this ball rolling, you need to keep this ball together, because if it starts to break apart at the seams, where things can really go awry.
Also, I think Felix might do better on the Bastion here. I know that Sojourn was kind of the hero of the day yesterday for him. However, in this matchup when Niang is playing the Bastion, that is a huge damage difference.
Yeah, especially outside of those turret form windows, it is very hard to try and keep up with the Bastion. And speaking of, Niang is sitting all the way towards the back here. They've dropped down a window as well, coming in from Crimson, so they want to try and play a little bit of tempo here. They want to try and knock off Honeypot from this pot before they get some of their own ultimates flying through. And fortunately for them, this window doesn't really do much for them, because Honeypot will respect it and fall back and now give them a bit of space and turn back in with their own window. And Quats gets absolutely destroyed. Window and the turret form. See you later to the Reinhardt. We're going to make it a 2-piece for Niang so far, and there will be no answers from Order.
And that's flawless from Honeypot, because they had 2 options there. If they had actually lost the point early and the window from Order comes down, then Honeypot immediately respond and they can out-damage in the window trade because they have the Bastion and the turret form. What they actually do is they say, okay, Order, Crimsons are going to drop the Ant Matrix, we can fall back, respect it, but guess what? Because the point on City Center is so large, Order can't cap, they can't chase, they actually can't win with their window. They get a bit of ground. Honeypot waited out, they come back in, they know their window is going to be huge, way bigger because of the turret form, and Quats is heavily out of position there. He just eats all of that double damage from Yang.
Yeah, and Reinhardt's shield isn't as big as it used to be. Still effective at certain points, so we'll see how this is going to pan out, because unfortunately for Order, they haven't got themselves any part of this point just yet. The overclock has been committed, same with the artillery strike. Nobody's been committed on just yet. Play 2 Yen goes down from that artillery strike from Yang, and Felix at least gets something done by taking down Soggy. He's been a bit of a thorn in their side. Adam's oh so low, critical HP, gets around the corner, still alive somehow on the Orisa, and it's Yang from the backline, untouched on the Bastion, doing God's work and taking down more members of Order. There's a few more of these ultimates to try and cycle through for Order, but they just cannot commit. They cannot do the damage. This overtime wick is forced them to start to become a little desperate here as well. Now trying to utilize this window again. Doesn't really do much for them. Don's going to drop the beat only onto 3. The Dragonblade's going to come in the background from Soggy. They at least get the kill there on the Bertlog. Finally, we may be starting to see Order make a bit of ground here on this point. They've got themselves a decent way through the tick to at least get this 99 off of their backside, but their window goes down once again from the side of Honeypot. Don's oh so low, they can't commit. They finally get it done. Not before Felix says see you later to Soggy, and Quats, unfortunately for him, can't stand in front of the turret form, and looks like so far Order, they were oh so close, but looks like they are oh so far away from getting this point as well. There's still a little bit of work to do for the side of Honeypot. They need to start to clean up these members, because they lost control of the point here, Kev, so we will go further down. And if they haven't been able to secure these kills just yet, oh no, Soggy gets played again. And this will be it. I feel like it went forever.
It did. I mean, a lot of that just comes down to the fact that Crimson once again finds a rotation on the Ant Matrix, but that was the only thing that was keeping Order in. The 3-man beat is all to try and push the team further, but these Ant Matrix windows are just not going to see a lot. Even on the side of Color Hex, who's playing the BAP today in place of Merit for Honeypot, when they dropped the window this time around, it didn't really see that much. Niang wasn't able to shoot that much, but they were able to retain as much positioning as possible. It was after that trade, I think Don maybe overcommitted slightly. You could see him pushing forward. Niang started shifting attention towards him, and it's Soggy that ends up finding that kill. Yep. And Niang gets turret form back available. It's Quats in the open, no Don to speed him away, and you just shoot down that shield. Quats melts, and then Honeypot take control.
There still were some shining moments there for Order. They're able to at least get a bit of control on the point, but not being able to get much percent on the board still won't mean much in the grand scheme of things. Honeypot, though, they're the first ones to try and make their rotation towards the high ground. We've seen a switch here onto the Junker Queen from Quats. They do not have the Symmetra, so they don't have that TP play available to them to get past this Orisa. So Adam's going to be a bit of a tank in front of them. And Don, unfortunately for him, he is the first person to go down. Soggy is finding this Lucio time and time again. Play to Yen goes down, same with Felix to join him. And Honeypot, they will win the first neutral in fast fashion. Not only do they get the high ground, they get the kills as well.
Yeah, front to back is what Honeypot want in this situation, where they know that their backline would be at risk if Order were allowed to actually get there. But Honeypot, they hold firmly. They don't even have a sim themselves, which is fine because the other team's also not playing a sim at this stage. So play around your turret cooldowns once more. You have Bertlog on the Lucio full time, which means you always have the option of falling back. I think this is a safer version of the Orisa comp for Honeypot to play, rather than the double flex support they've been playing this entire way through, which is susceptible to Order just gunning them down, or just running them down, rather.
In Order, they're going to try their best here to get on top of Color Hex. They do that nice and fast. Now, can they try and transition this into more kills? Unfortunately for them, they lose their big man in Quats. Felix is going to try his best with a few rails into the dome of into Soggy, pardon me. They chase him down and deal with him. They have lost a few of these DPSs, though, for the side of Honeypot, so it's not complete control for them just yet. Maybe if they get this late little stagger here and play to Yen, they can do something about it. But Honeypot, they will disengage. They get the kill onto Don instead. So not only do they keep getting percent on the board, but now will be a reset for Order.
Well, they get somebody. Thought maybe play to Yen would go down, but it's Don that goes down. And regardless, you lose another player there. It's going to cost you a little bit more time. And during this entire situation, Honeypot have not lost control of point. Still waiting for some good ultimates. Crimson, the closest so far for the side of Order.
Once again, making this transition is Order. They want to try and go into the backlines here, see if they can get rid of Color Hex. This is window with turret form time. It's a lot of damage for them to try and deal with. Don gets eviscerated. See you later to him. And unfortunately, Quats isn't able to dance around this pillar for all too long. In Order, they tried their best to get on the backline, make this one quick and easy, but it wasn't to be. And a full-on team kill as well. They've got a lot of ultimates to hold on to here for the next couple of fights as well.
Didn't even have to burn beat. You have Adam just Terror Surgeon, which is a great counter to the Katsuna Rush, actually. Just completely nullifies most of the effects of that ultimate. Final push coming in through. You'd like to see a little bit more out of Order. They need to stretch this fight out so the rest of the 3 players can find ults.
Maybe this Dragon Blade is what they can utilize right now, but they're just going to answer with the beat coming in from Bertlog, and Play to Yen, unfortunately for him, isn't really able to touch onto anybody just yet. They at least are standing on the point and doing the damage, but this artillery strike can do a lot of work for them. Soggy in the background with his own Dragon Blade does a lot of work so far. Felix is the only saving grace so far for Order, and it's Nyang with the free time in the backline. Turret forms through Don, and that will be Honeypot getting themselves a quick little start.
Don didn't even get to use ultimate there.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, she ends up dying with it. I think that maybe Quats had his Rampage either cancelled by Adam or he just completely missed because nobody went purple at all. So it's possible that Adam just, I didn't catch it personally, but it's possible that Adam just caught him with a spear. Probably not the spear spin because then Adam would have eaten the Rampage, so likely just speared him into a wall and that was the end of that. So yeah, a bunch of missing ults on the side of Order. And what they did have, didn't get good value. The Blade, countered by the beat. Tuna Rush, kind of countered by the Terror Surge there. I didn't see where the Rampage went. Obviously didn't hit anybody. And then the final sound barrier from Don didn't get used.
Yeah, so a lot of those ultimates that they're relying on to try and win some of these team fights just going a little sideways for the side of Order. And fortunately for them, they did have some good ideas about how they wanted to try to get on the backlines, but you could see as soon as this Symmetra is out of the picture, it is a lot harder for them to get that instant initiation onto the backlines of Honeypot. And once their backline's safe, it's so easy for them to play this front to back. Like you said, it's exactly what they want to try and play. I felt like there was little to no pressure on Yang in both of these
I don't even remember Niang dying. I don't think he did die.
He died once on guard.
Because when you saw most of the Guardian's gameplay, every time you're on Yang's POV, he's sitting on the back, on the high ground, on the platform the entire way through. And no one can look at him. Like, it's not like Plating you can just dash at him, you just die. So yeah, I'm pretty sure Niang was just safe. His KD must have been insane because untouchable, really, that Bastion.
Yeah, he definitely was, and he was doing a lot of damage as well. And as soon as we made this transition towards the Junker Queen, you can see that there was some obvious ideas about how Order wanted to play, but unfortunately this time around it just didn't work out. And maybe trying to take a leaf out of Miku Fan Club's book, where they were just kind of constantly playing the Junker Queen. They were really just getting in the face of Adam. But I think the biggest change for them was the Symmetra, right? And that really does alleviate a lot of the pressure, just being able to instantly get on the back lines and get rid of those supports.
There's two things. Is A, the Symmetra for the Junker Queen team allows you to TP in aggressively and just affect the backline. But B, the backline of this Honeypot squad today is a lot more mobile and self-sufficient in the fact that they've added the Bertlog back in for the Lucio. They're not trying to greed out the double flex support. Personally, in my opinion, the Illari is a bit of a trap pick anyway, because it baits you into thinking, oh, but the damage output could be insane.
Yeah.
However, no Illari player in the world that I've seen, even the best ones in the world, they don't have the consistency to really play that hero to the maximum potential, where you can realize, okay, this is like a third DPS. It feels like DPS 2.5, like 2.5.
Yeah.
And you're not getting the same safety that a Lucio with the sound barrier, with the speed and AoE healing would actually give you.
That is true. She does have a little bit of mobility, but being on a much longer cooldown than, you know, just a Lucio wall riding and constantly just having the speed increase is definitely something that you tend to forget. But we are going towards Midtown, ladies and gentlemen. So I think the biggest thing for Honeypot in this series, they need to make sure they don't utilize too much of their energy for today, right? If they can make this a clean 3-0, if they get themselves through order nice and fast, then they can start setting themselves up for a grand final.
Thankfully, I think this is, you could argue both ways as maximal effort, but minimum effort as well, because they're getting through the series damn quick.
Yeah.
It's very efficient, so they're clearly trying extremely hard, but it's so quick, man. It's been quite one-sided. Because even the capture on City Center, it was short-lived.
Yeah.
You know, there was a chance that could have been 100-0 as well. Maybe it should have just been 100-0, but you had a little bit of effort there from Order.
Yeah, I think there was just a few moments where there was just a whole lot of contention coming in from Order, and they were able to get themselves a little bit of extra percent. But as you said, basically 100 to zeros. Ooh, we're going to have some life. Oh, okay, we're just having some shenanigans here coming in from Color Hex. Was
a bit of fun. Because teams like to spam stuff at the start, they like to do some stuff at the spawn. So, just going to have some spawn play and then get into what you're supposed to actually be playing. Now, because this time around you look at Honeypot squad, they're going to play the same comp again. This is where I think attacking side sim is really nice, but no sim here for Honeypot means they will have to slowly walk their way across the map. It's going to be particularly more difficult for Niang. So, are they going to do the slow rotation to the fire station? If they don't, they're just going to sit here spamming for probably way too long. At some point, Honeypot need to move. Soggy's already affecting point. Look at the TP behind, though.
Yeah, this is where you have to pull the trigger on one opportunity or another, whether or not you want to go on top of Honeypot or whether or not you want to try and put your attention towards the point. And Quartz, unfortunately, is oh so low. He does win the fight, though, up against Adam. Yang gets one back by taking down Felix, so maybe if Adam's able to get back into this fight, they can hold on to some of this position they've been able to gain so far. And Yang gets the kill there on a play to get into the turret form as well. About to crack the shield onto Quartz, completely laser beams down Crimson as well. Bertlog oh so low. I don't know how they're able to keep him alive, but they do it just enough. Yang gets himself a 4K. I believe there was one extra kill that went the way of Soggy, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I think Soggy got played again, that's right, but yeah. Niang got the other 4. I'm surprised Quartz lived that long, but you have another situation I think is super weird from Order, where they just TP 2 players in, they don't TP the whole team. And now because Quartz was one of the later members to die, there's just not going to be a retake. Also, Adam can just body block, he'll fortify, spare spin, and just completely remove any opportunity for Order to be able to get themselves through that side angle. And so, pretty decent cap. I was going to say fast, but it did take a little bit of effort for Honeypot. Get Soggy around to the point first to start affecting point pressure. But again, it's a 2-man TP from Plating and Quartz. It was so strange. It splits the Order squad up in an uncomfortable way.
And that just meant that, you know, Soggy was able to do his thing. The window goes down, turret form's already activated, and this was as quick as you'd like. Another 3-piece for Niang. Soggy chimes in for 2, but that was a team fight. That wasn't even a fight.
And that's how you want to use the windows. Color Hex drops it. Maybe a little bit deep, but Niang still is able to get most of the work done. If Quartz stepped forward maybe 2 more meters and put the shield up, I think that would have been a lot of damage mitigation, because it seemed to me, from my perspective, that Quartz have the position to actually just walk forward in front of the window and prevent the damage, but didn't happen. Shout on 2.
Yeah, hits on Soggy as well as Color Hex. Nice little beat in response, though, coming in from Bertlog. They have to try and get away from this Terror Surge. They're going to pop the Dragon Blade as well here, so everything's being utilized by the Honeypot members. They're only able to get themselves a kill onto Crimson, and have to try and play around with this Photon Barrier. It's very hard with the battlefield cut in half. Color Hex gets traded out. Adam goes down to play to Yen as well. Soggy as well as Niang are going to try and do some heroics. It doesn't look like they can get it done. And this will be the first fight victory for the side of Order, but not before the cart gets into the underside after B.
A lot of this comes down to the fact that photon barriers is huge in this matchup. When you have a Bastion that can free shoot, and Niang is not able to do that because he's stuck behind massive Symmetra shield, very difficult. You have Soggy that tried his best with the blade, but ends up having to fall. He was under massive pressure, had to exit the fight. Then Adam just gets taken down afterwards shortly. Felix doing the most in that particular fight, so well done to the Bastion play finally of Order.
Yep, Felix really stood up in that last fight. They utilized quite a lot for it. They've only got the artillery strike now, which is going to be coming in from Felix. They're going to try and get them away from this high ground. Soggy very close there on the Genji. Adam tried to body block the window there so they can make sure they don't take this control back, but Soggy and Yang gets eviscerated by the 2 DPS coming in from Order, and with these 2 members down, it is free time for Order to keep rolling in. They get the late death there on Adam as well.
Yeah, that's everybody. Off the back of having Felix drop in the artillery and then just slowly walking up and running down the members of Honeypot as they're backing away. So major time lossage now. Payload is moving backwards as well. Just nearly at the start of the tunnel, actually. Because there's no high ground control at all for Honeypot. So Soggy's going to first of all prevent the Payload from going back further. And he's actually got a solo push for a while until somebody from Order can affect that. And it doesn't look like they will.
They've been able to elite push the pressure back on him. I believe it was Don that went down there to try and contest with him. Play to Yen, gets rid of Color Hex. Now Felix is going to drop down in the turret form as well. Wants to find Bertlog, doesn't get him, but now they're stuck in this little subway and they just get torn to pieces. Once again, Order are holding strong on their defense. Honeypot really haven't been able to find much of a foothold back in this game after that initial push out of A.
And it's probably not going to happen until you see the ultimates come back in. Color Hex will be dropping window here, but the question will be what kind of angle can they find, because you can't TP into the desired angle, and it will be probably quite easy for Order to be backing out. So it looks like, based on Adam's positioning, they're going to walk up left side stairs, window on the high ground.
Got himself a lot of HP ripped away.
Felix
goes into the turret form, but jumps a little bit too far forward, and Yang deals with him. So that mentality field is more than enough there from Color Hex, and everybody from the side of Order have to back away from this high ground, and now they've lost control. Maybe they're able to wrangle it back with this photon barrier. Terror Surge goes down, has to be responded to by the beat. The hammer will go through, only connects onto Bertlog, but he was far enough away that the momentum carried him over the top of the taxi. And now we are just seeing Order crumbling to pieces as they lose their star Bastion player, who comes back in, takes down one, looks for a second. Now they're going to take care of Yin Yang with a pin to the wall, and Bertlog will bite the dust as well. So they're able to just get a bit of control back after what seemed like a big slip up from Felix.
Order, they had to back out of that. It was huge in terms of Felix going down. He was, I don't know how, but he just decided to go to the low ground and was completely isolated from the team. Honeypot got a decent amount of push off the back of that one, but another photon barrier from PlayTN, and this is where Order can just dump in the saved ultimates from earlier. Massive aggression here, Soggy with the blade.
Let's see what it can do though. The immortality field will go up. He has to throw the reflect going towards Felix because he went into that turret form. So the Dragon Blade buys him a bit of space. Doesn't get them the kills they would like. The TP will go up onto the high ground here from Order. They want to TP back down towards the low ground because you can see the Honeypot. They don't want to overcommit too far. They don't want to get shot from top down. Soggy's oh so low. They keep him alive off that critical HP. Felix with the turret form isn't doing the damage just yet because of that fortification coming in from Adam. He has to pop the spear spin. They stay alive for long enough to get the kill there onto Felix, but Adam goes down to Quartz, who's still healthy on the front lines of this Reinhardt. The turret form will get through him. And now these trades are starting to favor Honeypot because they've got themselves oh so close to finishing off B. And with only 2 supports left alive, unfortunately for Order at the final moment, they will not hold on.
That's another situation where they can get Felix first and just slowly work down Quads. Adam and Quads traded each other.
Felix
might die here. Yeah, he's gone. Unfortunate. So that'll affect Order's ability to go for any sort of close play. Have to wait for that respawn. But that was a difficult situation for Honeypot to win, and they were not guaranteed for it as well because they had no high ground control. However, Order also didn't really play the high ground themselves. It was just Felix alone on the high ground, which is fine for a while, but eventually he gets caught out. I think Niang shot him down. That's a bouncing nade through a window, through the wall as well.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage that goes through that window, and Yang being able to find the angles. Don tried his best to buy a bit of time, but that team kill was as quick as you would like.
Artillery into the spawn as they push.
Only 30 seconds left to go here, so this artillery, as you said, will buy them a bit of space.
Oh, Felix goes first.
Okay.
TP got broken, by the way, so 2 members TP'd in.
This is not good, but with the photon barrier, it seems like it's going to be good enough for them, especially with the artillery claiming onto a couple. That's a 3-piece. Make it 4 for Felix. He wants to try and get the 5th, but Bertlog will skirt away. So Felix, after making the mistake on B, clutches up on the C.
And that, I mean, there's not really time left is the issue. So they got to touch first and foremost. They have a sound barrier. I think Bert might just have to go for a sound barrier. The team just needs to dive straight for the payload.
And they're going to try their best now. They're going to drop a beat as well from Bertlog so they can try and push through this corridor completely uncontested. Now they have the Shatter available here from Quats. He wants some members to go to the payload, and that only hits on a Bertlog once again here. So Adam was able to survive that, but with their own beat in response, maybe Order can do stuff. Felix goes down early on. The Dragon Blade isn't enough from Soggy. He gets laser beamed by Play 2 Yen. Now we're seeing these tanks and who can stay alive for longer in this overtime fight. Yang goes into the background, 2 with the turret form, and as you said, supports go down. Honeypot might be able to hold on at the final hour. Quats is on critical HP. He at least gets the kill onto Nyang. He wants to fall back and see if he can recoup here. Maybe some of these supports are able to get their respawns going and try and contest this payload, but no, Quats goes down at the last possible moment, and Honeypot looks like they should be able to complete this map, at least best case scenario, get it all the way to the end. It's only the supports and DPS left alive, and as they slowly trickle in, we've seen with the overtime, these spawns will take forever. Honeypot capitalize and get it done in overtime.
Niang saves the day. He just completely flanks on the Bastion, sees the opportunity, kills Crimson, despite Crimson dropping the Ant Matrix. And obviously you're not going to out-damage the Bastion, even when you're double damage on the map. And he kills both Crimson and then Dawn back-to-back, double supports gone. And that just destroys everyone. This is the play I'm talking about. It was a 5v5, but here it is. 2 supports down, and then it's now a 4v3. No healing whatsoever for the rest of the players on Order. And because it's OT, it takes so long for these Order players to respawn.
Yeah, and the fact they also left Quats basically on like 50 to 100 HP.
They staggered him, like not even on purpose. They couldn't afford to chase him down because they would be wasting time, and fighting Orion in close quarters could be dangerous as well. So they leave him and push payload, but Quats still has to find a way back to his own team. And when that happens, Quats dies, and it's really late that he dies.
Yeah, and that's where it all started to fall apart there for Order. I thought they were able to hold strong on C, but Honeypot, there's a will, there's a way. They've been able to do it here, so let's see what their defense is going to look like. It was a little bit of a slower affair on A. Took them a few moments to be able to get themselves in there, but as soon as that fight did break out, they were able to get it done in one push, at least for Honeypot. See if Order can respond.
I think attacking-wise, though, they'll be able to get a lot of good movements here. They can make some really strong rotations off the back of the sim plays. Felix has had some much better moments. This is why I wanted to see Felix on the Bastion for map 1 as well, because you need to be able to compete with damage when it comes to the Bastion versus Bastion situation, but also because you're willing to play some of the other teams not, you can get your Bastion to much better positions.
And that's what they've done. They TP directly onto the point. They pop the turret form as well. It's hard to try and stand up to this. At least nobody goes down for Honeypot so far, but everybody's on critical HP. Everybody needs the healing. Soggy gets up and around the corner here, so he's going to be able to pull a little bit of attention away from the remaining members of Order, and Adam goes down early on. Honeypot, they thought their attack was a clean one, but this is much faster coming in from Order. The pressure onto the point, the insta-kills go down as well, and that will be an almost unanswered 5-piece.
It's just really difficult for Honeypot to do anything about the TP. Like, you got to break the TP early if you have silence. If you can't do that, then the whole team TP's onto the point. Now you have to suddenly touch point as well. Adam's the only one that can really do that. And you just see Order swapping attention between Adam and the backline. You beam down as Felix playing the turret form. You beam down Color Hex, force him back, and then you switch target onto Adam while Color Hex is recouping. And it's just too many fires to put out for Honeypot, and so it's an instant cap.
Now Adam, once again, it's a lot of damage that's being put towards this Orisa. Haven't been able to keep her up just yet. We'll eventually heal her up now, but the payload at this point has gone almost underneath this underpass, and this is where we really started to see the defense stand up for Order, and they're going to TP up onto the high ground once again here. They will be able to get the 1 kill there onto Color Hex. Not before it gets traded out though. Soggy's done good for this 2-piece, but no support for either one of these teams just yet, and that just means that Quartz and Felix can start going to work. This artillery strike does a decent amount of damage from Niang, but he has to make sure he doesn't get caught in this subway, and this is where he will be caught. He's trying to run up onto the high ground, see if he can take Play 2 Yen with him. He puts the shield up, and no, he does not take anybody with him.
He did kill one of the artillery strikes, so kind of in a weird way he did take one with him, but that player now respawns while Niang is still waiting. That means it is 4v5. Ultimates are also online for the side of Order, which is a lot more difficult for Honeypot. I mean, this could be a quick B cap as well if the momentum stays.
They're going to pop the photon barrier as well here. Everybody from Honeypot are trying to stay on one side of this. Shadow will go down, connects onto multiple members this time, and they're able to convert that onto Bertlog. Soggy goes down in the background to Felix, and Quats oh so low. Doesn't matter. They still get the cap onto B, and this Midtown is fast, Kev.
It's just more snowballing. I mean, they snowball from A to B. They already have the ultimate advantage. They get instant play onto B as well. Late death onto Nyang. It is all stacking in favor of Order for that push, and all stacking in the non-favor in the opposite direction for Honeypot, where Quats also then finds a Shadow. I mean, they're all going to get their ultimates first. And you see Adam having to use a Fortify, you know the Shadow is now going to be free. Quats doesn't want to focus on Adam there. You know Nyang is a target. Nyang goes turret form, instantly gets shattered, that's your damage gone.
So we're seeing the window pop up now, and then turret form coming in from Felix as well. Did a good job at least disengaging from this sightline, but can they contest for it? Terror Surge goes down. How much damage do they have? The TP was there just in time. Play to Yen finally was able to get away from that Terror Surge. Adam isn't able to connect with anything just yet. This fight will continue as well though. Another flank coming in from Yang, gets chimed in by with Soggy as well. Gets the kill on the play to Yen. So finally we see a team fight victory here on the defense for Honeypot.
Wow, that was huge from Soggy coming through as well. They really needed that blade. They needed something to alleviate the pressure and push back Order and finally get a reset. And now they're in for the long defense. For all of the effort that Honeypot put in for finishing the map, which is good because they now guarantee themselves minimum a time bank play.
Yep.
You could see a draw-only scenario if Order just push through and actually get this cap with any amount of time, because they still have a ton of time available. This has to be a reset though, because they lose play to the end.
Yeah, that was a nice little play there from Adam as well. He saw the TP come up. They were able to set their attention onto it, and they put the spear spin up. So play to Yen getting himself moved off that high ground means that they're able to focus him down and get the kill. And as you said, Felix also close to going down.
Would have been really bad. They lost a player already. Losing another player as play to respawns would have been critical.
So the artillery strike is coming out once again here from Felix. It's going to be able to at least focus on the retreat from Honeypot. So they will get the high ground for now. Payload will continue to move forward through these corridors. Now with double beats being committed by both these two teams, Nyang's going to throw the artillery on top of himself, but Color Hex isn't likely for this world. Felix is able to get the trade onto his counterpart. Adam finally gets one of these backliners down, but unfortunately for Honeypot, they just don't have the members available. Adam and Bertlog have to fall back to spawn so they don't give up this next fight.
Yeah, they have to make sure that they're not too staggered here. They have one good last fight opportunity. It'll be window versus window. Color Hex is still a little bit away from it though. And a photon barrier from PlayTN could spell the doom. I mean, this final ultimate from PlayTN might just be enough.
And he's starting to do the dodge around the photon strike as well, but Quats walked into the Terror Surge, so that means that he gets dealt with by Nyang as well. Double trades going back for both these teams. Only one DPS and two supports back alive for both Order and Honeypot. They need to keep contesting this payload. The turret bomb goes in from Felix, and he gets rid of Nyang. So no Bastion left on the field for the side of Honeypot, but they get the respawners thanks to the defender's advantage. And Soggy stays alive for just long enough. He wants to get away from this artillery strike. Bertlog gets it done. Adam has to continue to contest his payload. They're going to throw the Shadow going down, but the spear was nice in position. And unfortunately for Quat, doesn't have the HP to stand up. The Dragon Blade was almost enough. Play to Yen outplays him and wants to start moving towards a payload position, but they will have to sound the retreat and get away with the teleporter.
Yeah, I mean, you play the Blade and the Blade gets shut down, but still it ends up being Order that have to back away from the situation. In fact, Crimson's not even out yet. He has to be careful not to get stacked. It should be okay for now. What a spear throw from Adam. As soon as the Shadow comes down, the spear also hits and stuns Quads, so Quads can't get the kill and follow up onto Adam.
That would have been huge for them, but this is potentially a big kill for them as well. Adam goes down early on. There was not enough time for them to keep their Arista alive. Color Hex goes down. Same with Soggy as well. Honeypot at the final hurdle will falter. And now we're at a minute 54 for Order, so we're going to chuck a minute on the clock for both of these two teams.
It's a draw.
Oh, it's going to be a draw?
Yep. No time for Honeypot. They get to play only defense and draw only. And this was the fair, right? The problem with this being, unfortunately, A and B just went by too quick for Honeypot. C started to get into good defense, but they got snowballed incredibly hard, and they could not answer the TP, set the Bastion up into turret form. Quads puts up a shield on point, and Adam has to contest. That A play was way too much. And the issue now for Honeypot is it's going to happen again. And they need an answer. Because if you're Quads and your Order, you just TP on the point again, you do the exact same thing that Honeypot showed they could not handle. Should be another 8, and this time it'll be faster too, because only 1 tick. You only need the 1 tick and you win. So you better see Honeypot in a position where they can properly 5v5 Brawl. It means they probably have to give up some early positioning, because again, they're not willing to play the sim, which is fine, because I think the Genji has good value, especially into the Bastion matchup.
Yep.
You have to be able to play close to the fire truck. You give up the subway on top. But I still think long-term, every Photon Barrier from play to Yen is a potential win condition, especially in a draw scenario where there's only 1 tick. That is a huge win condition.
Yeah, 100%. And as you said, draw-only scenario right now for Honeypot. They have been outpaced on Midtown. They have to hold on for about 1 minute and 3/4. See what they get done now. The TP all the way in towards the fire station. So they will have to try and contend with this small little choke point for them. At least it's not directly onto the point, so Honeypot have given up that space, as Kev did say. Adam's going to go in with a spear spin, trying to push apart this little ball that is Order.
Soggy's gone deep.
They have gone extremely deep because they dived onto the backlines here, Kev, and that was 3 easy kills to the side of Honeypot. And if they're able to make this nice and slow against Don as well as Quats, then this might be enough for them to start to bleed out a bit more of this, this clock.
And you have to pay attention to play to Yen's ult charge as well. 35% off 1 fight. That's decent. It's likely that you can still find a Photon Barrier by the end, but you have to also think about what ults Honeypot have to play with as well. And the adaptation here, like I mentioned, last time they were playing way more on high ground, the subway on top to the left here. This time they're playing way lower to the ground so they can instantly contest.
And that's what they're doing right now. Adam goes in with a spear spin. They want to dive in the background here. They want to try and take down Crimson. Don goes down. Crimson goes down as well. And what another fast fight here for Honeypot. They completely decimate that 5-man as it goes in.
Yep.
That was 20 seconds.
And with 40 seconds left to play through, with ultimate advantage on Honeypot as well. This time you want to set up for window with Bastion. Colorhex already got the ultimate. You have Blade in hand as well. It's possible we have 2 fights left, but based on the pacing of Order, they're not really going too quickly here. So I think it actually might just be the 1 fight. And this 1 fight means no Photon Barrier for play here critically.
They're going to go directly here on top of the window. They go inside of the Immortality field. Felix tries his best with the turret form, but they just don't have the damage, it seems. They get rid of one of the Immortality fields. They at least get away from the window coming in from Colorhex, but that's a massive Terror Surge as well. Combined with the Dragon Blade, Quads at least get something done, but the beat in response from Honeypot is going to be enough for them to hold out for a draw. And we are going extremely deep in this series. And what a good defense coming from Honeypot.
Huge read by Adam there as well, because he's probably expecting, okay, maybe the 1 ultimate. It's been 1.5 minutes, 140. They're going to have something. They're expecting possibly window, the most likely ultimate, to be on board. What is one thing they got with you can just kind of counter the window with? You shove the Orisa straight into the team coming out of the corridor, play the Terror Surge, and it just ruins their entire window play. So both teams didn't get that much out of window, because you have this rotation coming through from Order where they bypass the window completely of Honeypot. But at the same time, they have to go all around the back of the point, and their only entry at that stage is the small chokeway, which Adam can solo block.
Yeah, and as you said, it was a really good read coming in from Honeypot, and the fact that they're able to shore up some of the issues they had in their original defense just goes to show that they've got a lot of those cogs turning in their brains right now, and they've at least put themselves in a good position to reset the map. It's like the map hasn't even existed at this point, but I mean, that is still a positive note for Honeypot considering their original defense. So ladies and gentlemen, with the second map done, we're going to go to a quick break here, and we're going to jump into map number 3 to figure out who's going to come on top. Is it going to be Honeypot or Order? Had something special here in this series. We've had a draw in our opening series of the final evening. Very rare in the fall series indeed. So we are going deep in this series indeed, especially if we're able to put on a performance like they did there onto Midtown. Kev, I mean, they had a very, very fast Midtown, but unfortunately for them, it just wasn't enough time for them to complete the one tick.
Well, they got way too... They lost these fights on their attacking on the time back in way too one-sided fashion, because at minimum, you'd like to see Order at least get some trades, work on their ultimates a little bit more, so that after about a minute 40, they have more ultimates to play through. I noted Photon Barrier is one of the major winning conditions, and just too far away from end the map on like 60-70% because of the fights were too fast, too one-sided. Not only that, but you need to put the spawn pressure onto Honeypot as well. Where like, okay, you lose a fight, you take one with you, that player's now going to have a slow spawn cycle. You can come back quickly. Now pressure's on Honeypot because they have to wait for an extra spawner. They might not have the positioning they want, and you just need to have that situation. But yeah, in about a minute 40, it didn't happen.
Yeah, it really did feel like every single one of those fights was all too one-sided. But either way, we are going to go now onto a Flashpoint map of Suravasa. So we get out of this one, Kev, we have been seeing, I mean, I feel like Oasis was pretty one-sided for Honeypot, and it felt like there was a little bit me leaning towards Order for Midtown, but Honeypot pulled it back with a bit of defense. So I don't really know where the Flashpoints are going to land. Probably we're going to go to all 5 Flashpoints if I'm a betting man. I
would like to see if Quartz might lean into Junker Queen here.
Okay.
Because there's a possibility that you can just like swap your comp, play Junker Queen the entire way through. At the same time, it seems like Order are very much of the identity of a Ryan team at the moment, so maybe they just want to stick to Ryan the entire way through as well, which I wouldn't fault them for. I think they showed enough promise on Midtown that they can repeat that comp again for this map, and hope it works out better for them, because you could start to see the value in it when they were winning.
Yeah.
It's just on the time back attack they started to flounder a bit.
So we'll see. So it seems like Junker Queen was the original thought from Quartz.
No, it was just a shout out of spawn to get them faster.
Okay. So seems like they are going to be sticking to the Reinhardt. No changes for either of these teams so far when it comes to players or heroes. Yang, though, is going to jump into the turret form for the first time this game. Crimson was in a very awkward spot. At least gets himself back behind the shield for now. They do deal with that immortality field, so that means that Adam can go in. Bertlog gets the kill there on a Crimson in the backline, and now with their own immortality field, it's enough for Honeypot to stay alive long enough, and they will only lose Soggy. And this just means that Yang's able to have this free ride. With the Reinhardt gone, they're just going to look towards Don. They're going to get rid of him as well, and that just means Honeypot wins the first fight.
You can start to see why the value of the Genji is high here, because you can off-angle super easy. Soggy can get into the back, forcing players to turn around. So if you are Order, you can't front to back effectively. It pulls attention away from Yang. Soggy's been fairly deadly in that. You want to enable Yang as much as possible, and a lot of that is also going to come down to Soggy's ability to draw aggro. So that's going to be primarily his job, and you also can't ignore Soggy either, which is the real threat of a good Genji play.
Yeah, I mean the fact that if he goes untouched, he's going to do the same thing that Niang's going to be able to do as well. So Honeypot, they have themselves in a real good compositional advantage right now. They're going to go up onto the high ground, want to try and push off Bertlog, and with the turret form, they get the kill onto Niang in the backline, but Bertlog says, see you later to play to Yen. They get rid of the pesky 2 DPSs, but they've lost their supports in the backline here. You have Order. Crimson's the only one that's up alive. They're going to pop the window here from Honeypot as well because they want to try and fight around it, but you can see that Felix is hiding around this pillar, doesn't want to fight in towards that window. And same with Adam, he wants to get away from that window, and they've at least killed one of the tank players. Honeypot now have the advantage as Adam is still standing tall, comes in with the Terror Surge, goes directly in on top of some of these members. They get rid of the Immortality Field, meaning that Adam can do the damage. Felix goes down as well, and Honeypot hold on.
Adam finds the ult at the right time. That was very interesting. I was like, that felt like one fight that just lasted a very long time. I know we had one phase of respawn there, but it was action-packed, man. That went for a while. And we had maybe a couple ultimates come through. Adam finding Terror Surge and all of that. It's just a cherry on top. Now they get first rotation on the high ground of Palace, which is super important.
It means now that this artillery strike can try and find some of those members on Honeypot. They did make the first rotation, as you did say, and they don't really get pushed off all too much just yet. Flashpoint will unlock in just a few moments, and that's where you see some of these players set their attention towards it. The Dragonblade's going to be pulled out from Soggy, goes through his own Immortality Field, gets the beat in response as well, but hasn't been able to find the kills, and with this Shatter, it is too hard for Honeypot to stand up against it. Soggy at least gets a kill there on a Crimson. He's got everybody critical right now, and Bertlog wants to see if he can convert it on a Quartz, doesn't get it. With that, they will lose the opening percent on the Flashpoint.
Yeah, some barriers were played towards that as well. But importantly from Don, that blocks out Soggy's damage on the Dragon Blade entirely. And I believe Niang was one of the first targets. Just a well-connected shatter. And once you can time the shatters so that you see the Fortify, Adam's the only one that can block it. The Fortify is gone. Quartz will shatter for free. In an enclosed space like the high ground on Palace as well, you're going to catch a lot of members.
And now we're seeing Honeypot walk in with their own artillery strike. So seeing if they can buy a bit of space themselves, but Photon Barrier gets committed here by Play to Yen, and that just means that Honeypot, they have to walk away. They're going to respect this window as well. Some more high ground shenanigans are coming in. Bertlog unfortunately jumped into the car wash, and he will get laser beamed down, and Adam wants to try and win this fight again here against Quartz, but Play to Yen will deal with him as well. They are just tearing through Honeypot as they walk through this small little corridor. And Honeypot weren't able to get a hold on this Flashpoint, and we may see this go 1-1.
Well, they don't run out of resources essentially at this point as well, because you have the original artillery from Niang to get you onto the higher ground. It buys you a bit of space. Then you want to use that space to set up your window, and none of that was effective at all because Order just instantly rushed back in and take back ground. So, you know, 2 Flashpoints back-to-back that seem fairly dominant. So a closer game for sure. I mean, Midtown was already evidence that we were going to get a closer match, and now Suravasa is able to capitalize on the fact that I think that was going to be the case.
Yeah, a bit of Ring Around Rosie is happening here between both these two teams. Adam's going to walk in, has the Terror Surge, connects onto a lot of members, but doesn't do the damage just yet. He at least gets people low for his team to maybe capitalize on it. Niang finally gets the kill there on the Crimson, but Quat swats down Soggy, and with the artillery confirming onto Color Hex, Honeypot unfortunately aren't able to utilize these ultimates to get the kills they need. Unfortunately enough for Order, and will walk in and claim another victory.
It's like 5-man Terror Surge, but your Order, you can still back away very cleanly. Recontest with Felix dropping in his own artillery strikes, which actually gets a kill as well. And after that, Order, they got everything they need. An extra sound barrier to play through as well. Yeah, really strong opening from, once again, Order for the point. And despite a very good ultimate from Adam, it just, yeah, that was crazy. It wasn't enough. Honeypot did well to start, but not enough kills.
Yeah, if they're maybe able to convert onto the 2 supports that were extremely low from Order, that could have been a fight that they were more than right to win. So Honeypot, again, have to respect the window. Can't be playing into that in the turret form.
Usually I would say the window's early here. Maybe it still is, but it will get you like 15%, 10 or 15% on.
Maybe with this Shadow walking in as well, connects onto 3. They convert that into a kill onto Soggy. Play to Yen's able to play around this pesky little corner, and the Photon Barrier gets committed as well. It's oh so hard for Honeypot to try and play into this amount of ultimates. Adam will at least get them away with the spear, but gets converted on as well. And Order, they will win yet another team fight here and another Flashpoint as well, Kev.
Yeah. Another 100-0, I believe, here as well.
Yeah.
A good effort being put in by Honeypot, but Order just holds so strong. The Shadow comes down. It wasn't the most effective, but the other ultimates are still good. Play team with full confidence, going to drop the Photon Barrier, and no opportunity for Honeypot to get too much work done. Do you see the window even drop by Halihex on the end? I think that was a little bit too much. You need a better angle for that. You need to be able to play that aggressively, but Order just weren't going to allow it. So once you realize you lose, I think you keep the window in your pocket, you hold it for the next fight, play towards the next point, going towards Ruins. Honeypot of the first rotation, which is nice for them.
Yeah, so they might be able to meet Order here in this choke point. They've got a few ultimates to try and commit here. They've got the Beat and the Dragon Blade, but it's all trying to find those right areas for them to get it done. Turret form up into the air. Color Hex goes down, so they don't have one of their supports, but Soggy gets it done with the 3-piece. That's going to make it a 4 as well. That was a team fight that you would want to see happen if you're a Honeypot fan.
And one of those, it might have been the Immortality field, but gets at least 3 minimum. So here we go, Blade.
No, he got 3 Blade kills and a dash kill.
Okay.
That was a 4.
And also the ammo. So got a structure as well.
He goes in here, just absolutely tears through people.
Oh yeah, there's the dash kill.
Looks like one of them was on the, yeah, okay, whatever.
Adam got Quads down. Ready for the next fight. Immo's the only protected him because the sound barrier was used earlier.
Terror Surge comes in, see if this can convert on anybody. Does a lot of damage to Quats, and he stays alive as well. Soggy and Yang chiming in together to take 2 members down from the side of Order. And they're only left with their supports. They're only left with the sense of being spanked. That's another team kill going the way of Honeypot.
We're going all 5, I think.
I think
the way
so.
It looks. Maybe you have Dawn just rushing with the sound barrier here, get all 5 members on point, or at least a few of them. Crimson sets up with the window for Felix damage. Colorhex can do the same. I mean, I think if you're Honeypot, you might even just burn your window early, put Niang on the angle, and just really ruin Order's day.
Well, they've done it here as well, so Adam's going to walk in. They do a lot of damage to Quad's anti-shield, but it's all about window versus window. Adam has to try and get himself away. The artillery strike will go up into the air. The 99 gets committed by Honeypot. They get rid of that immortality field as well. Quad's is able to put his big body on the line. This flashpoint will not be 100-0 just yet, and there's no ultimates available. It's only going to be this artillery strike. Actually, it's the photon barrier that gets committed by Place again, and this is exactly what you need to have here if you are Order. Get on top of Niang here, play through this photon barrier, make it impossible for this turret form to do anything, but it looks like it was enough. So they haven't been able to convert these trades into anything meaningful just yet here for Order. The hammer will go down, only connects onto Soggy. Adam gets the kill onto Crimson, so the supports are starting to wane for the side of Order. But same with the side of Honeypot. Not all too much healing is going into Adam's butt. And he needs more because Quats is oh so low. He's going to be able to start swinging this big hammer around. Maybe it's time for them to fall back and recoup.
Wow. That looked close, and that was actually kind of winnable for Honeypot. And Order capped in the middle, all of that. So if it wasn't for that, Order would be really far behind right. They would have only just gotten the cap recently, but they're actually already on to 80%. And Honeypot got to rush back in because this could be Order's map very shortly if they do not touch. Now, good news, they have ultimates. They've respawned quickly. They can just sound barrier here.
That's what they're going to do. The Terror Surge connects on the floor as well. Immortality field goes bye-bye, and they get the kill on the Play 2 Yen. Both of these teams are starting to get their stranglehold back on this flashpoint. But for Honeypot, this is do or die in this map. They're going to drop the window and get rid of Adam. Soggy only gets one back onto Don. Bertlog with the beat. Wasn't there in time, but maybe with Color Hex and Soggy they can do it. The Dragon Blade gets pulled, Quats goes away, and they win the flashpoint at the final moment, Kev. They get a sneaky cap, and they get the sneaky flashpoint as well. Everyone wants to leave, but that was a nice dash on from Soggy. Yeah,
this is really crazy stuff. Soggy has to save the day here, and unfortunately for everyone on Order, they had a slight player advantage. They ended up backing away from that point. No one contested. The cap came through. That could have actually been Order's map right then and there.
Yeah.
So, tricky stuff, but as I said, I think we were going to go to all 5. It was feeling like we were going to go to all 5. And on to Temple, the final one we go. With only Order having any ultimates about to come on, and they're first on point.
Yeah, they're going to have the artillery, they're going to have the Earth Shatter. So Quats doesn't have to deal with this turret form as well as the window for now. They're going to start setting their sights on the Soggy. The artillery will go down. He gets solo shattered once again. Yang gets burned through, but Adam finally gets a trade back in. They don't have the HP to keep their Oasis alive, and Honeypot only get one small trade to start out this fight. They can at least fall back with their supports. This could be a good start for them, but if they get staggered this late, this could be dire straits for Honeypot. They get away.
Should be able to. Yeah, strong start from Order. Again, they had first rotation on point. They actually had 2 ultimates. Now they have 2 more. So if Honeypot are going to do this, they're going to do it from behind once more. Especially they have to give respect to this window. They'll lose more time because of it. You have to be very careful not to drop a member. I mean, that grenade could have... I think it actually did catch Niang. Niang got put down at quite low HP.
Seems like these opening picks have been oh so important for both of these two teams. Adam's going to walk in with the spear spin. Soggy gets destroyed by plates again. Felix deals with Bertlog, and they just don't have the HP, it seems. Yang's actually finally able to get into this fight, get a 2-piece for himself. So they've started to stabilize here, have Honeypot. Losing Quats is not what you want to see. If you are an Order fan, they're going to drop the beat and drop the bombs on Yang's head. Crimson gets the kill onto Color Hex as well. The Terror Surge won't do anything, and unfortunately for Honeypot, they won't hold on in this map of Suravasa, and we will see Order go into 1-1. And that means we're guaranteed at least 5 maps between both of these two teams, and I'm licking my lips, Kev, because these two teams have been so even matched so far. And this just means we're in for a hell of a day, because the Miku fan club, all the meanwhile, this absolute war is happening between these two teams. They're sitting waiting in the wings.
And remember, day 1, we had Honeypot versus Order. It was a 3-0.
Yep.
If I look back at the scoreline, it was super clean as well.
It was almost a 0-point lockout from what I remember.
No, it was a bit of back and forth. Order actually got at least 1 point at every single map. And Suravasa went to 5 in favor of Honeypot this time. It goes to 5 in favor of Order. So you could argue it was already like competitive on day 1 despite being a 3-0. Now we've gone from competitive into actually being reasonably successful for Order. I mean, this could have been a 2-1 for them had they succeeded on Midtown on their time bank as well, but failing there, it's now just what was the scoreline? 1-1 after 3 maps. So yeah.
And it seems like they're the ones that are in the driver's seat, and it seems like Honeypot are the ones that need to try and have some more of these answers. I am liking the Orisa from Adam, but you can just see that there is some issues that they're having running in towards this Bastion. I feel like Felix is really starting to do a whole lot of work, and I think the Symmetra difference for me is really what's making some of these team fights oh so hard to play around with. I'm not saying that, you know, Soggy's not doing a good job on the Genji, but you can just see how strong the photon barrier is.
I think but this is a different style, right? Because you're also playing the Genji to have some counterplay versus the Ryan Cop in general by off-angling. And that value is also being seen. So both teams have their various win conditions. I think the photon barrier is generally going to be stronger when it comes to ultimates versus the Blade. The Blade is decent, but sometimes you see a massive Blade. Oftentimes it's not going to do too much for you at all. So the photon barrier is almost always guaranteed value. And the neutral play, outside the TPs, the Genji's probably stronger, but the TP offers a lot of value also. So this is a good conversation there to be had. What I'm really happy about in this particular series at the moment and the general top 3 is that all 3 teams have a distinct style. You have Jungle Queen from Romani and the Miku fan club. Orisa being played by Adam, and they're playing more of this poke style. They were even leaning hard into that before with the double flex support. Now they've sort of lightened up on that, but still playing the Orisa with a bit more poke in there. And then you have the Rhine Brawl coming through from Order. So 3, I think, fairly distinct strategies. Some of it is overlapping, but generally they are separate.
Yeah, and you can see a lot of those styles clashing in a lot of these series as well, right? It really did feel like in that series, Miku Fan Club and Honeypot, that's when we saw the Junker Queen and the way that the Miku Fan Club were able to pull apart the composition that Honeypot have, and now we're going into a series where it feels like it's very back and forth. It's very tug-of-war between both of those two teams. I mean, a lot of these fights have really come down to which one of these two Bastions are really getting a lot of this extra value, right? Like Soggy, as we've said, with a lot of these off angles, he's pulling a lot of attention. That does alleviate a lot of the pressure on Yang. If he gets some opening picks, maybe Adam's able to pull Quartz out of position. There's a lot of small little details that are going one way or another in a lot of these fights, and the series is just hitting up right now, ladies and gentlemen. We are into map number 4. The scoreline is only 1-1. We've got guaranteed 2 more maps. We've got plenty of Overwatch to play between both these two teams. By the way, the thing is, for both of them as well, the winner of this has to play a grand final.
Map 6 is Control. Map 7 is going to be Escort again. So we're going to get into a little bit deeper territory as far as Control goes. And I mean, that is pretty 50-50. Whoever gets map choice there can really determine a lot, because if you're Order, you want Antarctica Peninsula, you want Lijiang Tower, you want a really strong brawl map. So it's possible. I can see Order still winning the series. If we go to a map 6, and it's a map 6 that heavily favors Order, then potentially Honeypot are in trouble. I mean, some of it's going to come down to map choice as well. Let's think about how this goes. This goes in favor of... Let's pretend this one goes in favor of Honeypot. Map 5... Actually, the other way around. This one goes in the way of Order. Map 5 Escort goes the way of Honeypot. And then or to get choice in map 6, and they can choose Antarctica or Lijiang, and that super favors them.
Yep.
And that's how they would still get a 3-2 score in the series on 6 maps.
So that is some of the angles that Kev has outlined here, but we'll have to wait and see if that's the way that the chips do fall. Same for both these two teams as we walk in towards another map. So we'll see how this does pan out. The opening fight seems like Honeypot really want to try and get away and get some more of these angles going in their favor instead. Haven't been able to find an off angle just yet for Soggy to try and get in and try and assassinate some of these backline supports. He's pulling a bit of that attention, but with the robot in control now of the side of order, I think we'll have to make their choice soon.
Soggy got taken quite low there. Probably going to come down to ultimates. It seems like a very raw neutral stalemate where Color Hex and Crims will end up being the ones breaking it when the windows are applicable.
But it seems like so far Honeypot want to try and get in, get some damage done now, and they've at least taken control of that robot. So they need to push the payload a little bit. First window goes the way here of Crimson. Collex will drop his as well, but the Terraform gets rid of Adam, gets rid of Bertlog as well. Collex at least gets something back on play 2, yeah, but the rest of Honeypot will fall back to spawn. And it was a relatively one-sided fight in favor of Order.
Yeah, there's a couple of trade backs which will slow things down for Order importantly, but man, Felix was hitting big. Adam taken down first is a massive deal. And interestingly enough, both windows just faced each other. I would have imagined a situation where one team maybe drops a window and the other team thinks, okay, well, we don't have to play into this, we can back out. The angle's a little bit shallow, we can just counter with our window a little bit later. They just both went for it, which means one ship will sink.
Oh,
Felix is alive, wow!
I have no idea how he survived that. Nyang actually gets the kill there onto Don as well with the artillery strike, because that was all 3 directly on the top of Felix. He even had some shots coming in from Adam as well, so their opening pick means that Honeypot can try and put the pedal to the metal. They've at least walked forward for now, but only have to give up a little bit of ground here to Order. They got themselves a little bit of push when it comes to the robot. They got themselves 34 meters out of that. They are still in the lead, and the Photon Barrier will get committed here from place again as well. Soggy with the Dragon Blade in the background gets eviscerated. The beat was all too late from Bertlog. Only connects on the 2 members as well. This will just mean that Order absolutely capitalize on that, and they will say, see you later to Honeypot.
They lose some and then more. I mean, that's the problem with the Photon Barrier. It will cut your beat in half as well, because anybody on the other side of the wall is not going to receive the Sound Barrier. I would have liked to have seen a play where the Sound Barrier and the Blade were played at the same time, so you have a Beat Blade combo, but likely what they should have done is pull back a little bit, respect the Photon Barrier, or just push directly in front of it with a full 5-man squad with the Sound Barrier, then Blade and just play that fight. So, Photon Barrier, good ultimate in this matchup, extremely good ultimate.
Yeah, this is a big thing as well. They're able to pop the window to secure themselves the checkpoint. So being able to get the cap here is oh so important for Order. They can just play this slow, they can play this defensively. They've still got 6 minutes and 40 seconds left in this map. They get themselves out to a 2-1 lead against Honeypot. This is where things really start to open up for them. This is a completely disconnected team, but that TP was just in the right place for Felix to be able to get himself out of dodge. Adam, though, is able to get the kill onto play 2 and double kill with the artillery strike. You don't see that all too often, especially now with some responses coming in from Honeypot. They lose a lot of members, but it's Soggy and Adam that do the work for them. Honeypot, they are holding on by their fingertips. They win the fight with their tank as well. Soggy just rings a Rosie. Gets away from Don, who unfortunately isn't going to get away from Adam.
I don't think they're going to be able to reset the bot fast enough to prevent Don from getting the spawn. We'll see, it'll be close.
Yeah.
Oh, Don didn't get it. Yeah, you can see all the way in the back, Don got the far away spawn, so that's actually going to prevent Order from regrouping properly.
Which if they're able to...
Don's a Lucio though, he's actually already back.
Yeah, the speed boost through some more of those shortcuts. They get rid of the TP and they go directly up here onto the high ground. Play 2 Yen is going to be the next one on the list. Both DPSs say bye-bye. And Honeypot, they're going to utilize this window to full effect, and they get themselves some extra kills. Soggy is putting this team on his back.
Yep.
Maybe you heard me talking a little bit of smack in between these 3 maps.
When the game gets messy, you know, and the players are sort of all over the place, and also when Felix is down, Soggy gets to have a bit of a field there. There's not a lot that plays into him. You have to be careful of the Symmetra left click because it goes through deflect when it's the Symmetra versus Genji matchup. But this is another thing that Soggy adds value to the team. You can have Soggy kind of solo pushing Payload as a Tracer Squid. What goes to contest but just gets destroyed, and that's what happens because Honeypot just sit on high ground because they can.
Yeah, that was such smart positioning from them as well, right? The fact that they're able to stay on high ground, they get the separation from Order, and they also get themselves away from the window. So Honeypot, they get themselves back into this game. Might be able to get the cap themselves, but they need to start having a little bit of this forward positioning. Soggy, that was quick. That was nasty.
They still hold on to all of the ultimates. That was just so good. They were able to isolate quads. And a lot of this map is going to come down to their high ground control. Like, you'll see teams cap the point, but then you're not going to see, they don't have to push too much further. Most of this game is going to be played around securing these high grounds.
That's what they've tried to do so far. Adam has to fall down. He will get in onto the Terror Search. So he gets rid of that pesky little Constructible. But Adam, he's the one that gets hit by the hammer. He just doesn't get away. Bertlog gets squished into a wall, and Play 2 Yen and the boys are able to do enough. They only utilize one ultimate for that on Honeypot, so they're going to have 4 once again. These next couple of fights, but they don't get the cap kept. That's the biggest thing. No
forward spawn either, so this is going to allow Order to shove Payload all the way back. Maybe push us into like 65 if they go for the push, but again, they also don't need to do that. They can just set up on high ground here. The difference is they don't have someone that can like solo push Payload while they just sit on high ground. But maybe they don't need to. Actually, that could even just be quads. You got to be a little bit careful. You have to play the TP. The only way quads gets back up is with the TP, or he slowly walks.
Again, another artillery strike gets the kill on a Bertlog. Seems like these artillery strikes are doing a whole lot of extra work. That TP goes into the background, but it's a window against a turret form. Felix, that was a little bit overzealous, my friend. Soggy gets taken down by a boot. And that just means that, unfortunately for Order, they were putting themselves in good position to be able to continue this payload push. And as you say, they are pushing. They're all the way up towards that 80 mark. And now, finally, Honeypot have had to put their attention back towards this robot. The left click will go through, but that's a lot of HP to try and get through for Play 2 Yen. In response, though, both teams have dropped their feet. There's a lot of these ultimates to try and utilize for Honeypot so they can get control of this robot. They haven't gotten control of this map just yet, though, and they've lost out on Adam. Maybe with these 2 kills on the supports, it's going to be enough for them to get this done. It looks like it will be. Not before there was, like, what, an extra 20 meters of push coming in from the side of Order?
Which is solid, because Order was slowly losing that one. Felix took the TP down. I think it was Felix in one of the play that took the TP down aggressively. But the TP got broken. That's why Felix got caught out on his own. Honeypot, ideally, yeah, they just kill the TP first. That means Felix kind of escapes a guaranteed kill. But while that's happening, Order know, okay, we might be losing, but we can get meters. And that's important. So they got the meters and still delayed the fight, like, for a long time.
Especially now with this turret form off angle coming in from Felix, who's able to do a whole lot of damage. But it looks like right now the Dragon Blade is what's going to be pulled out from Honeypot. They get the extra kill on the Crimson. One of the supports down for the side of Order. Quat's about half HP as well. This shield is going to be no longer for this world, especially when this turret form comes up. Wants to try and look towards Felix on the side. Adam getting the 2-piece. Look to try and get the 3rd. Will get it done. 4-piece for Adam.
Should be the cap.
Honeypot are starting to wake up here in this 4th map. They want to have the lead going into this series.
Yeah, they got to do a little bit more pushing. This is where the extra push from Order is really significant, because previously, Honeypot, they get this cap. They probably get the flip now as well on the same push, but because Order put in that extra effort earlier, this is not guaranteed anymore.
Especially with this photon barrier being utilized. Now they get an artillery strike on one side. Yang gets pinned from across the map. They lose Quat, so the immortality field was oh so late. Coming in there from Crimson, and he's the one that gets the attention put on him. And it's Honeypot who are doing the damage. Felix is getting himself a 2-piece. He wants to win the fight versus Bertlog, but you can't beat the Bert. And Honeypot stay alive off the back of their Lucio player, and he gets some free meters off it as well.
The 7th time gets the 1v1 win, but unfortunately he has to run now. They got an extra few meters. We'll put it within 10. With 1 minute left to play through, I mean, it is enough. Honeypot are still on the back foot. They still got a lot of work to do here.
Or if they catch Quartz here with his pants down, this could be the flip that they need. Honeypot, they get the kill onto the tank. Play 2 Yen has to TP away from this robot. They know that they can play for overtime. They know they can play for the robot, but they get the late stagger there on a Crimson as well. Honeypot in control of the bot. How much distance do they need? Less than 10 meters to get the flip themselves in the final couple of seconds. Could it all crumble for Order? That's the question we've got right now. Quats is oh so low. He goes down. Adam gets one back. Finally, we're starting to see Felix chime in, but he gets the damage done against him from Adam. And with 20 seconds left to go, this is all but over. Honeypot will push this as far as they possibly can.
Triple digits.
And all they need to do is sit back and defend the bot as soon as this gets into overtime. It's so hard for Order.
Yeah, now the fact that we're basically there, 23 meters in the gap.
Oh, Adam.
They can die. It's fine. Honestly, Adam dying here is not good, but it's not the end of the world either. You will be able to get, I think, the forward spawn regardless. We'll count it. We'll see if they do or not.
Looks like Adam will.
Adam will. Bertlog will. Okay, they got it, which is really good. So now they can potentially still play for some early positioning. They're not going to get the high ground, though. Importantly, it does look like they'll miss the high ground. It's going to be a ground-to-ground fight.
And this is all important for Honeypot. Not only do they need to keep control of the robot, they need to make sure that this extra bit of meterage isn't being gained by order. They're going to drop the beat. The artillery strikes will go into the background. Gets rid of Soggy in the air.
Quats is low, though.
Felix is able to get that one kill. Quats loses his life, so Adam will be able to stand tall. Gets the Terror Surge on top of them as well. Gets the kill onto the supports, and Honeypot will hold on at the final hurdle. They will stay the course, and Order will lose out on this map. Honeypot finally kicking back into gear and getting themselves a map victory.
I'm going to flip the script here a little bit as well, because now, okay, it is going to be Order with map choice onto Escort, but importantly, Control is going to go the way of Honeypot in terms of map choice if they do lose Escort. So, not having to play like a Super Brawl favored map on number 6 is, I think, going to be super important here. Also, I don't think there's any major maps that you go to as Order, because it's not like they have a type of team comp where like, oh, let's go to Circuit Royale because we can play X, Y, and Z. Actually, you can't, because Adam will play the Sigma and Quads can't. So that you remove Circuit Royale entirely. Yeah, it gets really interesting from here. That was a super close competitive game. The Order had the lead for the majority of Esperanza, but over towards the end, you start seeing the momentum being built up by Honeypot. And then a very critical fight where, you know, I think Bertlog just kind of winning that 1v1. What it actually does, it was actually started as a 2v1, to be fair. Soggy dies, but then Bertlog finishes off Felix in the 1v1. What the most important part about that fight is that Payload never gets shoved back. If Felix wins, he shoves Payload all the way back, locks off forward spawns entirely from Honeypot, and things get a little bit awkward for Honeypot in terms of the next contest. But because Bertlog even shoves Payload in like another 5 meters or whatever, gets away because he's a Lucio and you can't catch him, enables forward spawn for the rest of his entire team, but they then get to take a very early fight straight away, and because they win that early fight, they're onto the big push, and they end up pushing triple digits on that. So, yeah, I think that that very tight, edge of your seat 1v1 between Bertlog and Felix had huge stakes.
Yeah, it did, and had massive implications as well, because it meant that Honeypot had a lot of space to play around with. Even if the robot was starting to push, if it got to the wall, they still had about 30 meters that they could play around with as well for Honeypot. So there was a lot of room for error for them, and the fact that they were able to get that done of a few things going their way meant that they were in basically the driver's seat to get this one done. So we're going to go into our 5th map now, Kevin. We've already seen what it is going to be. It is going to be the old Route 66 that we're going to get to see here for the first time in a long time. It feels like that we've seen Route 66. So
we don't go to Escort very often here. We don't go to map 5s.
That is very true. That is very, very true.
So
I'm excited to see what this is going to look like for both these two teams. But even after a victory like that, I still cannot pull these two teams apart.
Yeah, this one will be interesting though, because I don't know that Escort is like an amazing game mode for Ryan comps. Typically in the past, it's not been the case. Of the available maps, you look at Route, C is amazing for Ryan. Let's just get that out of the way instantly. A can be fine because the high ground is not that high, and you have TPs anyway. And then B has a little bit more high ground, but I think the TPs will probably be mostly fine as well. Gibraltar, A is a bit more problematic for Ryan, so I can see you avoid that. Circuit, we discussed already. Don't want to give Adam the Sigma matchup, stay away from that entirely. You got Dorado, which is also, I don't think that friendly for Ryan. So yeah, it really is
probably the best one.
So, but the difficulty now is what's the scoreline? It is now 2-1.
This is do or die.
Some reason my brain was in finals where I was like, could we go to 7? We actually can't go to 7. We cannot go to 7, but I was going to mention if we were hypothetically going to 7, it probably doesn't go the way of Order because the rest of the Escort map, as discussed, is not that amazing for them. So you kind of have to, if not here, obviously it's got to be Control, but it'll just end up being Control on, I mean, if you're Adam, do you just pick Ilios or something? I mean, just completely screw them out of a Ryan matchup entirely by going to Ilios. That'd be really wacky. I'm getting into the weeds of what will happen in the future.
Yes, you definitely are.
But you kind of, you got to think about the long game here as well. So basically what it comes down to is I think this has to be where it ends, because I do not think this goes well for Order if it gets forced into Ilios for map 6.
Well, unfortunately for Order, if they win this, they will go into a final map of Control. So either way you slice it, Kevin, if they lose here, they lose the series. If they win here, they have to go to a Control map, which probably won't bode well for them.
Could be bleak either way, but they got to start somewhere. They got to make it count for now.
Ooh, Felix, that was a lot of pressure being put onto his face. He's able to, well, I thought he was able to stay alive, but now he gets booped off the map, and that means with no Bastion here for this forward hold, they will just lose all control of the payload, and Quartz will get dealt with swiftly. Bertlog was lucky to stay alive there, and they don't lose any members to Honeypot, so they're going to get up and around this corner and past Big Girls.
Yep. Clean start so far. Some good offline angling found by Soggy there again. Real Genji's playground, that early part of A. And now the setup is good because, well, you get to be the first team on towards Big Girls if you even want to play that angle. They probably should have done that a little bit earlier if they actually do, because their team is mostly pushing Payload. It allows Quats and Squad to easily take Big Girls.
Remember to have the instant TP as well up onto the other half of the high ground, but with the artillery coming in, that means they will put it directly on top of Big Girls, and they have to completely evacuate the area. The Honeypot, they've continued to push the payload here. They've gotten themselves most of the way through A. Felix is oh so low. The Immortality Field will go down. They at least get the Bastion back up and healthy, but Soggy goes into the back with the help of Yang. Gets it done. The Terror Surge will go down. They will get at least one with that. Crimson finds a retort onto the supports for Honeypot. They've lost Soggy as well in the background, but it's Yang and the gang in front of this payload that will get the job done, and Honeypot breeze through A.
That was such a fast game on the L charge for Adam as well. He has Terror Surge by the end of A. Wow, that's really incredible. In 2 fights as well. Beyond that, I think that was just slow from Order. Like, what was the game plan? Yeah, you shove Honeypot off the high ground of Big Girls, but then they just kind of chilled there, sat on their hands a little bit, free pushing from Honeypot. By the time we get to the end, Order then have to make a play. And it's got to be window versus window. Felix already used the turret form, the lamp is already gone, and now it's Niang's turn to just destroy him in the turret form when Niang finds it.
He's just able to go ham. It was relatively straightforward there from Honeypot, but this is where things start to get a little dicey here. Adam, nice block there onto the shadow. They're going to use the artillery strike to at least push them away from this choke point, but they get away thanks to Bertlog and the beat. They've had to get themselves out of this pesky little choke point, and they do not. They are just getting run down by Order. They're chasing down onto Adam, and they will get rid of him. They want to make sure that they don't lose too many of these defenders as they get for this aggressive positioning as well here, Kev, because if they do, then they can lose control.
All right, well, first bit of map control established for Order, importantly. They also have focused on barrier available for next fight as well. Nothing to really combo with the Blade. Kind of dangerous to Blade front to back as well. You want the positioning of Order to be a little bit more rough so you can isolate members of the backline. If you're Soggy, you would love to find play to Yen. Well, actually, the ideal goal is always going to be Felix. Sebastian is the prime target of both teams in all cases at all times. What rotation do we have here from Honeypot? They want to go through lines.
Well, they walked up into the teleporter, but that's a two-piece thanks to the grenade from Niang. They walked into the meat grinder, and yes, they popped the window from Crimson, but he's the only one that's utilizing it. And
Crimson playing whack-a-mole there.
Yeah. I can't believe he kept contesting. I mean, you know.
He's got to die. He's going to get destroyed by Soggy at some point, so you need to just kind of lose there and reset. But what Order walked into, they tried to TP to block off the exit of mines, and what ended up happening was window drop by Color Hicks, and it's a double damage tac nade from Niang that takes out 2. Insane.
And as soon as that attack nade goes down, the teleporter goes down, and Quartz is stuck in a rock and a hard place. Crimson is able to get the kill there onto Color Hex. They're going to pop the Blade here, but they're going to use the beat in response, so nothing will come of that Dragon Blade except for Soggy Sorian. Now Adam wants to reset himself off the map. Gets it done nice and quickly, and the high ground will be contained once again by Order.
It's not bad. The one good thing about the Blade is even if the Blade gets no value, you force a sound barrier. So it's a really easy way to get rid of the sound barrier on Order, whereas for Honeypot, they can always save their sound barrier for other things. So you can play your sound barrier in a lot more creative ways. You can tempo beat as well. If you're Dawn on Order, you can't really do that because you have to consider the Blade red at all times.
All right, the artillery strike's going to come down here from Niang. They want to get rid
Felix
of this
solo.
high ground. Felix is oh so low, goes into the turret form, gets that extra bit of healing from his support, so he stays alive. The Immortality Field will stay alive for a little bit longer, and Quartz is going to take the damage now, though. Have to be careful of this artillery strike. Immortality Field will keep them alive off the back of that. This photon barrier is going to be hard to deal with, but the Terror Surge is there in time. Gets the two-piece. They had no TP to get away from it. Felix gets the retort onto Adam. No, they're going to throw the hammer down. Only connects onto Niang, and Quats and Felix will lose their lives late. And Order, what looked like a good fight for them, turned absolutely horrific.
What a strange shadow, though, from Quaz. That one just goes straight in the bin. Like, I don't know, man. Like, there's no one on your team to make use of it. You were obviously not going to make use of it yourself. Just accept the losses and accept that you lose B and save it for C. This is the strong point. Order, where they're going to win this map, if they are going to win it anyway, it has to be on the final point.
Soggy. He's copping a lot of damage there because of the late rotation to the backside of point B. They already lost the cap though, so they're going to try and get themselves a little bit of extra time. They will use the window and they will deal the damage. Crimson once again standing up here on the high ground with his window all to use. Fortunately for him, there's a laser beam with his name on it, and that will just mean the late end to Don as well. So Honeypot, they don't get the free push through C. They get themselves some late kills.
This early fight loss for Order really does hurt them because one of the strong points of C is to establish early control in the choke for the entrance. The map for C opens slightly now, but you would like to have a bit more of a close angle play, and the corner is all super important. Now you got to defend against a Blade, and Don is still 12% off, which does hurt.
We'll see when it gets ripped. Whether or not it will come in before Don gets that beat. He's oh so close now. 93%, he goes up into the air. He's going to pull the Blade out. Don is dead anyways. It does not matter. They will drop the Immortality Field. Soggy wants to try and get some kills. Doesn't get it done. Gets dealt with by the supports of Order. Quats will drop down into the payload area. He wants to try and get some space through his buddy Felix on the high ground to do the damage they need, and they will get the kill. So Order, they hold off against the Blade, all with Don going down early on too.
And they got rid of Felix as well, because Quats just finds the miracle pin. Like, he just nails that from out of nowhere. Super well played. Unfortunately, Soggy just couldn't get rid of the Immortality Field, had no support for it. He was kind of on his own. He needed to try and solo carry somehow on its own, but just couldn't find enough slashes and HP to get through the Immortality Field and then the players at the same time as well.
Artillery strike might buy them a bit of space. They get one of these cooldowns out of them with the Immortality Field. Turret form gets committed as well, so it's artillery time now for Niang. He goes out onto the window to try and force them off of that corner. Crimson has to drop this late Immortality Field and will use the window that nobody is standing behind.
Photon Barrier is so good.
And now everybody is just utilizing ults, but the payload is still moving, Kev. 20 seconds left to go in this map as well. Honeypot want to try and get themselves a full complete here. Beat gets dropped by Don. Everybody gets pulled in by the Terror Surge. Doesn't connect onto anybody. Play to Yen with the two-piece highlight reel, and now Order are just holding on to C. And this looks like the final resting place of this payload for this map. And Bertlog does a nice little moment to see if he can get some more payload movement. Won't work out. It's 59.09 for Honeypot.
It's not a bad amount of distance. I mean, I think it was going to be dubious for them to finish the entire map, but that's an okay amount of distance to get. Good news for Order is if they can get to the final point, I think their opportunity of winning the map is going to be very good because their team comp is just better suited for pushing C. The difficulty will be A and B. These TPs have to be magnificent. B especially, I think, is going to be the trouble. Point for the side of Order. They have to deal with the range difference. They have to deal with the low to high ground. They only get one TP until the cooldown comes back up. And honestly, A was really problematic as well because A should have been a little bit more of a delay. B, you start to see a bit more back and forth, but A was just a one and done, which is a massive problem for Order on the defense.
Yeah, I think that's where a lot of the issues may come back to haunt them here for Order. Could be that A defense, but either way, they have the potential now to do it themselves. See what Honeypot are going to set up for their opening defense, whether or not they're going to hold big earls and try and play around the corner. They're going to try this early hold as well.
Thought about the May, but I don't think it's the right meta for it.
Maybe a tournament ago.
Probably going to be a top left TP playing. That'd be a good angle to set up on.
Like maybe Honeypot are aware.
Honeypot on the they're playing the inside card, but which order it's likely they go. Okay, they are going to go left, but the TP is a bit of a waste of TP. They get to go left anyway. They get to go top left anyway, so that's where they want to go.
Yep. So they've been able to get the high ground. They make the rotation for themselves. Defenders where the attackers are. Attackers where the defenders should be. Play to Yen. Oh, so low. Loses the shield. Soggy gets the kill there on a Felix. Loses his life for it as well. So this is a trade benefiting the attackers as well. But all about keeping Quats alive here for the attackers. They lose out on Adam's life for a long time. He is able to stay alive for a little bit longer, and Play to Yen eventually deals with him. So Honeypot are starting to falter here, losing their tank. They will not be able to hold on, much like we saw on the defense from Order.
We were online. Collects on 93, Crimson 89. TP for Big Girls. See how long they can solo push this one for, but you need Crimson to set up the angle. You need Crimson and Felix to both win this together. And there's no other ult in play, so Windows are going to settle this one way or the other.
Yep. Going to drop the window here up on Big Girls. It's going to be hard for them to try and move their way through this.
Felix went far forward.
Has not been able to drop his as well, so he's going to drop his window up there on the small little choke point. So that just means that Order are going to drop down from Big Girls and completely get away from that sight line. Both the windows going a little bit wayward. At Order, they're the ones with the photon barrier here, so this next fight could be all theirs. They have to try and play around with this artillery strike that's going to come in. Yang wins the fight against Felix in the turret mode. Wants to try and look towards Don. Doesn't get him in. Talent field goes down and try and keep Adam alive for a little bit longer. They do keep the Orisa alive for a little bit, but now the photon barrier cuts the battlefield in half. Everyone needs to get on the same page. Yang gets a cut off from his team, but doesn't get the healing that he required. And they will lose their Bastion, which is a lot of their damage. Terror Sword goes down. They don't do the damage to get the kills because the beats get dropped by both of these Lucios. We're going to drop a hammer directly onto Adam. Doesn't do all too much damage to this Orisa because he stays alive a lot thanks to the Lucio around him, but it's everybody else that is falling down, not the Orisa, and they eventually will clean up the mess that is Honeypot and get themselves an A cap as well.
Yeah, good pace. This will allow them to have a really good shot at B as well. Because again, B is a difficult point for Order. They need to get to C because I think they're favored there. So map is fully capable and winnable. We're not going to get time back at all. They already got the TP going, which is actually quite difficult with the reset on Honeypot. Their ability to affect this high ground is going to be rough.
They're going to try with the
TP got
artillery
broken
strike.
as well.
So they have separated some of these members with this TP going down. So unfortunately for Quats, he's going to be stuck on this high ground by himself. They want to come in, get rid of that tank, and they do get it done. So the isolated members of Order have been punished. Now we're seeing Honeypot walk in and get their defense rolling on B. 3 unanswered kills for them so far. How many ultimates do they have available? They've got 2 for Honeypot. Not really much in the back pocket for Order because they used the wall in that last fight.
So actually, underrated thing about artillery is it's really good for breaking TP. And you actually saw their breaking TP was huge because 2 players got stuck out in the middle of nowhere. Quats and Play to end that eventually get booped off the top by Bertlog. Both isolated, both dead, and that is what will win the fight for Honeypot.
Now they're going to go back to that same high ground here. The Dragon Blade will come in. The boop was good there by Don to at least keep Soggy at bay for now, but it doesn't matter because the Dragon strikes twice. And they say, see you later to the 3-4 members from the side of Order, and that was what we call a team kill. And Honeypot hold on once again.
Because it's good that Order can go to the high ground with the TP, but Honeypot just dropped down, and once they drop down, Order have to follow. In the midst of that chaos, mid-rotation is where Soggy strikes, finds the blade opportunity. This time is going to connect instantly on the back line. 2 targets he would like to get every single time. It's going to be the Sim and the Bat. The Mortality Field be damned. Successful blade means successful defense, and this is it. This is a lot of difficulty on beat with 5v4.
Yeah, Bertlog just plays a little bit too far. I think he copped a stray swing coming in there from Quad. So this window and the turret form is going to do a lot of damage for them. Nice little TP play from Play 2 Yen as well to get away from these sight lines. So Nyang's not able to stand here and free hit, and this is a big Terror Surge, connects onto multiple people. Quats goes down because he has that slowed movement speed. And now with a lot of damage and a lot of this mitigation going away, they're able to try and get an aggressive posture going. But Order, they are starting to fight back. They're not making this free here for Honeypot. Play 2 Yen wants to sit onto this payload. The artillery strike will go up into the air. Do all too nuts for Felix. And Yang gets the 2-piece, looking for the 3rd. Adam says, see you later to Don. And they just get the respawn of Quats, but he has to fall back.
One of the few times you see the artillery get cancelled because the Bastion dies mid-cast. So, bit of a rare one there. Usually the artillery is super safe, and Quats died early, so he wasn't in that fight at all. Order knew they were stuck. They didn't feel confident in falling back, so they said, screw it, we're going to play the 4vx here. Use the sound barrier, get aggressive. But unfortunately, they lose the fight anyway as Quats comes back up, and that is an extremely bad situation, as is this one.
Yeah, Bertlog finds the kill there on a Felix, and it looks like the Shadow does absolutely nada for the side of Order. Potts really wanted to try and hit on multiple members. Played to Yen wants to get this fight going. Loses the fight against Color Hex. And once again, it's another team fight victory for Honeypot.
Yeah.
They at least get the kill on Asogi, but they've only got a minute left to push through B here.
Felix isolated. Potts shatter blocked. And it's still not over because he got a late death on a Dawn.
Nice little spear there from Adam. Sure, that was a snipe in the air.
And 4 ultimates for Honeypot. This is looking very, very one-sided now for what could be the final 1 or 2 contests. There's just very little of the bank left to go through. Photon Barrier is going to be nice, but consider that even if Order win the next fight with the ultimates, Payload is in the middle of nowhere. They have not pushed.
Yeah, they're in such an awkward spot. They break the sightline here from the window as well. Soggy gets the kill there on the Crimson with a deflected fire strike, and with 2 members going down, it is also hard, especially with the retreats completely cut off by the artillery strike. Yang is just staring like God from the skies. It says, see you later. Order, they've got one more attempt at this. They need to do this push through B in 1 shot.
Yeah, because we got OTs as well. The good news is if they can win it in OT, the OT spawns will slow down Honeypot, but they're just going to run out of resources. It will cost Order everything to win this.
Maybe the Dragon Blade could be the final nail in the coffin. It looks like it is. Soggy gets the 2-piece, make it a 3rd, wants to get the full 5 by himself. Nyang will chime in. They've only got Don left, and unfortunately for him, he's not fast away to run away from the Honeypot squad, and they will close it out in 5. We had a draw. We had back-to-back games. We had back-and-forth games. We had everything in this series, but Honeypot have shaken off yesterday and come in today and will get their rematch against the Miku Fan Club.
Yeah, still a decent amount of yen made for play to yen there.
Yep.
Coming in 3rd, that was a really good result, one of the best results for Order that we've had. Second time they've come 3rd, a lot of 4th places in there, but you know, one thing that's always been guaranteed for the squad is they're in the upper echelons. They know they can make those top 4s, and this time they'll make a top 3 as well in the final season of the year. Good showing. I mean, Honeypot's going to be a tough customer. That's one of the better results against Honeypot that we've seen. A draw into a map win. They now join one of only 2 other teams, so one of 3 teams now that have ever taken a map off of Honeypot. Miku Fan Club still the only team that have taken a match, at least domestically Australia, off of Honeypot. Really just think it was a good overall season for Order. A team that you don't usually expect to be a major contender for the win. Really push Honeypot today. That's something to be proud of.
Yeah, definitely. I think all throughout this tournament, they've kind of just been plodding along, doing their own stuff, and I think they really did find their identity towards the latter stages of this tournament with this. Reinhardt from Quads. Felix was a big standout for me. He was an absolute fragger in so many different series, and he was able to do a whole lot of heavy carrying in a lot of those series, and Order did exactly what they needed to get themselves into this top 3. And, I mean, to be perfectly honest with you, it looked like they had Honeypot backs against the wall. Maybe if Midtown wasn't a draw for them, we would be singing a completely different tune because they got the Flashpoint as well. So it is a very spicy set of maps that they were able to play here up against Honeypot. Maybe, you know, looking at the 2-1 scoreline, if they won Midtown, if they won Suravasa, that's when, you know, Honeypot's backs were against the wall and things could completely change.
I think the turning point for me was Esperanza. If Esperanza was still pretty winnable because Order led Esperanza for like 9 minutes. It was only in the last minute and a half that it got turned around and suddenly the flip happened, and that was when the game got out of the hands of Order. But had they won Esperanza, you know, yes, Honeypot then win Route 66 or wherever they go, maybe they could even go to Circuit, whatever they like. And then you have the Map 6 situation where, you know, as I was saying, you get the choice of Lijiang Tower and Toxic Peninsula if you are the side of Order. That looks like a decent potential for a 3-2 scoreline. Here, I think even if you win Route, you go to Ilios, Adam forces Diva on you, Solgi goes Echo. It just gets really weird for you. You can't really play Ryan there. Even Junk Queen is dubious. So Ilios would be a very, very tough customer for the side of Order to get past. So maybe this is unfortunately just how the cards were going to roll, even if they were going to win Route 66. To me, Esperanza was the key map. Yeah,
exactly. There's a whole lot of ifs, ands, and buts, but at the end of the day, it was a victory here for Honeypot. And we've got the main man on the line, so let's bring in Adam. Let's have a chat to him after this series. Adam, mate, congrats on another dub here. It's not always that you're seeing yourselves in the lower bracket, so talk through us the mentality of the boys going into today's series.
Yeah, I think we just wanted to show up with something that could beat the Ryan comp. Like, the Ryan comp's really strong. I think we just needed to, like, commit, you know? But, yeah, no, Ryan comp's good in this meta, so it's hard to beat.
So you guys, obviously you have to beat Order first and then go to Miku Fan Club. You talked about how you maybe had a little bit of prep versus Order. So what are some of the major differences between... Well, actually, let's talk about yesterday first. We didn't get to talk to you about yesterday. You guys lost to Miku Fan Club, but you've lost maps to them before. This time you lost a series, but it looked very one-sided because you guys didn't cap a point at all.
I think it was an off day for us. Like, I think if we perform like that today, we'd still get stomped by Order. Like, today is like everyone's energized, everyone's like feeling it now.
Yeah.
We're ready.
So now what's going to happen versus Miku Fan Club again? Because obviously it looks like you guys have changed things up in the match versus Order. Maybe you'll keep those changes moving forward or do something special versus Miku Fan Club, but it's going to be a different team because you're not up against the Ryan anymore. You're back up against the Romani Junker Queen, who personally it looked like to me Romani just didn't get killed at all yesterday. He was immortal.
Yeah, no, I was complaining about that a lot after. Don't worry. I think the Queen, a lot more teams are playing it, so it's a lot easier to verse than the Reinhardt stuff, if that makes sense.
Right.
So, yeah, no, we'll be prepared. We're ready.
Got any more for him?
I
feel like you every time we have Adam here, you ask him a million questions.
We could keep going.
You're gonna
But I was going to leave one for you because I like to go 2 and 2.
I just don't want to take too much time away from Adam because he's got a grand final to prepare for. So Adam, congrats on this series. I know you guys are going to bring something special up against the Miku Fan Club, and we're all looking forward to a full 7 mapper in the grand final. So good luck.
No, not 7. What?
That's what I want, bro. I'm sorry, I don't make the rules.
4 to us.
Okay.
Maybe 1 to them, but like 4 to us.
Okay, 5 maps. I'll take 5 maps then, Adam. But good luck in the next series.
Thank you, guys.
Cheers.
Thanks. Don't want to force Adam to reveal too much strategy.
Yeah,
so I was like,
that's fair enough. That's fair enough. I just thought, I don't know.
What is your secret weapon
maybe you
versus
wanna,
Miku Fan Club?
To ask him something
I just kind of
else.
want to know what happened yesterday. That was the main thing, right? Because that was such a strange occurrence.
I
he said it was an
definitely-
off day. It looked like an off day. Very off day. 0 point. Okay, a very, very off day.
That's the thing is, I think it definitely was not the best showing coming in from Honeypot, and I imagine, players of that caliber, they are definitely going to recognize that wasn't an on-day for them, and even he said he felt like if they played like that against Order, they probably would have got crushed as well. So, seems like today they've turned it on, they've figured out, they fixed their mistakes, and they're ready and raring to go. So I'm excited to see what it's going to look like going into the Miku Fan Club, because for them, I think the mentality is, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? Like, their composition has looked so strong throughout the entirety of the tournament. They're able to beat Honeypot, completely decimate them yesterday. They're going to be running the same stuff, and I think for me, it's really on what does Honeypot change going into that series.
And the good news is that when you go up against Miku Fan Club versus Order, in terms of the difference of the two teams, it really is the difference between Ryan and the Junker Queen. Very similar type of matchup. You just have to consider the more raw aggression coming through from the Junker Queen, where they need to go faster. They got to TP more aggressively into the backline versus going up against Order. It's a Ryan version. They've got to play more, a little bit more for Felix, setting him up on angles, and they're going to play some TP strats as well, but it's going to be a little bit more measured. So there are some similarities, but enough that it is going to be different. But as Adam said, they probably have more practice versus Junker Queen because it's the more common composition that teams will play.
Yeah, so I'm excited to see what everybody's going to whip out. But before we get into this grand final, it is time for our Macca's play of the game. This time around, our Macca's play of the game is going to be the 3-piece from none other than Yang. This is a very, very important moment for him in this series, was the flank into killing the 2 supports, and that meant they were able to capture it.
And the real important part about this play of the game is, like, it's not even just the number of people you kill, it's how important that moment was. It's how clutch that moment was. And they needed that, because if you look at it, they were down. I mean, Soggy's already gone. Adam's on low HP. This could go very poorly for Honeypot, and they would have absolutely have lost the map if they failed to win this fight in cap. Because it was off that point, off that fight, that I think they capped out the map.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was.
And sure, they still didn't do a good enough job defending because they didn't. They allowed a time bank for Order and put it into a draw in a scenario, which is super hard to win, by the way. But they gave themselves a shot at least to make the draw happen, and that wouldn't have happened if Niang didn't clutch up.
Yeah, and I mean, we could be singing a completely different song, because a lot of those maps felt like it was one moment from tipping into one team's favor or another, and maybe we might be having an interview with somebody from Order instead of Adam. But either way, that's the way the cookie has crumbled this time around, ladies and gentlemen. In the lower bracket will go the way of Honeypot. They are set up for a date with Destiny to see if they can take down the Miku Fan Club for their 3rd straight tournament victory. We'll wait and see whether or not this grand final is going to go one way or another, but make sure you join us on the other side of this for the thrilling conclusion of the full series. Yeah, they want to try and separate some of these members of Honeypot and see if they can take them down, but unfortunately for Order, that was Quats who bites the dust first. And now we're on board with Soggy, seeing he can isolate play to Yen once again. takes him down. 3 unanswered kills. We're probably going to make it 5 here at the end of the day in the first percent. We'll go the way of Honeypot towards the point, and Quats, unfortunately, is oh so low. He does win the fight, though, up against Adam. Yang gets one back by taking down Felix, so maybe if Adam's able to get back into this fight, they can hold on to some of this position they've been able to gain so far. And Yang gets the kill there on a play to get into the turret form as well. About to crack the shield on the Quads, completely laser beams down Crimson as well. Burlock oh so low. I don't know how they're able to keep him alive, but they do it just enough. Now we're seeing these tanks, and who can stay alive for longer in this overtime fight? Yang goes into the background,
Supports
two with the turret form, and as you said, supports go down. Honeypot might be able to hold on. This fight will continue as well, though. Another flank coming in from Yang, gets chimed in by with Soggy as well, gets the kill on the play to Yang. So finally we see a team fight victory here on the defense for Honeypot. Got the beat and the dragon play, but it's all trying to find those right areas for them to get it done. Turret form up into the air. Color Hex goes down, so they don't have one of their supports, but Soggy gets it done with the 3-piece. That's going to make it a 4 as well. First window goes to Aki of Crimson. Collex will drop his as well, but the Terraform gets rid of Adam, gets rid of Bertlog as well. Collex at least gets something back on play to Yam, and the rest of Honeypot will fall back to Spore. Maybe the Dragon Blade could be the final nail in the coffin. It looks like it is. Soggy gets the 2-piece, make it a 3rd, wants to get the full 5 by himself.
The Monopoly game at Macca's is back, with 1 in 4 chances to win, and prizes like a $10,000 Amazon.com.au or Webjet e-gift card, fuel for a year from Ampol, and more. Get into Macca's and play today.
Bit of an extended break, ladies and gentlemen, but it was to all the things that we have worked towards for the past 3 weeks. And that is the grand final of the fall series here for Overwatch Contenders Australia. That's right. We had 8 teams. They started out in a double elimination bracket, and now it's come down to 2. 2 teams probably expected to be here, but probably on different sides of the bracket. Honeypot had to make the run through the lower bracket. They're going to play 2 series today, and the Miku fan club were the team that were waiting in the upper bracket for them. And now they get a rematch.
Seems fated that we want to get to this game eventually, right? The Miku fan club versus Ground Zero. Miku fan club versus Honeypot Grand Final. We did have Ground Zero in a final in the first season of the year. In Spring Series, it was Ground Zero versus Honeypot. Still a 4-0. Honeypot at this stage have gone back-to-back and then make a 3-peat happen. They really want it to happen because, well, Adam was not happy about last night's game, as he mentioned in the interview. But on the other side is, I think, a very strong-looking Romani, Jungle Queen, plus the rest of Miku Fan Club, and man, they were phenomenal yesterday. That was the best we've seen in Miku Fan Club, and unfortunately, it was also probably the worst we saw at Honeypot.
Yeah, it felt like everybody on the Miku Fan Club were just clean and firing, right? It felt like nobody dropped the ball, everybody was on the same page, and they really just did rip apart Honeypot. And sometimes that's the way the cookie crumbles in esports. Is the one day that you're off is the one day that you have to perform, and if you don't do that in the server, then you fall down into the lower bracket. But Honeypot seems like they are ready for the challenge this time around. They are ready to be the ones that have to play the more maps of Overwatch to get the dub here in Overwatch Contenders Australia. And if any team can do it, it is going to be Honeypot. But they have to try and get through the Miku Fan Club, who have proven time and time again that when they are on their composition, they look extremely strong. And Kev, what a cool composition that they've been running as well with the Junk Queen. Obviously, it's not completely out of the meta. It is something that is very stunned in the meta, but the way that they pilot it, the way that they work together as a squad has been something to watch.
I always like to talk about titles here as well, especially when we get to the final day and into the grand finals. And what's really interesting about this particular matchup is that nobody on Miku Fan Club has actually won a Contenders title, ever. That includes Frogger, because he's played previous seasons, but unfortunately his teams have never been at the top. And it's a really interesting case because, then his team eventually became Order, the original Order back in 2019, but Frogger was no longer on the team at that stage. You look at the opposite side, you have Honeypot, and every single person has at least one Contenders one time. Merit has got the 1 title, and everybody else has at least 2. So the discrepancy between the 2 teams is fairly extreme. If Miku Fan Club were to win today, they would all be first-time Contenders winners. That includes Romani, who comes in from the US as well. But if it were going to be Honeypot, it would be, as mentioned previously, 8 for Bertlog. He would have won 50% of all total seasons there ever has been in Contenders Australia.
What an absolute freak. But, ladies and gentlemen, as always, you guys know it by now, this game is brought to you by the Monopoly game at Macca's. You guys can scan and play today. Let's get into it. It's grand final time, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sure everybody's got their feet up right now. A lot of fans that are sitting in the chat hoping to see their team come out victorious, but they have to get 4 map victories under their belt. Minimum of 4 maps. You heard it from Adam. He's only willing to give them 1 away. We'll see if that is what's going to pan out, and I'm sure that's the exact face that a lot of the Miku Fan Club fans are going to be throwing in the chat right now. Excited to see their boys roll out once again. They had to wait through that series of Honeypot and Order. Now they get to sit and watch them do what they do best.
I like to try and imagine where that 1 would be. If there were to be 1 given away, and yesterday there were 3 given away, one of which was actually on Busan. We're playing Busan again, and if memory serves correct, Busan, obviously it was a 0-point lockout, so they didn't get a point anywhere. Mecha Base in particular was disgustingly one-sided to memory.
I remember that Mecha Base. That was just every single time that TP went through, it was basically 2 to 3 members of Honeypot would go down basically instantaneously.
I think Romani went deathless on Mecha Base.
Yes, I think he did as well.
Probably more than Romani, because I think multiple members probably went deathless there. But Adam's going to come out of Jungle Queen, so Busan here is going to be the swap up for the side of Honeypot. Trying to lean into the interview like what's going to be different this time around. Well, apparently what's different is no more Orisa.
Yeah, the difference is they are completely mirror matching them this time around, just trying to hope and pray that their personal mechanics are going to be able to what's going to carry them, but Olam has already started out by taking down Soggy, and the Miku fan club get themselves the opening picks, and we've already seen what happens when Romani gets left to his own devices. He is a terror in the server. He is taken down 2, and with that, Honeypot lose the first fight. Miku fan club get the first percent.
What a really nice opening frag, as well as Olam will be the first person to get a frag. He'll be the last one to get a frag at the bottom end of the fight as well. Soggy has to be careful not to go down twice in a row. Whereas Olam dashing into Soggy, that sets up the 5 versus 4. Romani cleans up a bunch in the middle, and as mentioned previously, Olam then gets a little bit more towards the end. So amazing start from Miku fan club. They begin where they left off yesterday versus Honeypot. Straight dominance out the gate. Not a single kill from Honeypot just yet.
Yeah, it seems like they want to continue this momentum. Unfortunately for Romani, there was a lot of damage that was going directly towards him. The tickets were enough to keep him alive for long enough to get back around the corner. Soggy, though, opens it up by taking down Nu. Adam will get one back on his tank counterpart, and they will turn the tables much like the Miku fan club did to them yesterday. Completely 5 unanswered kills on the back of a Soggy 4K.
And Adam, we talked to him in the interview about this as well, said that Romani was immortal yesterday. Adam wasn't pleased that he takes it upon himself. He'll say, I will take down Romani. Queen versus Queen combat. And as you mentioned as well, Soggy gets his revenge, dies first. The previous fight will be on the multi-frag here and overtakes Olam as well as we look towards first ultimates. August on the Katsuna Rush, Soggy on the Blade.
Ooh. Color Hex, on critical HP now.
Has to burn Suzu for that.
Yeah, that's kind of detrimental to them, especially now with this Dragon Blade getting pulled first. And Honeypot, they were not ready for this fight. Nu says, see you later to 2 of the members of Honeypot. And off the back of that massive amount of damage that went towards Color Hex, Honeypot just got knocked off kilter.
Well, Bertlog died at 97, so he didn't have sound barrier. Frogger did. That's a huge difference. So 2 things needed to happen here. Honeypot didn't realize their advantage in the Blade. They didn't realize that Soggy was actually ahead. Probably said that, okay, well, Soggy died first fight. The likeliness of being ahead probably low. So they didn't play their Blade fast enough. Now it's going to be sound barrier versus Nu's overclock. They'll block out the overclock.
Yeah, so he hasn't been able to get some free kills, but Romani comes in with a big old rampage. I believe they hit on the 4 members, and that converts into 2 kills for them. Yank gonna try his best for some of these big rails. Isn't able to get the kills. Gets one trade there onto Olam. Stays alive for a little longer. But it's all the Miku fan club all day.
And it's huge that they got Color Hex there as well, because one of the ways you would defend against a Rampage is have your Kiriko alive, use that Suzu and just prevent members from bleeding down. But beyond that as well, Color Hex needs to get rid of this Katsuna Rush, because August is already 58% on towards the second. Color Hex still holding on to the first for the retake, final fight.
Yeah, they need to get this fight going for Honeypot to have something going their way here on downtown. Adam's going to try and stay alive for as long as he possibly can, because there's a Rampage to try and utilize here. Carnage goes through onto Romani, and that is 3 quick picks for Honeypot. Neither of these teams have had a very even contest when it comes to these team fights. It is one way or another.
That was a weird final moment there. It didn't seem like Miku fan club were on the right page of whether we were going to hold the point a little bit longer or actually just reset there, because Olam went in to play the fight and Frogger runs off the map. But in either case, 99 was confirmed by Miku fan club, so they got the goal. Now, can they find the fight? August close to the next ultimate. Honeypot, though, they need to stretch this out. They have Rampage, but they need to push this to 99 somehow. Getting the kill to Nu is one way to do it.
Big
That's an instant
opening
reset.
As you said, and this is the power of the Sojourn, is sometimes you just throw a rail and hit somebody, and that is a free kill for you. They're going to pop the Katsune Rush here from August as well. Romani got about half HP off of that, so if Honeypot can disengage, this is big for them.
Well, that's one ult gone now. It's one ult just to push Honeypot back, and Miku fan club barely got space out of it.
All the Rampage goes deep, connects onto 4, but the Suzu is good from August, gets 2 of the supports away from that bleed, and now they've gotten the kill onto Adam, but they trade it back directly there onto Romani. Frogger goes down as well. Soggy gets the 2-piece, Bertlog chimes in, and Color Hex as well, so it's Miku fan club who don't win that trade battle, and we're going to be looking at final fight territory for downtown.
Giant from Soggy and Yang. They need to be able to trade Romani. Here we go. Sound barrier up and available. Frogger. Well, not quite. Frogger's 4% off, actually.
They need to touch. They get close enough.
Frogger
comes in from the back. Doesn't get away far enough. Adam says no to you. And Frogger will not be able to stay alive for the beat. Yang gets the fight win against Nu as well with the rails. And now with the trickle in from the Miku fan club, they don't have a strong foothold in downtown. And unfortunately for them, maybe this is where they start with Olam starting to chop people to pieces. But it's Soggy who dashes through him, and Honeypot will strangle this back from a 99%. And they will win downtown.
It's poetic because you have Bertlog in the first 2 fights. Second fight 3% off his sound barrier, couldn't save his team. And our Frogger in the final fight, 1% off sound barrier, couldn't save himself or his team. Really, really tight margins there. We're talking like a couple of extra shots landing, a little bit of extra healing, and that would have been the difference maker, for sure.
And that's what it comes down to, right? These teams are so evenly matched that it will just be a % here or there. It'll be a half a second. It'll be a missed shot. Be a little bit of extra healing going into one of the other supports instead of one of them. So Honeypot. They're not going to get 0 point locked out this time around.
That's for sure.
In downtown, they're looking to try and get a little bit of their dignity back after yesterday. Started out strong. Bastion this time around here for Olam. They've come in with the Baptiste change up as well as the Symmetra, so they want to try and play a little bit faster here with Romani, getting those TPs into the background. Trying to take out some of these supports, but as you said in the previous series, they are a little bit quicker when it comes to the mobility, and Soggy gets the first kill on Olam, gets the second there onto August as well, and Honeypot have started with the pace themselves. And they will shut out the Miku fan club, winning the first fight. Adam halfway to a rampage already. Noob, 2 HP. They want to try and get this kill
TP
onto
gone.
the Symmetra, but TP goes away.
Yeah, that's really nice there. Didn't self-stagger. Adam's got a good amount of charge. Not really insanely far ahead, so no one's really ridiculously far for the second fight going. With Honeypot, outplay the TP rotations, and then let Soggy, I think in my opinion, really do the work as Olam's already swapped off the Bastion, so no more Bastion for this now.
Yeah, they want to try and have the Genji for a few more of those Genji v Genji battles. August goes down, but Adam, he's the more important kill for the Miku fan club to get. They will lose Nu as well, so they only really have their tank and a DPS and a support alive at the moment, but with Romani getting the kill there on Yang, it's too hard for Honeypot to hold on.
And I think in a different matchup where it's not Junker Queen, we're talking about Orisa or Ryan, Romani living there while Adam dies is not as big of a deal, but in this situation, Adam going down, Romani being alive, we saw this all throughout yesterday.
Yeah.
Romani is just not going to die. He's going to hold that team strong on point.
And now the Photon Barrier will split the battlefield in half, but it seems like the Honeypot have done a good job at recouping, getting themselves away from this barrier, so they are playing basically back at a neutral. Adam gets the kill there on a Frogger, but 3 members get hit by the Rampage. Yang says, see you later, to Romani in the background, and now they've been able to stabilize against these ultimates. They've got 4 of their own left available. The commanding shout will just push them further in, and Bertlog, the 2-piece with the boot.
Really high confidence by Honeypot. 3 members, I think minimum got caught by that Rampage. It was a good one. I thought members going to bleed out for sure. The Color Hex, Kitsune Rush was already there.
Oh, late stagger on the
really
Frogger.
slow, really fast cooldown rather on the Suzu. You save 2 members. Bertlog even holds the barrier. 1 kill does go back the way, but with all those going down, it is still looking Honeypot.
Yeah, especially with Adam still alive. Romani gets the kill there on a Bertlog, but with Adam turning around and getting the 2 DPS down, it is hard for them to deal with this Junker Queen, and they did that just to burn a bit more percent out of the clock. Now Romani has to wait for his teammates to come back into this fight.
Nu back on Sojourn, that's important. They're lacking the one-shot power.
Yeah.
Nu did a really good job yesterday of putting that pressure onto Honeypot. So I think if you're not going to play the Bastion, you shouldn't play the Sim either. You either play the Sim Bastion or you don't.
There's a lot of ultimates available here for Honeypot as well, so what are they going to try and commit for this? It's Beat and the Overclock so far. There's Beat coming back in. Response from Frogger. 3 people get hit by the Rampage coming in from Adam. They were able to clean that up and take down Frogger. So one of the supports goes down. Soggy, Olam hasn't been able to find much with his own Dragon Blade, so he's left waiting in the sidelines for his team to try and recoup with him. Nu is on critical HP, gets dealt with by Yang, who went on the aggressive angle. They're just taking the Miku fan club apart. They have come back with a vengeance here on Busan.
Wow.
They will make it a 2-0 and start out with the first map victory.
Yeah, Honeypot heard that Mecha Base was a problem. Well, here's how you solve that problem. You don't go to Mecha Base, you win 2-0. Sanctuary, downtown, no Mecha Base, and it's done. It was still very competitive back and forth, but Honeypot said the vibes were good in the interview, looking good so far.
Yeah, it seems like they've just flipped a switch, right? They just want to go into the Junker Queen mirror. They just want to play their composition, and you can see it feels like in a lot of these series as well, the team that is just kind of setting the tempo with the composition they want to play and not playing, hero roulette, they're the ones that are more often than not going to be having control of these maps, and that's what Honeypot have come into this. They've decided on a game plan. They've set up for a good place for them to fight. They've been able to win a lot of these fights as well. not without getting a little bit of retorts from the Miku fan club, but they just look oh so comfortable in this mirror match that it seems like this is a completely different team from yesterday.
I just think the change up from playing the Orisa into the Jungle Queen and just saying we'll mirror them. Like we struggled with the Orisa yesterday. I think part of the issue was also that they got greedy with the double flex support look as well. That just wasn't working out for them. Lack of symmetry for the Bastion. A lot of things about the Honeypot comp yesterday I was not a fan of. Today, even if they came out with the Orisa comp, the same comp they beat Order with, I would have been okay with that. But I'm also extremely okay with just them putting out the Jungle Queen themselves, because Adam says, I can play that hero.
Yeah.
There's no issues. We can play all the heroes. We can play Genji, we can play Sojourn. These are all heroes we're amazing at. Burtlog's the GOAT on Lucio for Australia, for OCE, so yeah, pull it out. Why not? And I think one of the mistakes from Miku Fan Club is on Sanctuary, they decide to go Sim Bastion when it's very clear in the Jungle Queen mirror that the typical Summer Showdown style comp with the Sojourn Genji Jungle Queen is probably what you should be playing instead. Now, you can maybe make the Sim Bastion work, but I think it's way easier just to rotate around the Bastion. It's also map dependent. On a control map with good geometry to hide behind, you can just out-angle the Bastion so effectively and get behind the Bastion, get on top of the Bastion. And so eventually you do see MFC swap over to the correct heroes, but it took a while because they didn't swap at the same time. They swapped off the Bastion first, kept the Sim, then eventually swapped off the Sim, and they lost so much time just like waiting to slowly swap.
Yeah, and I feel like we've said that time and time again, right? It feels like if you get yourself stuck on the wrong composition, it's better to just rip the Band-Aid off and get it done so you at least have a bit more time to try and correct the course. But it seems like so far Honeypot have put themselves in a really, really good position to try and get this series on a roll for them. But the Miku Fan Club, they have been fantastic on this composition all throughout the entirety of this tournament. So I'd imagine they're going to be able to pull out some special stuff, really be able to pop off. And I think a player that you mentioned in that previous map as well has been new, right? I feel like if he starts hitting some big shots on that Sojourn, that's when it can really start to swing back in the favor of MFC, because all it takes is him just, as you said, on New Junk City, like he just decimated everybody because he was just hitting rails left, front, and center.
I like to see Niang show up today as well versus, you saw that very nice little 1v1 between Niang and Nu, where Niang just had full confidence to slide into him and chase him down. Like, you need that kind of play as well to be able to leave your mark and, be able to mentally say, this is not your day to just completely tear us apart like yesterday. This is going to be a different matchup entirely. So as we head into map number 2, which is going to be Numbani, by the way, excellent run back of yesterday's map, so we get to see the changes here if there are any. Remember, Numbani yesterday was a complete shambles for Honeypot as well. I would have actually said that Numbani was probably the worst of the 3 maps that we saw, because on the other 3 maps, on New Junk City, we saw a little bit more action, a little bit more back and forth. Yeah, okay, it was a 3-0, but there was a bit more competition on 3 points. On Busan, Mecha Base aside, I think on Downtown there's a bit more competition. Mecha Base was super one-sided. But Numbani, the whole of it, in my opinion, was not very competitive.
No. It felt like Honeypot just really had no way of attacking that A-side defense. They did win a couple of team fights on their defense, but I think I think there was still like a minute and a half left when they eventually did lose on their defense. So it wasn't like, they got full held and then the first push was what the Miku Fan Club were able to cap the point with. There still was a little bit of fight in them, but definitely wasn't their best map from yesterday.
Attacking side is where we need to really examine Honeypot. That was where things got really bad for them. They didn't. Not only did they not cap or get a tick or whatever, I don't think they saw the point. We had that conversation yesterday.
They saw it for a very small amount of time, and I think it was a little back cap coming in.
Yeah, it was like the team hasn't even gone and touched the point at any stage. They failed entirely to even push any part of the map at all. So I think if you're Miku Fan Club, you choose this map, great choice. You dominated here yesterday. You know the kind of tricks that Honeypot can pull through. But Honeypot can pull through some tricks. I think there's like 4 different styles they can play here.
Yeah.
Obviously the Jungle Queen mirror, the Orisa from yesterday. Sigma on either attack and defense can work. But also beyond that, the extra Diva on attack or defense is not bad as well. So there's a few different operations that you can go towards here. Also the Soggy Echo is a possibility. They played it yesterday. Maybe expect a little bit more out of that. I don't think they were able to get too much done. You saw what Nanda was able to do on that off-angle Echo versus what Soggy did, and unfortunately Soggy didn't bring enough to the table, but on attack this time around, there's a TP I wanted to see yesterday.
Yep, they just go directly into the back part here. They want to try and get themselves up to the high ground. Free little rotation for them. See if they can get the backstab going in up against...
Counter TP? Nice.
He said counter TP. That was a big tactical nade, though. They ate everything out of that. Everyone went oh so low. They had popped some big cooldowns for that. Adam is oh so low, but the immortality field was there in time. Soggy gets the kill onto Nu. So the defenders are in there. 4 versus 5. Romani goes down, and what we saw yesterday was a thing of the past. Honeypot walk in. They say, no way are we playing like that again. Frogger just gets away. So he's going to be able to buy himself enough time from the Yang, but it will not matter because they lose A in a flash.
Yeah, Romani down there is huge as well. Adam may have gotten down because it looked like he was going pretty deep, but at the end of the day, he was able to sustain himself. Romani swept away from the rest of his team. I think forcing the Immortality Field away from August was really important. That came very early in that hallway fight. But the main difference between what we saw yesterday to today's Honeypot is the addition of the sim just allows you to get aggressive early, and they didn't have that before.
Yeah, they had to play so slow, and they were just constantly getting chipped away from, and now we are seeing these teleports do what they do best, and they are just changing angles like it is no tomorrow, and Romani goes down early on. These defenders wanting to play the high ground. At least Olam gets something here. Oh, there's Older 76. They get themselves the kill because they still have the high ground, but they need to be careful because this payload will get away from them nice and fast. They're going to drop the beat here, and they want to try and start moving their way in. Pardon me, it was just a commanding shout coming in from Adam who gets himself the double kill. And Nu with his photon barrier tried to do something with the window as well, but it just wasn't enough. They barely slowed down the payload.
I mean, there's a lot of melee focus coming through on these types of comps. Like, Adam doesn't care about the photon barrier at all. It really doesn't impact Queen's gameplay by a significant margin. Olam also had to start on Soldier, and part of the reason for that is, in my belief, they have to be expectant of the possibility that Soggy goes Echo. So the mind game of the possible different permutation of the comp does impact the defense of Miku Fan Club, and means that Olam, unfortunately, quote-unquote, starts on the wrong hero.
This time around, though, they will walk in with the window. Surprisingly enough, Yang walks directly past it. He wants to try and play in the small little room, and August will punish him for that, getting the kill on this pesky Bastion player. Exactly what you want from the Miku Fan Club. They start getting their defense going. The photon barrier will go down their own. They do have a Rampage to try and play at the end of these beats. The commanding shout will go through once again. Rampage connects on to 3. A lot of these members are purple and ticking down. Frogger's trying his best to try and get his heals going as quickly as he possibly can, and they eventually will weather the storm that is the Rampage.
Adam just couldn't connect the Carnage there. Now Romani's going to have the Rampage instead. Nothing to block through either. Looks okay.
It's on the 2
members.
Not sure if it does enough, especially with both the supports going down. The Immortality Field was there late enough to be able to make sure that nobody goes down to it. And Romani will, after being put in such a bad position, get destroyed. And Honeypot, they breeze through B. And now they're halfway through A.
Yeah, and they got, well, I call it a bonus time because it's like you have more than half the map's time available after 2 points. So it's like you still have, you know, over 4 minutes here, which is insane. Really expected a little bit more out of that situation on B defense because Romani had the extra Rampage. They survived up against Adam's Rampage, but just couldn't find the Valley, couldn't find those kills.
The artillery strike doesn't really do much, does separate them for a brief moment, but Adam's able to get up to the high ground with the TP, but they still get the kill. The window gets dropped late after Yang goes down, so this is a wasted ultimate coming in here from Color Hex. And it's unfortunate when you see some of these ultimates go a little astray. He's getting chased down here. Soggy does just live.
Pretty sure Adam didn't take the TP in time. He tried to get the TP and it either broke or he just died before he could press the button for the TP. That's really unfortunate for the side of Honeypot. That's going to cost him a fight. I think that's the first actual fight win for Miku Fan Club on this defense as well.
It seems like that's the first real stop that they've been able to have when it comes to the payload. And as you said, they wanted Nu, they get it done, but the rotation was there in time for the Miku Fan Club to get the trade onto Nyang, who is the Bastion player. Adam isn't able to get through the TP, so he's stuck in an awkward spot now, and they'll do their best to keep this Junker Queen alive. Bertlock gets the kill there onto Olam, and with the photon barrier, it's very easy for Honeypot to play the rest of this fight. They get some more kills. The late kill there on Romani is big for them because his payload is just pushing in. Frogger has to come in just to touch the payload so they don't get this fight going. Nu's come back on a Widowmaker to try and get some free little snipes going, but it doesn't look like it's going to be enough for them to contest this fight, but that's what you need. You need the window, and the headshot into Adam says, see you later to the big tank. They're going to drop the beat to see if they can close this map out in time. Bertlock gets in the face of the Widowmaker, and Nu after that shot, it's a little dirty, but it's not enough to hold them back just yet, and they will eventually clean up the remaining members of Honeypot.
That should have been a cap, but Nu just clutches up, and this is the Nu factor for Miku Fan Club. You have these moments, these golden moments for Nu. clutches on a Widowmaker, comes through, and it's a double damage shot through the window as well, and a flick onto Adam. That single shot onto Adam was so pristine. Wow.
That was dirty. The fact that he just hits him in the head and through the window, it is enough.
And he had only one shot. If he misses that,
yeah,
I think Honeypot can.
Because he had Bertlog in the game just running directly at him after that. So the Miku fan club now, they're holding on here on the C. They don't want to have to go into this with such a big time bank to play against. Rampage goes a little wide, at least connects it onto Bertlog and Soggy. So not going to really have good ways of dealing with this. Nude gets rid of Soggy, who's this pesky little Genji in the back lines. And the Miku fan club are making this one scrappy, and they're working it out. Getting the kills on Adam now, finishing off on the Color Hex as well. Honeypot, they want to try and revert back to spawn and get this next attack going.
Yeah, this is looking more difficult now. Time is starting to run away from them as well. Now the Genji comes through for Olam as I think slowly we're going to go back towards, you know, the Sojin Genji type look. Going to get away from the Sim TPs. We're now into the part of the map where these Sim TP rotations aren't nearly as important. It's obviously recognized by Honeypot, and I think by the time we go to OT, they should have a round of good ultimates here.
We'll see who can build up what. I think so close to some of these ultimates that are coming in. Everybody's about half HP though. Olam, he does have the health pack to fall back into, but Soggy, he wants to try and win this fight. Doesn't get his buddies there in time. He's still alive for a little bit longer. That just means they get extra kills on the front line, and Honeypot losing out on Adam, losing out on this positioning is too hard for them to gain back. And the Miku fan club will pop the Kitsune Rush to try and hold something out. Yang wants to see if he can get this clutch going, gets the kill on Ramani. That's a big kill for them to grab. Especially with Adam starting to get this respawn going in. They can keep this payload here around the corner. Maybe try something else. They've got a Rampage coming up for Adam. And a beat as well from Bertlog. Oh, Niang goes down. I believe there was a kunai coming in from August across the map, and they have to retreat because they've only got 30 seconds left to go.
Yeah, I mean, August is good because we saw these yesterday as well. It was the factor that there was somebody on Miku fan club that could hit the shots. And August was able to do that plentiful times yesterday as well. And instantly the pressures alleviated. You saw Honeypot pushing up for what was going to be the fatal push, but slowing things down again. Gives a little bit of time for Miku fan club to fire more ultimates because it's going to be a really heavy ultimate battle for the final fight.
It's going to be about who gets what, and Olam goes down. That's not what you want to see for the Miku fan club. They're losing out on their Genji. There's a Rampage to play around with here. Dragon Blade gets pulled. Soggy wants to get the swipes going. He's doing a lot of damage to the HP of Nu. Gets him done. The Rampage goes back, connects on a 3 from Honeypot. But it is overtime now, and they have to play against these scary members of Honeypot without getting any kills of their own. And after what felt like an age, they had 4 minutes and 40 seconds to go through. See, they held on to the final seconds, but still weren't able to hold on before the completion.
Well, I actually think Miku fan club could have held that as well. Olam, twice, he kind of gets caught out of position. I think he's setting up for the off angle, but he's also setting himself up to be caught as well. And the first death was Olam in the stairway on from attacker's POV, the right side when you're pushing forward. So, yeah, he's found out. It's instant 5v4. Things start to go awry for Miku fan club real quick. You have the TPs to get aggressive, and they're still playing the new sim, by the way, because they want to find that photon barrier, and then Soggy just blades to win. There's no one left alive for Miku fan club to hold on to. Romani wants to go for a clutch Rampage, but in that situation, Honeypot at 2 spread, and you just can't find enough members. With then OT spawns, Miku fan club can't regroup again. So the first time Olam got caught out, he got chased by Soggy, but he actually wins the duel versus Soggy, and there's a bit of back and forth trade. He at least trades his own life. Second time he gets caught out, Miku fan club just lose.
Yep. It's kind of game over at that point, right? Because with that Genji out, they can focus their sights directly towards the payload. And so this is where the goalposts are set. 71 meters, the end of the map.
And I still think for Miku fan club, part of the issue is they hold on to bits and pieces of the Sim Bastion comp longer than they should.
Yeah.
I can understand the value on A and B when there's a little bit more high ground play, and you want to set up your Bastion, you want to set up for high ground angles, etc. Great. But once you get past that part of the map and C is completely flat for the most part, you got to be able to start thinking about swapping off. Honeypot recognized that early, and Miku fan club were just low.
All right, Honeypot, they're going to try and hold this high ground here. They don't have the TP to try and get themselves to a better position. Romani is all the way out there, but Soggy, he's the one that has to dash away. He isn't able to stand up on the front lines, and Yang, he's stuck in an awkward spot, but Adam gets the kill there on a Frogger, so they don't have their Lucio to play around with. Romani, next one on the list. Olam's going to try his best here with the turret form on the high ground to try and get some kills. Looking towards Cutler Hex, just step away to be able to get away from him. And with those 2 big kills of Frogger and Romani, that just means that unfortunately for the Miku fan club, they will have to say goodbye to that high ground and say goodbye to this opening push.
Pretty good so far.
75% for
Now, the
Soggy.
only bad news for Honeypot is they can get out-rotated here, so they have to be very on board with how they meet Miku Fan Club, because what Miku Fan Club can also do is they can TP into the hallway at the top of the stairs behind where Honeypot are holding, or they could TP on the opposite side of the map immediately. So where's this one going? The right side? This is what I'm talking about.
Right.
So they got to go top right, and at this stage, it's hard. Look, Adam's completely, he can't contest this at all.
Yeah, and that just means that Bertlog gets isolated. He goes down, and the defenders, they are playing this with 1 less support. It's going to be hard for them to try and get this contest going. Maybe they can try something with this Dragon Blade, or they're going to hold on to it. They do use the Immortality Field for the side of the Miku fan club. The Rampage goes through as well from Adam. Connects onto 3 members. Maybe with connection of the Dragon Blade, they can get the kills that they need. They get 2 late kills, and it's both the supports as well. Romani's oh so low. They deal with him with range, and Soggy stays alive as well. The last remaining member is going to be new. They will deal with him eventually, and that was a nice retake coming in from Honeypot. They give up 2 ticks, but that's well worth it.
That was really good by Soggy as well. Really saved the day there. He didn't get the good best blade. He was, I believe, booped away by Frogger, but Adam finding the earlier Rampage, he's actually quite a bit ahead of Romani. I think he had a lot more effective carnage slings, because when you have Miku Fan Club running through stairs as they are, well, they're actually not, but they look like they may have been, Adam gets good shots. So Soggy might get caught here. He's used his dash, so he's... Oh, Niang?
Yeah, it's just Niang sitting in the background here who's doing the damage. That just means that Soggy can dip, dodge, and dive away from the remaining members of the Miku fan club. And it seems like they put their attention forward when Soggy was diving through them. I think he got a little bit of the commanding shout as well coming in from the Junker Queen, so he just had that extra bit of HP to survive.
Well, they just kind of, in a weird way, Honeypot had a pincer maneuver there where Soggy goes deep, probably should have died and got punished, but Niang just had the angle to unleash this overclock. They did huge value. Now Miku Fan Club are down ultimates. Well, sorry, they're up ultimates, but down on time massively.
Yeah, they're just going to drop a beat as well here, because I think Honeypot just understand exactly what's going on here for the Miku fan club. The Rampage will connect onto a lot of members, and the Artillery Strike does the extra damage needed. So the Miku fan club seems like they finally cracked the egg that is going to be this Honeypot defense. So they will get this last remaining tick. Only 50 seconds left on that attack, though, so they're definitely not going to be much closer to what Honeypot were.
It felt inevitable because Miku Fan Club at that point, they've already stacked up 4 ultimates. They just needed a situation where they can let that burn. They actually used a bunch of ultimates from spawn, essentially, which is not ideal, but still had enough in the bank that they can get massive value. Rampage catches just about everybody. The Suzu tried to save them, but wasn't going to save them all. And the Artillery Strike in a short corridor. That's going to be the bit that will make sure that Honeypot can't contest at all.
And it seemed like it was all too easy. So now we're just looking at this corner defense. Seems like Honeypot were there just in time. They're going to pull the blade as well here from Soggy. The Suzu was there in time, so this will just be a full retreat from the Genji. Bertlog gets the kill there onto Olem, so he committed quite heavily for that. He is just going to be healed up by the tickets as they go through. New up on the high ground. Soggy wants to try his best. Dashes away from that Sojourn.
Yeah, I don't think that's the best place to use a blade, just because it's too easy for Miku Fan Club to be able to reset themselves, disengage.
Now we're going to use a Kitsune Rush here. They want to try and rush down Romani. He's also low here on the Junker Queen. He wants to make sure they don't get any more of these swings of the carnage through the team. And another one of these ultimates just gets ripped and not much comes out of it for Honeypot.
And at least last time, Bertlog got a kill. There's some that just don't. So August has, in my opinion, much better. Oh my goodness. That was so good.
I thought that was going to be enough there from Adam. He wanted to go from the back to the front with the Rampage. Doesn't get it done. Nu says, see you later. And once again, Nu is starting to open up here on the Sojourn. And only 2 trades go the way of Honeypot, and the Miku fan club will get more payload movement.
Yeah, I was going to say, August just has the much better Kitsune Rush because it actually goes down the pathway of the payload so they can push into Honeypot. Whereas you look at Color Hex's Kitsune Rush, it goes across, but it doesn't go into the pathway they need to chase. And they also don't really want to chase Miku fan club into spawn. So I think twice now Honeypot kind of just ult for very little value, and Miku fan club can just collect ultimates until they can get a really good push going. And now off of one push, they basically get to the end.
Right, it's Overclock versus Overclock. Nu versus Niang. Who hits the heads they need to, and it's Nu that gets it done. 2 little rails say bye to Niang. And now with the beat being dropped, the Rampage goes a little wide. Doesn't do all too much for them. I think there maybe have been a Suzu in there to get rid of a lot of that purple. But Adam, he's the one that's low. Romani wants to try and win this fight. Adam's still alive though because he's got his supports around him. It's a lot of healing towards the Jungle Queen. Frogger gets the fight win against Soggy. Romani wins the fight against Adam. And they're so close to finishing B. This is more than an inevitability. And now they've got 2 minutes to try and complete the map.
Yep. This is looking like a very low time map now. Honeypot's goal here is minimum to draw this out below 1 minute. I think that's definitely possible. In fact, it's likely. So we're not going to see a draw in this scenario here. But we are still going to see the potential for Miku Fan Club to have more time. They have Blade coming online. So does Soggy though. This is where Honeypot can definitely plant their firm feet into the ground, much like Miku Fan Club did on their own C defense. 2 minutes is actually not enough time mostly. We'll see.
It's going to be very hard, especially if they don't win their opening fight. The Dragon Blade gets pulled here by Olam. They're going to pop the Casino Rush from both of these two teams. They want to try and contest for this corner bit. Yang gets the kill there onto Nu, and now means that the Rampage can go through the more members of the Miku Fan Club. Adam and the gang will group together and get the kills they need. So 1 minute 20 left on the clock. As you said, guaranteed to be below 1 minute, but it's about can they hold off and get the map victory.
Yep. Does Honeypot win here, or are we going to extra time where anything can happen? Soggy has another blade. I actually want to hold this one. The more that Honeypot can actually save towards time being low, the better.
Gonna pop the overclock here, so if they survive from this is big for Honeypot. Rampage goes through on a 3 members. Adam goes down, Nu finds 2, looks for the 3rd, is gonna get the connection there onto Bertlog, and they need to try and reset as quickly as they possibly can. Soggy's so low, late stagger onto the Genji. It's not overtime just yet, but this Payload is getting so close to finishing this map, Kev.
Yep. Bertlog on 99.
They need to get this touch. He doesn't get there in time.
Wow. That's
You
rough.
hate to see it. 1 minute, 37 seconds left on the clock, though, for the Miku Fan Club.
That was holdable.
Yeah.
They just didn't get the touch. Too far away. 99 on the sound barrier. I mean, it's clear. The strategy is clear. Beat out of spawn, Blade out of spawn. Should be pretty good. That probably, right then and there, could have been a Honeypot win.
Yeah.
Possibly should have been a Honeypot win.
Felt like it.
But just a failure to connect with the payload. Well, you don't. Who is meant to touch? I guess Bertlog.
Color Hex was the closest from what I saw. Color Hex was trying, but obviously being a Kiriko, you didn't have anybody to step towards.
They just needed to, you know, you spawn and you just got to get ready. You got to get ready straight away. Sucks. That really sucks. I think, like, if Adam just runs out, shouts, takes a bunch of damage, but believes that Bertlog will save him, there's an opportunity there.
Yeah.
I mean, that's all you have to play through. Now, as I said, it's either Honeypot winning the OT of the regulation time, or we go to time back where anything can happen. And a minute versus 137, game's completely open.
Yeah.
I mean, this one's a little hard to call.
Like 37 seconds.
I'll say this.
It's a quick fight.
Look at this comp from Miku Fan Club.
Yeah.
It's Sim Genji, interestingly enough.
Oh, okay.
So they want to have the ability to go between points to defend, because they're expecting the Sim to come through for Honeypot, which it has. And they want their own Sim to respond to the rotation so they can counter TP and respond to rotations that way.
I've already put one of their TPs up, though. So if they understand this, they can have their own TP plan. It looks like they're going up towards the high ground here, and Olem has to dash himself away. Into the turret form we go for Nyang. He's going to stand up here onto the high ground. They want to try and isolate more of these members. And Adam is solo. He's so low, 20 seconds. And that means that he is dead. Romani loses his life as well. So the defenders, they're the ones that are going to have to try and get this way back into the fight. A lot of kills are going the way of the Miku Fan Club. And unfortunately for Honeypot, I don't think they're going to get much more than that.
Killing Romani is really good, but he's going to get boosted back in the taxi via Frogger. That was unfortunate. Adam somehow ended up on the low ground. Maybe he got pulled by the knife from Romani, but because he ended up in the low ground, he backed towards spawn, and Miku Fan Club just ran him down.
Soggy will get the touch here. Being on the Sombra, they're going to go up to the high ground here with Adam. Wants to try and push August into the wall. Doesn't get the insta-kill onto the support. Romani wants to try and win this fight against the Doomfist. This fight on the point is going to be oh so important. You need to make sure that everybody is paying attention towards it. Adam goes down early on. The Doomfist doesn't do much for them. Sombra hasn't found anybody in the background either. Everybody's trying to dive on these backline members, but the Miku Fan Club will hold strong on Numbani. So we're going to get about halfway through the first tick, so about 16% is what we're going to be looking at, but still doesn't matter because the first tick will win it. Ooh.
This is going to be a map for Honeypot to remember. If they end up losing, this one's going to bite them. Really going to sting because, again, you look back at regulation time on C, and they had what it took to be able to potentially win that one, but they could not touch it. Now you look at the overtime where I said anything can happen, and what is happening is Honeypot, their first push, unfortunately a bit of a disaster. They get everyone onto the high ground, but Adam somehow ends up falling low, ends up going back over towards spawn, and that is the death that puts Honeypot in the bin for the time bank push. With 137, Miku Fan Club only need 1 tick. It's 37 seconds more, which means they can afford an extra fight, minimum.
And that could be all it will take. 1 extra fight. So we're not going to see the Symmetra this time around from Honeypot on their defense. They want to try and rely on their individual mechanics.
It's what they played on defense last time as well, so.
This could be detrimental though. All it takes is 1 TP to the high ground and Adam again can be caught in no man's land.
We saw last time what Miku Fan Club eventually did is they TP'd. The first little sign of success is they TP top right from attacker's POV and then just had Olam playing that angle. And, well, Honeypot can't really contest with it at all. Honeypot's best shot here is a Miku Fan Club try and brute force upstairs, top left instead. It doesn't look like that's happening.
It looks like they're going to just do the exact same play they did last time. They're going to go up towards the top right, go directly to the point, start putting pressure back on a Honeypot. They need to win this fight. Adam gets the kill there on Olam, a nice little start to take down the Bastion. Now these members of the Miku Fan Club are going to be stuck in this little room. They don't have their Bastion to play around with here, but it's only a few members. It's only 2 members up on the high ground, the rest are on the low ground. Now it just means that Honeypot can go in and capitalize on those remaining backline members being stuck in no man's land. Romani goes down, and they need to get Nu out of here.
That was the one fight. That's the one fight that Miku Fan Club can afford to lose. But what a huge destruction of the TP. You see Miku Fan Club, they try to TP back out of the low ground to the high ground, and the TP was broken. Only half the members took the TP. That split MFC up completely. Now another shot. Do they do the same play again? Top right?
It's only really 1 shot they've got, Kev.
Top left.
Top left is where they go. They want to try and get this fight against Adam. He gets booped off of the high ground. They don't win this instant fight. Adam's isolated though. The Jungle Queen, she's oh so low. You need some help to try and keep her alive. Niang, you need to find some heads. The window goes down. August gets rid of Adam. Maybe the Miku Fan Club can hold this one going in the final hour. They've got 15 seconds left to go. Soggy with the 3-piece, make it a 4K. Is he going to hold for Honeypot? It looks like he will. The team kill from the Genji gets it done on the defense. They only have 4 seconds left to go, and Honeypot, what looked like a pure disaster, turned into a magical fairy tale with Soggy on the 4K. Gets the draw from the jaws of defeat. What a play from Soggy to finish that one out. Adam got completely isolated.
Wow.
And Soggy said, nah, not today.
Now, this ends up being a nightmare map that both teams, it stings for both teams.
They both hate that
because
map.
they both now feel like they probably should have won that map. You have a kind of C9 from Honeypot on their regulation time defense, and then you have a giant clutch from Soggy on the time bank defense, which if you are Miku Fan Club, you're like, we killed Adam, it's a 5v4. Like, how do we lose that? Come on, that is wild. Soggy did something crazy. That is now front runner for play the game for sure, because it's another situation where, like we saw from Niang on Midtown, it's a pivotal clutch up that if that doesn't happen, you just lose.
Exactly, you just lose. But luckily enough for Honeypot, they get the draws for the second time today. They will draw up a map. We're going to go to a break, ladies and gentlemen, so you guys can get yourselves back and rested for game number 3 of this grand final. Hope everybody took a couple of deep breaths after that one. It was an exciting end for, unfortunately, no game for either one of those two teams. A draw means...
2 draws in a row?
I mean, it's kind of crazy that 2 series in a row that Honeypot have drawn both of them off potentially winnable. I mean, I feel like the Midtown definitely probably wasn't winnable for them. I think they did a really good job to get that draw. I think on that Numbani, they're probably kicking themselves that they didn't get the win on that one.
No.
Felt like it was definitely winnable, but hey, Soggy clutched up and everything is right with the universe, and now we're at a 0-1 scoreline again. That means we're going to have to go very, very deep into this series,
That
Kev.
actually means, on paper, it is
Potential
possible to go to 8. And I don't know what 8 looks like, because I don't know what map 8 is. I only know that we end on escort for 7. What even is 8? Is it another push? Like, I don't know. It probably is another push, which is... Sorry, it's a really bad one.
I'm sure our wonderful admins will send me a message or give me a little whisper in my ear very, very soon.
I hope it's a flashpoint for 8 and not a push. That would be my hope.
Then that's me, brother.
But for some reason, I don't know if it's going to be the case at all.
Why not, for map number 8, we just do Scissors, Pepper, Rock? Or a sing-off? Or a drawing competition?
I prefer those last 2 options because they seem a little bit more merit-based instead of just pure
Could you
RNG.
imagine we get Adam and Romani on the desk, put them both in the interview, and they sing off, and you and I are going to be the judges about the winner? Could you...
That's coming a no from me, dog. Just out here like X Factor or something.
Can I get a big X button, please? That would be very enjoyable for me, living out my dreams of being Simon Cowell.
We'll do a pie eating competition, $10 pies.
It's $10 buy-in to get the pies.
We'll do a eating competition.
Okay, that's winnable. I actually had a actually no, I had a sausage roll today.
Okay.
It was actually pretty expensive too. Now that I think about it, looking back at my bank statement, I'm like, God damn, I paid that much money for a sausage roll. It was delicious though, so probably worth it. Gave me the energy to cast Overwatch Contenders Australia. I'll tell you what.
$8 sausage roll.
It was like $7. It was like $7.50, I think. But it was fat.
Only
it was like
50 cents cheaper than
it was
the one
like
in New
2
York City.
hands. It was big. Much like this map is for both of these two teams, very big in the grand scheme of things. So New Junk City, last time they were here, it was the new show. See if it's going to be the Niang show this time around, though. Haven't made any changes to the roster, have Honeypot. They've stuck with this same core of 5 throughout the entirety of their 2 series so far. Maybe it's just pure compositional.
You're not going to play the double flex support anymore, so this...
True.
You're just going to play Color Hex the whole time.
And it seems like it has started to work out for them so far. Bertlog, speaking of, loses his life early on here. Same with Soggy. There is no way for him to stay alive in these fights. Adam's going to try his best with a bit of carnage damage. But this neutral goes the way handedly of the Miku fan club.
Yep, Bertlog down first, everyone else to follow. Not a lot to show there for Honeypot in the first opening fight. Miku fan club coming out. A little bit of anger in their eyes after dropping that nobody. Because like I said, I think both teams feel cheated out that win for different reasons. But it was actually super winnable for both teams in there, so. As cool as that was, draw means no W for anybody.
Yeah.
The Flashpoint, no possibility of that. Miku fan club want to make sure it's their W instead.
So we'll see. 40% already on the board for the Miku fan club. So it means if they get another fight victory and it takes them the same amount of time, we could be looking towards potentially the first Flashpoint just going the way here of MFC. Soggy gets himself a bit extra HP thanks to the commanding shout. And Nu's going to try and find some of these angles, throw a few of these rails through. And once again, a nice little knife connects onto Bertlog. So they get their kill onto Honeypot. And Yang cops a rail from the side of the face. And Romani will get the kill on Adam. And again, it is just a late fight loss for Honeypot, meaning this Flashpoint is all but out of the hands.
Yeah, it's gone. No ultimates required either. Just pure pick pressure coming through from Miku fan club. Bertlog down twice in a row first. No response from Honeypot in terms of trades. So what is that, 10 deaths in a row to 0 kills? First rotation from Miku fan club as well. But everything going for them that they need.
We're going to the junkyard as well, so the ultimate's going to come up first here for the Miku fan club, but they get the kill onto Romani, and without the Junker Queen, it is hard for this composition to stay together. Everybody is on their lonesome. Adam claims the scalp of August. And this opening fight goes the way of Honeypot. Still a couple of seconds until the Flashpoint opens, so no % on the board just yet.
Yeah, they won that one too quickly.
Yeah.
Miku fan club,
they can recontest.
Yeah, because they have ultimates. Again, they didn't spend ults there. Romani died too quickly, and no one from Nico Fan could save him, and so they thought, okay, we'll just go for trades here and see what happens. But the cap will still be contained. Honeypot, they're still going to get, that's the most important part. They're going to get rewarded for the early fight win, which is great.
And now we're seeing double Kitsune Rush, and we're hearing a overclock as well. That's a lot of these ultimates just being committed. They did drop the beat, and it's only Color Hex that got purple. Adam goes through with his own rampage, but he gets cut down before it does anything. Nyan Yang's doing stuff with this overclock, but it's only a 1 versus 5. He's gonna pull out some more damage, but that's gonna be it. The late blade is gonna do enough, but with Romani being alive, it's hard for Honeypot to get any more of these kills.
Good cap by Miku Fan Club, though. They don't allow Honeypot to get any extra distance on that objective, and one ultimate will still remain. I think that extra all-out blade pool is a little bit unnecessary now. It's only one less ultimate. Everything was used. 9 ults were used in that fight. That is incredible. Adam dying too quickly, though, was probably the downfall for Honeypot in the fight.
Yeah, he just wasn't able to stay alive after that rampage went through. Believe it only connected onto one anyway, so now we're going to have the...
what a shot.
Oh, the blade being pulled and shut down instantly by Noob. That's the power of the Sojourn, is sometimes the rails just do enough for you. Adam's so low, the Suzu is able to keep him alive for a little longer. He gets the HP back from the knife pull, and now with Romani off the board, he can go buck wild. He's looking towards the support backline, gets on top of August, pulls him back in with a knife. And now with no swift step for him to get away with it is oh so hard for him to get away from this pesky little Junker Queen, but he takes one with him before he leaves.
Huge. Yeah, Soggy going down, but now it's time for Honeypot, everyone else to carry. We saw Soggy clutch up on Numbani to save the day. And now that the blade does go awry, Honeypot have to win it 4v5, and they do so. What a shot from Niang into the dome of Romani to confirm it. And doesn't look like we have a... No, we do have a contest, actually. They are here in time. They touch. Yes, barely.
Yeah, just get it in time, and then a pesky little corner. So we are going to be ticking into the overtime for this second flashpoint. Romani takes down Soggy. New gets traded, though. August will lose their life as well, thanks to Adam and the Carnage. So Junker Queen is starting to take hold for Honeypot. They need to start getting down Romani, though, because they're going to drop the beat to keep this extra bit of HP going. The knife pulled back in on Frogger. Romani is on the island here in front of a lot of Honeypot members, and the Junker Queen by herself doesn't do all too much. So the flashpoint will go the way of Honeypot.
Well played. It's another situation where they lose a member early. I think Soggy again dies early here, but Honeypot will be able to trade effectively. Niang with another good trade shot. Finds New, I believe, so that takes a lot of damage out of the hands of Honeypot and rather Miku Fan Club.
Especially because New was close to the overclock too.
Yeah. So you don't want to give New that ability, but he'll have it now for flashpoint number 3 bomb flats with plenty more ultimates on board as well. Golem now on Tracer. Interesting.
They're not feeling the Genji so far. They're going to pop the overclock, and that is a lot of damage that goes towards Romani. The rampage will go completely wide by both of these two members. At least it connects on a Frogger for Adam, and now the support line for the Miku Fan Club are having some troubles because there's too many members of Honeypot in their face. 2 pieces apiece for Adam and Soggy combined. They win out bomb flats in a flash.
What I prefer about the Genji is Olam goes back on the Genji, which is correct, is you need to have the deflect pressure on the Sojin, and the deflect's actually really decent versus the Junker Queen as well because of melee heroes. But yeah, the ability for you to just deflect a rail or get into the face of a Sojin and actually be a real threat is huge. Tracer cannot do that versus Sojin.
Yeah, all it takes is one sideways little rail, and it is hard for you to play around with it. Soggy got low, but was able to get past through that. Kitsune Rush committed here by August as well. They want to get control of the point. They do flip the cap, so pressure is now back on the Honeypot, especially after losing Yang in that fight. A few kunai coming in from August. Now Soggy's going to dive into the backline with the deflect going. Isn't enough to get away from Olam, and Adam wants to charge in and get some more kills. He does get one done there onto Nu. Doesn't connect the knife onto Olam, so he gets the dash away, and with Romani in his face, Adam goes down as well. This is all without them having control of the point, Kev. I would feel a lot nicer about that if they had control, but they don't, and now it's going to be back to parity.
Well, Honeypot would have been on 80 plus if they actually kept the point the entire way through, but they let it go quite early, and Miku Fan Club not even flip, but they've overtaken now. And they also allowed Romani to just go wild there while Honeypot Adam was chasing down Olam with all of his might, and Romani was happily just taking down the backline of Honeypot while that's happening.
All right, blade's being pulled. Soggy's going to try and get damage done. Goes through a lot of that extra HP of the beat. Goes through onto Nu. He connected a lot of those slashes onto the Sojourn. Color Hex gets the kill onto their counterpart as well. So it's Romani versus Adam is the big fight on the front line. The Rampage connects onto 4, but the Suzu hasn't been there in time, so they only get the connection there onto Nyang. But Romani, still alive, did a lot of damage to the side of Honeypot and stayed in control of the point, Kev, so they get to 99.
I think Romani was maybe a little too eager there. You have to recognize if you're MFC, you got the 99, just save the ultimates, come back strong for the next fight. But going for what could have potentially been a clutch Rampage, I mean, it hit a lot, but Romani still needs to find the extra damage. One Rampage, not if it's the follow-up damage that counts, and that was just way too hard for one player to win by himself.
Nice little knife connection there as we saw the Sojourn start to slide through. Adam with the Rampage connects onto the backline. It's exactly what you want. Both the supports go down, and this is where the foot goes to the throat for Honeypot. They are just starting to tear apart MFC, and this second Flashpoint will go their way. And they are starting to kick in a gear here in this series.
So good that Honeypot was able to get aggressive there and just prevent Miku Fan Club from even looking at the point. Just cut them off straight away in the rotation. And we see how going to get to Refinery earlier though. They got the better spawn for it. Honeypot has to take the longer rotation. Both Overclocks about to come online, no defense. Overclocks are going to really make or break here. Plus August a little bit closer to the Katsuna Rush.
Another positive, Olem does have the blade at the ready now. So double DPS ultimates here for the side of Honeypot. I mean, not Honeypot, MFC. When the overclocks gets pulled, it's going to be Nyang. He's going to start throwing a lot of these rails through, but we're looking towards Nu. He does pop his head up, almost takes down Nyang with one little shot. So both of these overclocks weren't able to find much just yet. Before I speak, Nu gets 2, and 2 in the backline as well is very, very important. Sogi at least gets the kill there onto the pesky Sojourn, but Adam and Romani are just going to have a fight of their own. But everybody else is falling around Adam. So they get the point, they get the first fight. So this is going to be up to 50% by the time Honeypot even look towards the point again.
It's just so much easier for Nu to find the shots when you already have control of the point versus when you're Nyang and Honeypot trying to enter the point. So the angle's being just more open for Nu to find that damage and he'll get it done. So possibility that we go to 5 points here on Flashpoint with Miku Fan Club well into the lead here for number 4. Blade versus Blade, but only one team is beat.
That's true, Bertlog's got his, so they're going to commanding shout. The beat will be in response from Bertlog, keeps everybody alive. Soggy says, 1-2, I'll take you. Gets 2 kills against the Miku Fan Club. And they got up towards 83% before they lose control, but that was a swift death that Honeypot gave them.
And 83 is actually still final fight, so that's enough. So if Miku Fan Club come back in and cap it all, they will take this point. So still within control of Miku Fan Club. This is essentially a 0-99 situation for Honeypot now, effectively. Rampages are there, but where Frogger lacked in the sound barrier before, he has now. So with trade Rampages, Frogger will block that out. Bertlog cannot.
It's all important about Color Hex to see where he is standing. That's a massive Rampage, hits on the 4. But as you said, Frogger with the response to the beat. Oldham got oh so low, they don't convert on the critical HP. Romani has his own Rampage that he can still hold on to, so Honeypot wanted to pull the trigger fast. And see if they can get some kills. That was carnage into the backside. Soggy needs to stand tall once again here on the Genji and maybe have a big clutch if they want to hold on to this Flashpoint. They do have one in the bag if they want to see if they can hold on to New Junk City. Another Rampage goes through, connects onto 2 members, and Soggy bleeding out will die to the Rampage ticks. Color Hex is trying to make this one expensive and see if some more members can respond to this fight. They haven't been able to get the kills off the supports just yet. Romani is missing a lot of his abilities, so they just don't have it just yet. They do have control of the point though, but they've got a lot of members coming back here for Honeypot. Maybe they can re-aggress and get control back themselves. We will have the overtime ticking in. And Honeypot, they're the ones with more members here. More bodies on the point means they get control. And we will be flipping this point back in once again. Who has the ultimates? It's just the Katsune Rush so far here for the Miku Fan Club. Nu so close to this overclock. Doesn't get it done. Soggy says, I will not allow you to press that ultimate. And Adam will carnage through Romani, much like he did to him in the past. And with this overtime wick ticking down, it looks like Miku Fan Club will crumble when it mattered the most for them here on New Junk City. And Honeypot will go head and shoulders above the Miku Fan Club in this first of 4 series, taking a 2-0 lead.
Another brilliant map from Soggy. He really
what a freak.
Just comes through in the final map. Sorry, the final fight, and cleans up. Winning that 1v1 instantaneously and then being able to consolidate onto every other member was just gigantic there. And this is the exact 3 same maps we played yesterday. You just see the turnaround. Busan go the way of Honeypot and Barney. Okay, it's a draw. Both teams played well there. New Junk City, We've got all 5 points super close, but it is still going to be Honeypot taken out at the end of the day. So, man, this is just a wild series so far. I mean, it's weird because we're at the sort of place now where the possibility of it being a flawless 4-0 is still there, but we're going to have that one extra map. So, Adam said earlier, he'd be happy to take a 4-1, giving one map away. It might actually be a 4-0 with one map given away as a draw instead. Maybe that's the case. I think Miku Fan Club are good enough to still take maps here. They can still turn things around because this series is close enough that it's not definitive that Honeypot are like by far the better team, but they are squeezing out small opportunities and small wins that are putting them ahead.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing for me is Soggy is just really clutching up in those final couple of moments, right? It feels like every single time that they need something big out of their Genji player, he's able to do that for them time and time again.
That killed him.
That moment there, Nu was on 99%. He literally got his ultimate as he got dashed through, and if they were able to get that overclock going and Nu had that little bit of extra HP, who knows? Maybe we're going towards that final flashpoint, and then we could be looking towards the Miku Fan Club getting themselves a map victory on New Junk City. But Soggy gets it done.
This is why you need the Genji. The Genji is able to just kill the Sojin. This is how you defeat the Sojin. And Nu was such a factor yesterday on New Junk City. And you feel the difference when Nu is not able to do as much today. He's not been able to really just pop off and have those moments. And a lot of it is just the change in style, the change in pace, change in confidence, and change in vibes from Honeypot. They came off a big win versus Order. Very competitive. And now, in another very competitive series that they are starting to take the lead on. We are, you know, they still have to get 4. We got guaranteed to go to at least Escort.
Yep.
So plenty of space for Miku Fan Club to find something in there to come back with.
Yeah, exactly. And as you said, like this series has been so close between both of these two teams that all it takes is just one small moment to tip it in to their favor or the other. And, you know, whether it's Nu popping off on the Sojin, maybe Romani wins an extra fight against Adam, there is a lot of things that can really start to go their way here for the Miku Fan Club, and we've got a lot of maps that we have to get through before we get to that point. But I think that draw really does start to ramp up, I think. I don't want to say the fatigue factor for Honeypot because, you know, obviously these guys have been playing a whole lot of Overwatch throughout their entire careers, but it does eventually get to the point where if somebody like Soggy, you have to keep clutching up in a lot of these moments. That's eventually going to take it out of you, right? Like if you are using so much of your mental power and so much of your physical dexterity to be able to clutch up a lot of these fights, eventually after map 8, 9, 10, you're going to like not be able to clutch up in those small little minute details like you have in those previous maps, and that's where maybe things can start to switch towards MFC.
First of all, I think everyone needs to do that because this is the kind of series where it's close enough that individuals are able to do it. I mean, we've seen plenty of times where even yesterday, like Nu had to be that guy. August had to be that guy as well, where he had to find some shots to turn a fight around. Romani's done that plenty of times with turning fights around via Rampage or otherwise. So everyone's had to do that on both teams. Adams had to do that his entire career. But it's just one of those series where I think that's required. Everyone's gonna have to play at the top of their game because this is for sure close enough that it demands it.
And, I mean, I'm excited to see what this next map is going to give us. It is going to be Push, and we are going to go on to New Queen Street. So, haven't seen that in a very long time either. Is very good for the Junker Queen. Don't have almost any higher grounds they have to deal with. There is easy ways to get up there. So
I don't think anyone's picked this map the whole...
Not the whole tournament. Yeah, so this is the first time this tournament, but yeah...
It's been all Esperanza, except for like maybe 1 or 2 Coliseos when...
Even on the previous tournament, I don't think in Summer Series that we saw it either.
It's not been the most popular map to choose. It's been Esperanza the whole time, except for like a couple of Coliseos today. Well, this tournament. So, yeah, we're heading back there. Bit of a preview to where Overwatch competition is going to be headed to in a few weeks' time as well. Our finals in Toronto, so here's Toronto right now. And it's a very neutral kind of map that I would like to have thought that if you are Miku Fan Club, you prefer Esperanza because that's normally where the Junker Queen likes to go, but this is just an okay map for everybody. I think that Adam can change things up here, but I don't think you're not going to see Honeypot really do that because what they are currently playing is working.
Yep. So we'll have to wait and see what these compositions, if they are even going to make some compositional changes. I think this series has been close enough that maybe you might be erring on the side of caution and don't want to change too many things up.
I'd actually be very curious about Escort as well because we're going to have to go there, depending on who chooses it. Adam plays the Sigma. I don't think Romani really does. And so Circuit Royale is an option.
So you're thinking
Niang is keen to snipe. We'll see how that goes between Nu and Niang on the Widowmakers rather than the Sojin. So I am thinking that if you are Miku Fan Club, you'd like to stay away from Circuit, but that's for a little bit down the line. One map down the line.
We'll have to wait and see. I mean, I guess that is the advantage. If Honeypot do lose this series, they only go down 2-1. Start going towards Escort. It's not do or die just yet. You get the choice. Maybe Circuit Royale could be where we end up. Either way, Junker Queen mirrors are the start for both of these two teams, and imagine that was probably what a lot of these teams were expecting, considering the flat nature of New Queen Street. First bit of aggression comes in, though, from Honeypot, but the first kill goes the way of New and MFC. They do trade both of their starting DPS players. We'll have to see if anybody else gets a pick on their way in. How fast these members can come back into it. I think Soggy will be a little bit faster than what the Sojourn will be. Romani is about half HP, though. We'll try and deal with this Junker Queen up on the higher ground. The robot was in favor of Honeypot for a little while, but now we are back in the middle. Nobody really having control of the robot. So we'll be seeing the small back and forth. You have to try and get a little bit of an early advantage here in these push maps. You can try and get that little bit of early momentum. Nobody's really been able to pick anybody just yet.
Romani low. August probably first on ultimate here as well. It'll come down to flex pulse, and there it is. Bertlog finds a shot.
Getting that opening pick there is big for Honeypot. They get Romani down. This means Robot will go directly into their control. Will continue to push that screen forward. As you said, first ultimate can be very, very important, and August is about 6% away.
Yeah, Color Hex can't match, and no one on Honeypot can do too much about it either, so this is going to come down to another first pick scenario again. And Miku Fan Club, do you even just Consumer Rush out the window? It's what they're looking like. Yeah, they're going to do that.
They're just going to walk up and down. Looks like both the Consumer Rushes completely laid over the top of each other. Bertlog got oh so low off a rail. Still is able to stay alive, though, and Yang is able to get the inverse onto Nu, take down that Sojourn, who has been such a thorn in their side throughout the previous series that they played. The slide through, looking to try and find some heads. Romani's so low. The Junker Queen almost goes down. It's a Dragon Blade that gets it done. Taking down Olem, wants to chop through more members of the Miku Fan Club. They hit the rampage, but it doesn't matter because everybody else is dead. Romani's out no man's land, and he will be dealt with. They're going to take more of these members back, and they haven't been able to fully control it just yet because Nu got that rail kill. Gets two with the overclock, looking for the third as well. Adam gets a lot of damage dealt his way. Yang gets stuck on the window, and Nu will get rid of him. That's a four-piece from Nu. Be able to get this game back in their control.
Tell you what, Miku Fan Club's been waiting for that one. I've been waiting for that one for a while as well because we know that Nu is capable of those power plays coming through on the Sojourn with the overclocks, but he's just been shut down all throughout the series, and finally, yeah, that saves the day for Miku Fan Club. They were slowly losing the fight. Not quite at risk of being capped out just yet, but you don't want to give more to Honeypot than they've already taken. We'll see if Yang can do the same.
He's popped out the overclock. It is very hard to try and find these angles. Olem gets himself up and through the window. August is not so lucky. Now they're looking to try and find this Dragon Blade. Yang gets it done with a punch. So Olem's Dragon Blade will go into the wind. Romani will go down as well. They almost got themselves back to even, but now they lose more robot movement, and they're getting close to the cap here. Will Honeypot.
It depends on how fast Romani can get there. You can't contest unless your tank is available. Still a little bit of time because the Payload does not move quickly here at all, which means I think Miku Fan Club are going to contest, especially given the fact that August is close to ultimate, but Color X is going to have it as well. You're going to see both Consumer Rushes overlaid once more.
And that fight was extremely even until Nu popped up and Yang just goes down. That was some big kunai coming in from August. Got him down to critical HP and was cleaned out by the Vortex. Same with Soggy. He has to just dash himself up and away, and that looked like a pretty close contention for the cap.
That's all it comes down to, just a couple of shots, and August has been good for them. This is the strong point of having August on Kiriko on your team. Soggy late death on the Olem, or is it an early death on the next fight? Either way, looking good for Miku Fan Club, and another reset for Honeypot. August actually got like dirty by the kill feed there because he did most of the damage.
Yeah. Bit unlucky. Sometimes it's the way that the cookie does crumble. Honeypot, they will try and push back the Miku Fan Club. Nice little knife there into Nu. Almost pulled him up and out the window. They haven't lost all too much in the distance department. They still have control of the robot to the Miku Fan Club. There's a beat available now for Honeypot. A few more of these individual fights are going to be exactly what they need. Olem goes in the back. Double Blink has to get away, though. I think he was ready for the attention to be set directly on him. Romani And you're copying a lot of damage. A lot of these tickets are going through here from August as well. Seems like maybe they need to try and get into that backline and start taking down this Karakiriko. But they're going to pop the overclock, and Bertlog goes down without being able to drop the beat. A lot of damage goes in as well from this. So John Soggy at least is able to get one back onto his counterpart, and they're looking to try and stabilize much like Nu did in the past. But it's Romani and Olem who finally start to chime in together to get the kills and push Honeypot off the point.
Nu maybe just slides a little bit too far forward, but it doesn't matter. He's already done the damage. Another flip comes through. Miku Fanko anyway, and the first cap so far of Queen Street, 5:30 into the map. It's barely a lead. Miku Fanclub are actually not going to try and push this one a little bit further. Bots are resetting now anyway. They're going to give the space away to Honeypot before we re-engage.
Yeah, they just want to make sure they don't overplay their hand. They know how important this cap can be.
Blade.
They're going to pull it, and they're going to drop them beats, and there's going to be a lot of rampages go through as well. Doesn't really do all too much from Romani. Nobody turned into purple. With these beats being committed as well, both of these two teams had a little bit of that extra HP to play around with, but it's all about Frogger and Romani right now. They get kills onto Bertlog and kills onto Soggy. And yes, they did give up a bit of that space with the robot, but it didn't go all the way back to the middle point, and now they can continue to push past this cap, especially with kills on Niang and Color Hex. Unfortunately for Honeypot, they are just not holding on here on this push.
Yeah, I mean, Miku Fanclub still had ultimates to play through, even though they, spent a lot to get the cap. And now they're going to get the real distance. This is the kind of distance that can actually win you the map. Everything past the actual cap itself. Head over towards the 80% mark, meters rather. Yang, here we go.
Yeah, pulling out onto the overclock. You can just see that they just got their heads away from them. But Nu takes down Soggy, so he hasn't been able to do much on the Genji on this map. Nu really has been able to shut him down, and unfortunately for Honeypot, they didn't do much with that overclock. Nu's the one that gets clicked there by the Rampage. Adam, though, stuck in this awkward part of the building, gets one kill there on a Frogger. Romani and Olem chime in once again to take down more members of Honeypot. Adam tries to put his carry pants on. He's done it onto two so far, looks for the third. The Carnage kill gets it done.
Good night.
Now he needs to win the fight against Romani. He's a little low. He wants to get back in and re-engage against Romani, but he was left to his own devices against Soggy, and he will beat out Adam and be the Junker Queen that stands tall. And again, it's another scrappy fight, but it goes the way of the Miku fan club, and they just keep this bot on the side of Honeypot's map.
Miku Fan Club lost too many members, though. They can't make significant push happen here because Adam's going to respawn. And MFC still, I don't know if they have 4-5 yet. They should be getting towards 4-5 soon, but both teams are going to have that. As Romani was able to beat out Adam in the previous fight. That was a super important fight. Adam nearly just clutched that one up all by himself. Pulse bomb from the backline, spotted though. Bertlog sees it.
Bertlog pays attention. Adam's oh so low. He's critical HP here on the Jungle Queen. They have to commit the Souza. That means the pulse bomb's free. Olem takes down the tank. Nyang opens up, takes down two. Soggy chimes in to get his damage done. Romani's about half HP, but we can see what the Jungle Queen can do. Nyang does not want to have a bar of it. He will take more members of the Miku fan club back to their own spawn. That's a 4-piece from the Sojourn. And finally, we're seeing Honeypot get full control of the robot and push back to the other side of the map.
It's been about 2.5 to 3 minutes so that Miku Fan Club have kept the robot in Honeypot's side of the map so far, which means that Honeypot have just not even seen the midpoint. They've not reset the forward spawns at all. Can they get Romani here? Low HP but survives. Rocket nearly on to beat. A lot of the healing went over towards the Lucio. By the way, Honeypot still gets a cap. They need to get it here.
Yeah, this is the important part, right? No cap and cap. It's hard to play through this extra bit of time. Olem got put down to critical HP, gets the recall going. Beat gets dropped, Rampage goes through, connects onto two, but everybody has committed their ultimates for now. Romani getting the kill with the knife against Color Hex makes it oh so hard for Honeypot to keep in this fight. They're going to pop an overclock once again here from Yang. Haven't been able to see him light up the kill feed just yet. Speaking of, gets two big kills as well because it's August and Romani. So the Miku fan club thought they were in control once again. They at least yoinked the robot. But Yang gives Olem a little rail to the face.
Time though. So actually stealing the payload away is perfect by Miku Fan Club because now Honeypot have to re-push. And again, they still haven't capped. Still have to wait for the stall after cap, and this is 30 seconds left to go, so it's a one and done. Honeypot got to win it here if they're going to win it all.
Yeah, it's all going to be in the overtime. The Dragon Blade goes in, but Soggy isn't able to connect on it just yet. Adam gets the opening pick with the knife onto August. Nu wins the fight against Nyang. That was a one-shot rail, and that is not a good sign for Honeypot, but they take down Romani. He was a little bit too far on the robot, but as you said, it is all about burning time right now. Frogger's so low, they can't commit onto the Lucio, and they are just doing a ring-a-ring-a-rosy against the Honeypot Honeypot members making sure that they have to spend so much time to get this bot done. And with the amount of time it takes for the cap, it is all overtime from here.
Yang
One
might
push
die.
and done.
He's
Yang's
in
very
a
low.
1v1. He's in a 1v1 versus Olam, but he's got the health disadvantage. That's a big issue. 2 respawners here. Frog with the taxi.
Ooh.
Or is it, no, there's that Burt. In either case.
Yang's still oh so low here. Got a couple of blinks left available for Olam. Yang needs to win the fight. He's critical HP. Gets back towards the bot, so he gets a bit of this healing. They do have a nice little Suzu. Adam's low, though. He's down. Burt goes down as well. So this map is going the way of the Miku fan club. They did exactly what they needed to. They burnt the time. They held the robot on the opposite side of the map. And Miku fan club have made this grand final something.
Yeah.
Now a 2-1 scoreline. We're guaranteed to go, what, all the way to 7 guaranteed? 6 guaranteed.
Yeah, 6, because we have a draw in there as well. So, I mean,
Whew.
we knew that there was going to be a Miku fan club win in there somewhere. At least
Yeah.
I felt that. The game's been so close so far. Could have been Numbani. Realistically, it could have been even the last maps. I think more Busan was favored towards. It seemed like more of the Honeypot map. For the last 2, either of the last 2, New Junk City went to all 5. Numbani went to draw. Could have been going the way of Miku fan club here. I think one of the biggest differences is that you finally had a really big series from New, a really big map from New. This is, the 4K in there, so clean. Yang also had a really great map. Both Sojin players did extremely well. But I think one of the key things that Miku fan club had in their favor was their payload control was super strong. They were able to steal away payload multiple times that Honeypot wanted to push, and that reset their momentum. They were able to get the cap first, shoved it into 80 meters, and that's enough to win. You can definitely win off that. And still, I think maybe right towards the end, it's possible that Honeypot capped, but they struggled to cap the entire map through, and they just ran out of time. They spent way too much of the game holed up in their own spawn because Miku fan club had just had the map control and the payload pushed that far the entire way through. And you never really even saw the payload going back to mid to reset the forward spawns. And so Miku fan club had forward spawns for a long time.
And that was the thing, right? And every single one of those fights were scrappy enough that the forward spawns were enough for the Miku fan club to hold on, right? It was just enough for them to be able to continually get these spawns rotating through for a Honeypot, and they were just never able to really have a full ball that they're able to win a fight with, continue to get this bot back to mid, and then continue to get the bot back as a pushing force. And then at that point, the entire clock got burnt out before there was even the first cap coming in from the Miku fan club. So it was already, race against the clock for both of these two teams, but the fact that they were able to get that first cap and then get some pushing on top of that, Miku fan club did a fantastic job on that map as well. So I'm excited to see if they continue to level up from here on out, or whether or not we're going to have Honeypot eke out a few more of those victories, because I think, you already said it, right? Like, Nu was a deciding factor in that match. It really did feel like that he got unlocked a little bit more, was able to not be dominated by Soggy once again, and maybe that could be some map choices. Maybe that could just be him identifying some of the angles for him to get away from Soggy.
Well, the series continues. Map 5 escort. Choice has been made. We're going to go Route 66 instead. So, I was thinking about the Circuit Royale, but I think maybe that's just not well practiced. Also, Honeypot would like to just stick to their core 5.
Yep.
Not going to swap anybody in and out here. It's fine. I think if you believe that you can just play the better Jungle Queen on this particular map, you could even go back to the Rissia. Like, all the options are still really open. And it's a perfectly acceptable map. They just won it versus Order. So it feels fine. And in the Miku fan club versus Honeypot type of look so far this tournament, we've gone deeper in the series than we have previously. So all these maps are kind of new here in terms of what we can expect and what we know in terms of the matchup. We only got to see up to map 3 last time.
Very true. Miku fan club have been the only team out of these two that have, well, I guess Honeypot did show us their escort in their previous series, so I am a little incorrect. But as we go deeper and deeper into this series is already, it was already guaranteed to be a little deeper than some of these other series. So the fact that we are going to see guaranteed 6 maps is going to be very exciting for us. We could be going all the way to 8, which is going to be a long grand final for us. Longest grand final we've ever had together, you and I.
One of the longest grand finals in
Overwatch
any series.
Yeah.
Well, Contenders, Overwatch, like everywhere. Like, you just don't see a series go that far ever. There are less and less chances to draw, especially in Overwatch 2 with no assault. There's just, the chances to actually draw on maps is you get the one shot on hybrid, and that's it. So what do we got here? Escort into control into escort, then mystery map number 8, if that ends up being a factor at all.
Yeah, I haven't had my whisper just yet, so we'll have to wait and see. If we do get to the mystical 8th map.
So it's escort into control into escort into a singing competition.
Yep.
Into X Factor.
Hosted by you and I here on the desk. Romani opening pick there onto Nyang. Luckily for them, they are the attackers, so it's not the end of the world. But if Romani goes down, that could be the end of this defense here on the front part of Route 66. Miku Fan Club have done a good job so far to be able to push back Honeypot, but they got rid of Romani, as you said. Nice little knife there to pull back the Junker Queen. They lose out on Bertlog though, but he will respawn nice and fast. Romani has a long way to run back into this fight, and this just means that this payload will get at least up and around the corner.
I mean, that's a big kill comes from Honeypot. That's prime member available. Typically the hardest member to kill, but yeah, knife pull into isolation. Romani's down, all the space is gone, and you can't do anything until Romani comes back.
Especially against Junker Queen, right? It's very, very hard to fight. We will see what this will look like. Nyang is going to get the opening pick there against Frogger. So these defenders are going to have a struggling time once again. Bertlog goes down, same with Colorhex, so no support left and remaining for Honeypot. Maybe it has to be a big clutch from Adam, but there's too many members of the Miku Fan Club for him to get through. Nice little Team 5 victory for the Miku Fan Club. They lose the first one, win the second. So it's only up to Big Earls right now, and Payload has not moved all too far.
This could be difficult for Honeypot even getting past A. I mean, A is one thing, but once you get into B, I think not having the sim means you're just going to struggle to contest high grounds at all. That's a story for another point for Honeypot. They still have to get past this first. First ultimates are coming online very shortly. It's Photon Barrier for Nu, and then Color Hex and August following after that.
All right. Photon Barrier being dropped early on here by Nu to try and separate this fight. And as you said, they'll just back out. TP up to the high ground. Nu will go back up to Big Earls. And we're going to go back to an even Stevens fight.
Okay, so one ult gone. Buys time for everyone else to find a little bit more ult. Honeypot have no reason to fully contest into that wall, so no issues. Oh my god, wow. And I think the ult's gone as well.
Yeah, I didn't see it get dropped onto the ground, so that was a opening snipe that I don't know how that panned out. That's some unfortunate timing here for Honeypot because they wanted to play around that Kitsune Rush, but was that just a right click from Nu that just clipped him and he died?
I think everyone shot him at the same time, but I think Nu landed the final hit. It's very, very rare to see a Kitsune Rush get cancelled. Like, exceptionally rare. So that is we're seeing everything in this series today. That's not normal at all.
No.
I don't. Color Hex kind of face checked it though. Like, I don't know where the rest of the team was.
Who knows? We're on a different fight now. This is where the overclock will come in. Both teams just respecting these ultimates. They back away from these sightlines, and it's too hard for anybody to buy any ground. Bodes well for the Miku Fan Club because they're the defenders. They don't mind if this payload goes nowhere. Color Hex, Suzu's himself. He's out in the middle of nowhere. He needs a swift step to get back towards his team. Soggy's going to pull the blade out. They're going to drop the beat for him as well. Collex and Yang did not get collected by it, so nobody's got and lost their lives just yet. Bertlog is the first one to go down. Adam comes in with a rampage, hits onto 2. Romani comes back to answer in onto Soggy, so he goes purple on the Genji. Does not go down. Olem finally converts onto the kill there of Color Hex. And they are starting to stand up, and holding on to Route 66 is what they need to do. Romani cops a rail, cops a second one. The tank for the Miku Fan Club goes down, and Adam is critical, but still stays alive.
Here's the cap, but it's going to be happening in just about OT. 3 or 4 seconds off the OT Yang. For 3 in that particular fight. That was tough. Seeing Color Hex lose his ultimate was extremely rough for Honeypot, but they still pull through. It just takes them a lot of time to get there. Now we get to talk about B, where, like I said earlier, we'll see how they can actually impact the high ground at all. The good news for Honeypot is most of the game should still happen in melee range, given it's Junker Queen versus Junker Queen, but it's Olam that's the difficulty. You have to find a way to shut down Olam, and while Soggy can do that on his own, but Soggy also can't just dive into the entire backline by himself.
That's the thing, right? It's not just going to be Olem who's just going to be sitting on his lonesome. He's going to have some buddies around. Soggy is trying to affect that high ground himself. Nu will drop this Photon Barrier to try and split the payload in half. Everybody from Honeypot are just going to try and get themselves on top of the saloon here. TP up onto the high ground. Soggy deals with him. So Nu, he's not going to be able to play around with this TP. Olam's being isolated here in the Mega Health Pack. He gets deleted. No, stays alive for a little longer thanks to the lamp. Gets a little bit of damage done, so Romani can come in and convert onto Pertlog. It seems like he's got a personal vendetta against, because I feel like he's killed him first every single one of these fights so far. And Honeypot will continue to keep pushing forward because they got some key members down. They got some key space down as well.
Yep. All that came off for killing Nu first. It was Bertlog booping Nu off the high ground and then conversion from Honeypot onto Nu, who's essentially left out in the open. Now this is where Honeypot, you know, if you lose that fight, you absolutely don't finish the map, but you might not even camp B. They just need as much time as possible. One member knocked off high ground. That's actually really poor. I think Nu got knocked off high ground, so he's isolated for now.
He's down by himself. Adam goes through, gets the Suzu as well, so he gets a lot of healing here from the Rampage because he hit onto 5 members, I believe. So he's able to get it in the face of the remaining members of the Miku fan club. Romani goes down, Yang pulls out the overclock, gets some damage done. They're going to drop the beat here from Bertlog to try and have some more staying power on the B because they're oh so close to getting this one done. If this push gets done in basically one shot, they're going to feel happy with how that one panned out.
It was a huge boot pop. It might have been Bertlog, but just splitting Miku fan club. They wanted to go high ground, instantly split up to have to be forced to the low ground instead of save Nu. Gives Adam a nice rampage, hits onto at least 4 by my count. And despite Adam essentially being solo, he pushes into C by himself because of the rampage. The healing is so strong from the rampage that he's not really in any threat of dying there.
And the fact that he wasn't purple just means he just heals so much from the rampage bleeds. Now we're going to have a Dragon Blade being pulled by Soggy. He's low, gets the double kill with one swipe. And he's done enough to force the hand of the Miku fan club to try and get something out of this. But they lose too many members from one pesky little Dragon Blade. And Honeypot will continue to push through C, and as you said, the momentum is strong with them right now.
Yeah, I mean, they're getting a lot of mileage. We're more than halfway through C already. This is an incredible amount of time being bought, given that Honeypot basically capped A and OT. You're already this deep on C. B was, oh my god, a one and done. And Color Hex with the one shot into Frog, it's just another 5v4.
It's just so nasty when you see these Kiriko players throwing those kunai. Romani is oh so low. He got bled out from the carnage. He throws the rampage into the wind. Olam at least converts on the Nyang, who is oh so low from a bit of that damage, but that's all that he gets out of this. He pulls the blade for Nord. A lot of these ultimates are going by the wayside from the Miku fan club, and this C is starting to capitulate. Honeypot are doing what they can to keep this ball rolling. They're like a snowball down a hill. It is too hard to stop. Nu doesn't get much done, and they are just getting torn to pieces. The Miku fan club, no ultimates to speak of, no life to speak of, no hope of holding C.
And they got time.
And Honeypot do it with time to spare. They were backs against the wall on AKES.
You don't see teams snowball that hard on C.
Yeah.
C is where you start failing. C is where things slow down. The defense, they get to dig their heels in, they get to bunker up, the respawn advantage heavily defensive favored, and you just don't finish the map. When you don't get to camp A with enough time, and you basically go into OT, you're like, okay, we have 4 minutes and like 4 seconds to finish B and C. It's done. Route 66 is not an easy map to finish when you don't have extra time to play with. But Honeypot, they roll through massive snowball potential from B into C. And that's was never really stopped. Just so many opening one-shots, one-picks. August onto Frogger there as well. We talked about the fact that Miku fan club wanted to make a TP play out of spawn on towards B, and they got separated, and Adam got the rampage, blah, blah. All of this happening just gives these compounding factors to Honeypot, Soggy popping off at the right times and winning so many fights in a row. Romani then just throwing his rampage after Frogger dies. It's like, what is happening to Miku fan club here a little bit? At some point, I mean, damn. Is it possible for Miku fan club to fall back and just wait for Frogger? I don't know. It's a really tough call at that stage because you either play the 4v5 and it's really bad, or you don't, you let them free push, and ultimately, like, Color Hex sniping Frogger is something that Miku fan club cannot afford.
Yeah. It's the way the cookie crumbles sometimes, though. Get those headshots, get the payoff. Now we're seeing Honeypot have this forward hold.
Color Hex does not want Frogger to get his first ever Contenders win. That's what's happening here.
It's his personal mission to hold Frogger off. Able to do it. Oh, that's a big opening pick there from Nu on the Hanzo. Not something that we've seen outside of Nanda's hero pool, but it works out well enough for them to get the kill on the Adam. They do have another kill onto Frogger, but with Nu starting to pop off here on the Hanzo, it is all too hard for them to play without their Junker Queen. And Soggy tried his best to do some stuff, but with the knife pulled back, it is too hard.
And now he's going to swap. So decent out of spawn. Typically you play the Hanzo out of spawn just for the scan, just for the opening recon. And you swap off.
Well, I mean, he threw the recon and it hit Adam in the head and killed him.
Yeah, he's like, well, we'll just stick through this to see what else we can get. That's like a rare thing to have. Yeah, the scouting shot ends up killing somebody. That's not what you see every day. To be fair, Romani also died out of spawn as well when he was on defense. So, you know, both the Jungle Queens kind of get picked early.
Oh, Nu is in lots of trouble there. Bertlog is able to convert onto the Symmetra, who was way in no man's land. All the way on Route 67 at that point. Soggy goes in the background, nice little dash, gets a little bit of healing. 13 HP is as low as he drops, but still gets the HP back. And Bertlog converts it onto Olam. They have shoved the Miku fan club off this payload around the corner and once again dig their heels in onto A.
Seeing how MFC want to play this window. They want a good angle here. It's going to be Katsuna rush first. Honeypot want to pull trigger.
Yeah, they just want to keep being aggressive, and that's something that I've noticed from them throughout this entire series. They've loved being on the front foot. They've loved being aggressive. Romani does punish that from Bertlog and Soggy,
Adam's dead here too.
who were trying to get in their faces. As you said, Adam is definitely dead, so this A defense is going to be thwarted all the way on Big Earls. That's
everybody. That's 5.
Yeah, that's a tactical nade that just hit Nyang across the map. I think Color Hex was kind of accepting his fate at that point.
Well, Honeypot get punished there. They want to get aggressive. They Katsuna rush in. They want to get the opening picks, but they'll eventually get team wiped as they run into Miku Fan Club spawn. And we still haven't seen the ults from Miku Fan Club because they just held on. And now they get to hold on for really effective angles for the Bastion.
All right, they're going to pull this window, see what they can do. Soggy isn't able to do much because Romani collects with him on that Carnage. They jump directly on top of this Bastion, and Yang gets the kill there with the rail, but Romani hitting a pretty big rampage, connects onto 2 members, is enough for them to continue to keep this push forward. Romani gets a 2-piece, looks for the 3rd here on Adam. The Carnage doesn't connect, but it's more than enough for them to try and get this Jungle Queen out of this fight. A lot of purple HP bars get converted out thanks to that beat being dropped by Frogger. So the Miku fan club will hold on here onto A. They're going to do it much quicker than what Honeypot have been able to. Yang does get the kill there onto Romani, so if they're able to get some more of these trades going their way, maybe Honeypot can hold on. Adam gets the kill onto Nu. He hasn't died just yet, so with the Junker Queen winning this fight, no Junker Queen to play up against. It is so hard for them to deal with. Frogger gets chopped through, August goes down to a rail, and Honeypot hold on in the final moments of A.
So much of that is coming down to the fact that Color Hex lived and the healing was there. If Color Hex dies, then Adam and Yang cannot clutch the way that they do. But Nyang finds a couple shots in there. Adam stays alive. He gets a decent enough rampage. That forces the sound barrier, by the way. I don't think Frogger needed to really drop that, but you could tell the Miku Fan Club just didn't want to lose that fight. They want to confirm that they can absolutely do this here. Adam's trying to solo clutch and buys the time and space to allow it to happen. And now, if Miku Fan Club are going to cap, they're going to have to do it in OT as well.
Yeah, it's do or die for them. Luckily for them, there's no ultimates here for Honeypot to play around with, but that's a lot of damage that goes in there onto Nu, dipping it out of the Immortality field, keeps him alive for long enough, but not when Adam's on the job. Gets the 2-piece, looks for the 3rd. Nu is able to at least get a trade back from the grave there onto Nyang. Romani needs to be the one that stays alive. He goes down, so it's Junker Queen time here on the payload, and Honeypot seems like they've stamped out the Miku Fan Club on Route 66. There is only one remaining member in Olam who's dashing around the payload, but with the overtime going in, it's a beat of victory from Bertlog, and Honeypot are on track to get their 3rd championship under their belt, and an 8 for Bertlog.
And a well-predicted potential for Adam as well. He said it was going to be a 4-1. Technically, it would still be true with the draw in there. They would need one more to make it a 4-1. But I expected more from Miku Fan Club here because it was an almost full hold in A for Miku Fan Club into a B and C defense that did not exist. Okay, we can talk about B and C, but ultimately A ended up being the biggest problem because they didn't cap A. So we never saw B and C. Had they capped A, I still think they would have struggled across the map because you would need the same momentum, this one and done pushed from start to finish without stopping at all to actually finish the entire Route 66. And that's what would be required to happen to go to a time bank here. I just don't think 2 teams could both do that. So it's tough for Miku Fan Club. I mean, I think it was going to be tough no matter what, but the fact that they didn't even cap A means that at least you can say that the silver lining is that B and C probably, while being a problem, wasn't the problem was actually on A.
Yeah, their problem was pushing the payload to open up here, and as you said, Miku Fan Club definitely didn't want to lose that team fight where, you know, they committed the beat up against Adam's Rampage, but they just didn't have the staying power. And as soon as Romani goes down, it's just Adam's, you know, playground for him to just walk around that payload and do whatever he wanted. And I mean, the Miku Fan Club, they really needed to try and get that A done so they can at least have a shot at B and C, and maybe we might have seen something different. But the fact that their B and C defense was, you know, non-existent and it already made it hard for them to complete that map if they don't get A done in what felt like they probably could have had, like, you know, a minute and a half left on the clock if they're able to get it done in that first little push that they had where it looked like they were in control. But it seems like when push comes to shove, Honeypot are here to party, and they're definitely looking to try and get this one done in at least 5.
It looked locked down when the Kachuna Rush was thrown in by Color Hex, and they were trying to run towards the MFC spawn. They got punished. Full team life, by the way. 2 late deaths. I thought that should have been the push, the successful push coming through from Miku Fan Club right then and there to be able to finish A. But the recontest from Honeypot was really strong, and that was when, you know, all the exchange, the Rampage, Sound Red, blah, blah, blah happened. And after that, then you suddenly have a Honeypot that's stabilized, and that's a scary situation for Miku Fan Club to be in. But didn't seem like R66 was going to be their map anyway, because as discussed, it was B and C still to look forward to, and you just don't have enough time there. So where they're going to have to turn the series around, it's going to have to come through on control.
It's going to have to start now because this is backs against the wall stuff. They've lost 3 maps so far. They've drawn 1. They don't have a technical victory to their name just yet. And they need to try and keep this one rolling because they need to win from here on out if they want to try and have a hope at the championship. And going up against a team like Honeypot, we've already seen in a lot of these series that it is very, very rare for us to go all the way towards the end of a series, let alone seeing a reverse sweep. I think we've only seen like 1 or 2 in our time here. So, like, for this to be able to be pulled off from the Miku Fan Club, they're going to have to dig deep to try and get this one done.
It would be like if we were playing a normal first to 3v05 situation, this would be the reverse sweep, because you're going to win 3 in a row. But because we're going to 7 here, or like because we have a draw potentially 8, we're going to 7. They have to win 3 in a row to push us to a map 8. So it's going to go control into escort and then to another map afterwards.
It's going to go to push.
So damn, that sucks because I would have preferred Flashpoint. But push, actually, that's probably better for Miku Fan Club because they look good on that push. Esperanza's still in there, which is decent for Junk Queen. It's probably good for both teams. And that's the thing, because we're in a mirror, there's no like real good or bad map now. It's coming down to preference. Both teams are going to run largely the same thing on all the maps anyway. That's why we go to Antarctica Peninsula. Previously, you're thinking for order, okay, good Ryan map. Quats is happy here. Maybe less good for Adam and his team. But in this particular matchup where it's Queen versus Queen, I mean, both teams just evenly matched.
Yeah. Feels like this series has gone on for an age because I completely forgot that Miku Fan Club even won New Queen Street, and that was, you know, only 2 maps ago. So my brain is definitely rattled for this evening.
Tell you what, given how many 4-0 finals we've had, we're blessed to go to 6 here.
Yes.
It is a blessing.
We are very, very happy that we get to see these 2 teams going deeper and deeper into the series and really starting to pull everything out from each other.
Because, like, you know, yeah, I mean, even the game before this one, very competitive, 3-1, but with a draw on there, went to map 5. What a way to finish the year for Overwatch Contenders for 2023 Overwatch here, with the best finals of the year. It took us 3 tournaments to get there, but we are really set for something entertaining, given that it's been a lot of Honeypot dominance. First time they've lost this entire year, early in the winner's bracket. And now, like a real tooth and nail kind of fight in the finals that is led by Honeypot.
Yeah. And this is what we'd had hoped for these teams, especially when we put Honeypot on such a high pedestal. Who was able to knock them off? And it was the Miku Fan Club knocked them off in dominant fashion. Complete 0-point lockout, and now their backs are against the wall. It is a 3-1 scoreline, so they do have some victories under their belt, but they need to start pulling up their socks now if they want this series to go on any longer. They're going to be on the Arctic Peninsula. We will see if this is going to work out for Miku Fan Club, or whether or not Honeypot can get it done. Exactly how you want to start this map, though. The Miku Fan Club getting the kill there onto Soggy, running directly towards Nyang, but Bertlok gets the kill there onto August, so it's not just going to be a free trade for them. They get rid of both of the supports. This backline is decimated from Honeypot, and it's only Adam that's left alive. And they will clean up the Junker Queen. So what? They only lost out on August. Miku Fan Club can get him back into this fight nice and quickly, and they built a decent amount of ultimates as well, right? 54% on Noob.
It's decent. This has been the major difference between the 2 teams, despite both playing Junker Queen, is Miku Fan Club's way more keen to potentially look over towards the Bastion. I don't think Honeypot is really... Yeah, we haven't seen a Bastion at all on this particular game. Saw it in the order matchup of the lower final. There's another TP.
Let's go into the back line here. That is a nice little snipe there on the color hexes. The right click is able to clean up there on the Kiriko, and the front lines are handled by the remaining members of the Miku Fan Club. And that was over before it started. It felt like there was just a back line flank coming in from Nu. Just a few right clicks into the color hex, and Kiriko was dead before you knew it.
So, 2 fights in a row, pretty one-sided so far.
Yeah.
Photon Baron nearly online, 50% locked down for Miku Fan Club on the point itself.
Almost a window as well, at 80% now for August.
Everything going the way of Miku Fan Club so far. They're looking good. Soggy's already chunked down.
Yeah, it really feels like Soggy hasn't had the impact on this map just yet that you would like. It is early days though. Let's go directly towards the points. So we'll start putting the pressure on. That is a lot of damage that goes in towards the side of the Miku Fan Club, but Frogger answers back, taking down Yang. August is the only one to die yet again here for the Miku Fan Club. Now Honeypot want to go in, but it's the car wash that gets Adam done. And they have not been able to get a hold on this point. This could be a quick one here, Kevin. Not really sure what Honeypot are able to do to get themselves back into this first sub-map.
Yeah, I mean, there's still 3, nearly 4 ultimates with MFC, and Honeypot is still kind of waiting for their own.
Yeah.
This time Niang's going to swap over towards the Tracer. As Honeypot just need anything they can get. Soggy will be the first one to finally find an ultimate on their side. It's been over 90% for Honeypot to even start to be on board as far as ults is concerned, let alone the point.
Yeah, they need to completely change their angle of attack as well. The window goes up, the turret form goes down. Olem spams through this choke, doesn't get anybody done with it, but that's a nifty little headshot that you'd love to see for the Miku Fan Club. Olem takes down Yang, and he's not going to have any part in this final fight. They're going to use a Kitsune Rush. Big rampage goes through onto multiple members from Adam. They can start to convert these kills into percent, into a stranglehold on the point, because finally we're starting to see Honeypot wake up here on the Arctic Peninsula. And now they win a team fight. They lose out on Yang after a pretty wicked flick. And they just turn that fight back around. Romani doesn't really hit much with his rampage. Adam turns around, hits multiple members, and the Miku Fan Club fall over.
Solid team fight win for Honeypot, but now the long climb starts 0 to 99.
Yep, it's hard.
And a swap from Miku Fan Club, Sebastian gone, Sojin Genji back in. And didn't Olam start with a really nice shot into Niang as well? And somebody, that was a decent beginning for Miku Fan Club that does not end the way they would like it to. Some of that does come down to the rampage trading that goes in the favor of Adam.
Oh, that's not nice either. Olem goes down here on the Genji. Niang's able to find him with the Sojourn, making that transition back from the Tracer this time around after they were able to win the fight without him. He's able to be back onto the comfortable composition that they've been winning with so far throughout this series. Miku Fan Club walking in now. They just need to win one victory, one fight. That's all they need. 99%. Won't take much for them. They force the hand of Honeypot to come down and fight them in the mud pits. Big old knife goes through multiple members of Honeypot. Doesn't convert into much though. The carnage goes a little wide, so Romani isn't able to get that extra bit of healing and damage going his way either. Starting to build up towards the rampage here is Adam. He's at 93%, so he's going to have it much faster than Romani. They've hit the go button. They're walking through. Rampage hits onto 3 members at least. Frogger gets Suzu'd off at least, but it will not matter. The Miku Fan Club are going to be sent back to spawn. They want to die as fast as they possibly can so they can make a recontest happen.
It's been slow going for Miku Fan Club because these fights aren't quick for Honeypot. These are slow burn fights, and Miku Fan Club are slowly trying to work their way in as well. So by the time we've gotten a couple more fights in, it's actually 90% for Honeypot already. Miku Fan Club need something big here, double support ultimates, but Honeypot about to have that as well. Olam's now the one for Tracer.
This could be something though. They've pulled out the overclock. Nu doesn't have his, so it's, you find some of these heads, this is where it can start getting dicey. Just some one-shots, the rampage goes in, only hits on a Soggy. He's pulled out the Dragon Blade, they've hit the beat on him as well, so he gets onto Frogger, finds another member onto the point, and with this 99 for both these two teams, the Miku Fan Club will just fall to the wayside. They thought this one was done. It was 99 to 0, Kev. And it will not matter because 100% to 0 goes in favor of Honeypot. Oh, that's got to feel bad if you're the Miku Fan Club. Only one sub-map to go between them and losing a grand final.
It's the Frogger 1% curse again.
Yep.
He dies with, oh man, the sound barrier just doesn't come in online. and Soggy finds him, cuts him down, and if Frogger went for the beat on half HP, he would have Ajaxed. I mean, you lose anyway, so maybe you should have just gone for it. But you are in a lose-lose scenario there. You either Ajax or you just die without beating. You both feel bad. It's all bad all round. Man, that is a rough situation. When Bertlog gets a beat slightly earlier, it's a beat blade and you block out Romana's Rampage.
Yeah.
And Miku Fan Club just need the same thing on the opposite end, and it doesn't come through, man. That aside, though, still, Miku Fan Club had a 99-0 advantage. There were multiple other points they could have won as well. So, plenty of blunders across the board.
Yeah, it's never going to come down to just one scenario. Now Olem's come down on a Soldier 76.
This will be interesting.
Not feeling the Genji this time around. Wants to try and deal with Soggy, and they get it done off the back of New with some left clicks. So they deal with the Genji, so Soggy's not going to be there for them. Commanding shout comes in. Yang says, see you later in August. Going to send him back to spawn with a very heavy right click. Now Olem down on the point as well. Honeypot want to continue to move forward. They want to continue to isolate more members of the Miku fan club. Frogger will be able to rejoin Romani and Anu back here in the main area. They've lost control of the point though. 9% is all they got, but they can just start to reconnect and recontest with August coming back into this fight as well. Adam gets knifed, pulled back in. Romani also gets carnage. Soggy though takes down Soldier 76 and Olem in the back. They're not going to have another DPS to play around with, and they don't have that extra bit of mobility, and Honeypot are continuing to tick up, continuing to put pressure on the Miku fan club as every single percent goes forward. That is one step closer to another championship for Honeypot.
It's the Honeypot Dynasty for 2023. One more round to lock it in, 70% away or roughly to find it, to lock themselves in history. Niang down though, history might have to wait slightly.
Yeah, especially with Romani starting to set his own history for now on this Junker Queen. He's put on a carry performance. It's August, though, with the two-piece. I love seeing myself some supports to frag out, and August has been one of the best. Just hitting those kunai, just two headshots back-to-back from August. Wins the fight there for the Miku fan club. Things are starting to look dire for them. Now they're starting to build up a bit of these ultimates for themselves. They're going to have the Rampage first. They're going to be a little lacking on the overclock, and Olem chopping and changing a lot of his heroes. This is where it starts to get a little concerning for me. If you don't have your DPS player feeling confident, it's going to be hard to win these fights. They're going to pull out on the overclock.
Yeah.
That's a beautiful knife there from Romani. Pulls Niang into the worst possible position. Beat's going to get dropped by Bertlog, so it hits onto the few members of Honeypot. Nice Suzu there from Color Hex. The Kitsune Rush gets dropped before he goes down, but it's the Miku fan club are winning these fights raw. They're doing it without the ultimates. They're doing it as cleanly as you can possibly see. Adam goes down to Frogger and the gang, and the Miku fan club now they're in the lead.
Yep, they get to overtake. Took a lot of effort to get there. The Rampage is burned. Well, the Rampage is burned, but so is the Soundbird. But guess what's on the other side? It's Blade and Rampage. Soggy and Adam, nothing to counter it with one Suzu to save the day from August, and that's it. Miku fan club got to be very careful here. You cannot group up. You don't want to get multi-slashed. You don't want to be multi-rampaged. What can we get with this pulse bomb as well? Yes. Soggy first, here we go.
Yeah, he's pulled the blade out. He's forcing the Miku fan club to try and figure out where they want to go, but it means that they're completely separated here for the Rampage. Adam can't find an angle just yet. He's going to rip it and stick it. They've hit onto two supports. They got Frogger down. They got Nu down. They've got August as well. They're able to pull the knife back and get Romani. And as you said, they have to cap because at this point, they lose the next fight. This could be all over Red Rover.
Well, the only thing that we're missing in there is that they were chasing very deep and no one went back to cap. At some stage, somebody's got to sit backwards and say, you got to maximize on the cap because if you lose the point again, you got to give yourself just enough space to go for a recontest. Otherwise, we go to round 3 here. And for Honeypot, both teams now looking at a Tracer. It's going to be Tracer Genji plus Tracer Sojin on the opposite end. Everything else the same. New critical, but he's live.
Yeah, it's all about these dives. It's all about getting these opening picks. And Romani takes down Soggy. Nu goes down to Adam. Perfect trades. As symmetrical as can be. Olem loses the fight from Yang, gets full clipped into the butt. Adam goes down to August, so it's another kunai to the brain. And Honeypot, they're starting to lose this fight. They don't have the hold just yet. They need to come back in and contest. They have the Tracer though, 92% towards that pulse bomb. They're going to drop a Kitsune Rush to try and keep themselves in this fight. There's plenty of space here for the Miku fan club. Somebody gets to touch this Niang. He goes in there and touches on the Tracer. Another knife, pulls in the Doom Fist. Adam, though, gets the beat. They need to throw the Rampage. Nice little 180 to connect there onto the Doom, but he gets Suzu'd off. Another fight victory here for Adam. Takes down August, who seems to have been the carry so far for the Miku fan club. This overtime wick is starting to put the pressure on the Miku fan club. They need to hold on. They want to hold on. Romani gets the beat as well, so he's healthy here on the point. He wants to set his attention towards the back line. Color Hex goes down. Romani gets 2-piece, and this looks like the overtime week will send us to a third. Nu is sitting here with the overclock, goes into Bertlock, sends the 7-time back to spawn, and it's only Nyang who doesn't get the touch. We're going to go the full distance here on the Arctic Peninsula. Oh boy, it's getting spicy now, Kev.
Yeah.
All it takes is one little opener here from the Miku fan club, and they're right back in their series.
And then we're going to map 7. Another escort. I mean, at minimum, that you actually said this to Adam in the interview.
Yeah.
7 mapper.
I did.
And he's like, no way, bro. No, we don't want 7 maps today. Well, if that's the case...
I told him I don't write the rules.
If that's the case...
I don't write the rules.
It is within Honeypot's own hands to prevent the map 7, but they're going to have to play out of their minds. They're going to have to really make it count now. Icebreaker on board. Simbastion roll out for Miku fan club. Soggy will TP the spawn players out, then go towards the Genji. We're going to start the same again in this classic matchup. We'll see if later on Miku fan club want to match with their own Sojin Genji, but for the beginning, it's going to come down to Olam on this Bastion. And honestly, this has probably been Olam's top hero. The Genji's been fine, Trace is okay, but it's the Bastion that he's done the most on, and he's under pressure, he's down.
Yeah, they isolated the Bastion. They got him down. He didn't have the help. There was a TP there from Nu, but he wasn't in the position to be able to take it. It's all about the transition now coming in from the Miku fan club. Can they get some trades back? They've got it down on the Soggy. Nyang's oh so low. Gets a little bit of help from the commanding shout. But Adam's still healthy here on the front line. Starts to cut off some more of this retreat. Coming in for the Miku fan club, but they're setting their attention onto the point. They want the percent. Color Hex takes down Frogger, so one of the supports is going down. August gets the pick back onto Nyang, though. He's doing a lot of work. He has to do the healing and the damage, it seems. Olem goes into the turret form, wants to see if he can get a sneaky pick. The tactical nade goes in, takes down Soggy from across the map. Adam gets the kill there onto Nu, though, and this is where Romani needs to have this big carry performance. Oh so low. Gets a lot of healing from the Carnage. Gets a lot of healing from his buddy and Frogger as well. He is standing in front of 3 members of Honeypot and will not falter because Frogger gets a 4K to hold on to this point of Icebreaker.
Yep. No matter which way you cut it, Miku fan club are here to play today. If Honeypot win today, you can't say they got it easy. If Miku fan club win today, you know they really fought for it with everything in their power. That was a hell of a fight, Romani. Full trust in his own healing capabilities, landing all the abilities. Frogger taking away the final blows. Another 50% lead, Miku fan club. Well on that lead. Decent rampage though.
Yeah, hits on a 3. There's no way for them to contest against that. The immortality field was a little bit, but Bertlock wants a 2-piece of his own. Goes in and cuts down the Miku fan club in a flash. It was a rampage through a window.
Yeah. Perfect way to counter that window.
Yeah.
You instantly get in the back line, you force all them to turn around, Miku fan club have nothing to counter it, beat's not there. Immortality field can only do so much, there's no Suzu. There we go. It's easier than a 0.99 comeback, that's for sure. Honeypot got a lot more room to play with, and they have about 3 offense online. Sojin, Overclock, always got to be big for Niang.
Yeah, the biggest thing they've got a lot of ways to deal with this rampage. So even if Romani hits on a 5 members, it's not going to mean the end of the Honeypot squad. Olem goes down though. And that's not what you want to see if you're the Miku fan club. If you're able to successfully disengage here, you can cut your losses. You can give away a bit of this space. You're still ahead when it comes to the percent as well. You can fight around the photon barrier. They've got the beat of their own. They don't have to worry about rampage. You have to worry about the blade though. All right, Overclock gets ripped in. Beautiful photon barrier. Completely shuts off that Overclock. But now they don't have a photon barrier to try and fight around with on the point, which is something that you would love to do. It was a spectacle little TP that was going into the back there. Romani will take it. Now he's going to pull the Dragonblade. He wants to go on towards that Junker Queen, but it's the dagger through the heart to the Honeypot fans. Takes down Soggy as he pulled the blade. The Suzy was there in time for Color Hex to be able to stop a lot of this rampage damage from Romani. Not before he gets the second kill with the Carnage. August chimes in to take down Color Hex. Bertlock bites the dust as well. And yes, it might be a lead for Honeypot, but it's a tentative one at best. Only going towards 77%. This will be back to even in a flash. And Honeypot They are 23% away from another championship. But the way this is looking right now, the Miku fan club are charging home on the Arctic Peninsula to make this a 3-2 scoreline. And we will go to map number 7. Once again, it's do or die. TP into the backline comes in from the Miku fan club. Romani isn't able to click onto it, so he has to do it the old natural way with his 2 legs. Going to pop an artillery strike, trying to cut off a bit of this escape, see if they can get any kills. Nicely timed Suzu there from Color Hex. It gets a lot of the damage that goes through. August is going to sit in the backline here with the window. This is a lot of time that's being burnt here by the Miku fan club. You need to go in and touch now. If you are Honeypot, it is overtime right now. And Honeypot need to win this fight. They've done it in their first sub-map. They're looking to do it again here. The Rampage hits on 3 members. No way of dealing with this because there's no beat and everybody is dead. A full team wipe for Honeypot, but they've got time to recontest to the Miku fan club.
Huge amount of patience shown there by Honeypot, and they needed it as well because you have to just wait for these ultimates to go through from Miku fan club. You don't want to contest at the wrong time. They're going to contest the right time here, though. They want to end it right now. This could be it.
I love the aggressive posturing coming in from Honeypot. They get directly in the face of the Miku fan club. They need to make sure they get the touch. They're getting the clip. The overtime wick is ticking down. They need to come back to the point, and this is back and forth between both these two teams. Who is standing on the point at the right time? It's Yang with the double kill, make it a 3K for the overclock. This is it. The championship will go the way of Honeypot after the fact that they went off the point. They got aggressive in the face of the Miku fan club. They had to get pulled back, and Yang opens it up with an overclock. Honeypot will win another championship here in Overwatch Contenders Australia, making it a 3-peat and making Bertlog by far the most winningest player in Overwatch Contenders history.
And the best finals we've had all year. 2023 has been the year for Honeypot. Adam, by the way, will finally find number 6 in there. He's actually equal with Jordation. But I'm going to go through the list because everyone deserves it. Everybody came in from Honeypot with a championship at least under the belt already. Merritt had 1. Now he's got 2. Nami spent a little bit of time on the bench. It's not been a great couple of years for Nami because he's been sort of coming seconds a lot. He finally, this year, after losing twice to Honeypot, joins Honeypot. Will find himself going from, I believe, 3 to 4. You have Nyang as well going from 4 to 5. You have Soggy going from 3 to 4. Who am I missing? You have Color Hex. Color Hex going from 4 to 5. But guess what? We talked about it already. We have a dynasty in the work for 2023 for Honeypot. The only other dynasty we had ever was Sydney Drop Bears in 2018 with 3 in a row. That was the only time we did 3-peat for a Contenders team. And guess which player in Contenders Australia has been part of both? It's Bertlog.
Yep.
3 in 2018 from Sydney Drop Bears. 3 this year in 2023 from Honeypot. And he's also got a couple of cheeky ones in the middle playing for a couple of different teams. 2020, Ground Zero Gaming. 2021, 4 Direwolves as well. 4 separate teams, 8 titles in just as many years.
Absolute animal when it comes to the game of Overwatch. Bertlog has been a consistent factor throughout multiple years, and the fact that he did it as one of the supports as well goes to show that how invaluable he has been for the teams that he has been on. And I mean, a big shout out to the Miku fan club for forcing Honeypot to go as deep as they did throughout this entire series, and I mean, forcing them to completely rethink how they were playing the game, because they came in with an idea yesterday, and the Miku fan club smacked them down. They stomped them. They absolutely ruffle stomped them. And then Honeypot today, they had 24 hours to think about what they were doing. They had to play a lower bracket series. That went to 5 maps itself. And now they had to play a marathon grand finals as well. And they were still able to figure it out and get it done.
After a 5-mapper lower bracket, into a 6-mapper grand final, you know. And what was the final result? 4-1?
4-1.
Adam called it. He said no map 7, 4-1. That's what the scoreline that he said it was going to end up being. We'll give 1 away. We'll let the draw slide, I guess. There was 1 extra map in there. He couldn't contain it in 5. Had to go 1 extra. But yeah, I mean, a worthy finals. I would have loved it if we went to 7 as well. I'm sure you would have to cap off the entire year. What a way to finish things off. But even then, you know, with the extra draw in there, it would have still been Honeypot at match point. Miku fan club's still trying to come back, and they've had a brilliant year. The only sad thing is that throughout all of this, the players of Miku fan club, all of them, unfortunately, will still not quite have a title between them yet. 2023, They had a good run for it, but it was unfortunate for them the year of Honeypot instead.
It was not meant to be, and the man who's been a part of it all has been Adam. He's got him on the line here. Let's bring him in. Serious feeling after a third straight championship in a row. Kev called it, you called it. 4-1 victory for you, mate. We'll completely disregard the tie. It doesn't matter anyways at the end of the day. Talk us through that series for you guys, because it felt like going into that grand final that you had a completely different idea about how you wanted to play the game against the Miku fan club. Was that kind of the game plan going into this? Is you just wanted a straight mirror and just outplay them on the day?
Oh yeah, 100%. Like, we had not practiced any Queen until last night when we scrimmed after. Like, we were planning to play Spam all of the tournament, you know, and they beat us and we're like, oh, yeah, we have to do something else. Start panicking a bit.
So it was, in a way, it was the right time to lose, right? Because I said to Luke yesterday as well, if there's a time for Honeypot to lose, it's probably best they lose before the finals so they can make some adjustments, and that seemed to be the case for you guys. So yeah, you kept that tech hit, and you had to go through 2 pretty long games. You had to prep for 2 different teams, 2 different styles. So yeah, I don't know. Was it worrying at any point for you in the finals, given that we had some very close maps in there? Numbani went to a draw. You guys nearly actually lost that map. You did end up losing New Queen Street. Maybe you could talk about some of the more difficult moments in that series.
I think Numbani, I think they were just hard tunneling on me on Numbani. So it was like Soggy needed to step up and carry, and Yang needed to step up and carry, and they end up doing it, but too late, of course, which is sad.
And Soggy got you the carry on Numbani for the draw at least. He gave you the draw, so could have been.
I'm happy with that.
He'll take a draw. 2 draws in a day though, man. That's pretty nuts. So talking about this though, I just went over and listed all the titles. It's something I like to do at the end of every single season, and we've played now between the tournament seasons. I count them as all the same. 16 total. You have 6 out of 16. That puts you on equal Jordation. Finally, Jordation held 6 for the longest time, and now you've actually matched Jordation. We'll talk about Bertlog on 8 in a little bit. But how do you feel about that so far? You finally reached 6. You're in the upper echelon now.
I'm so happy about that. Just only about that, not about winning.
You and Jordy side by side.
Yeah.
And there's Bert 2 ahead of both you at 8. Bert's won 50% of all the seasons. There's been 16. Bert's won 8.
Bert, I don't know, he's just a lucky guy. Somehow gets on the winning team. It's actually lucky.
Just super lucky.
Just super lucky. Good letters for a Mishta.
Yeah. Okay, Lucio player, mostly a lucky dude.
Pretty mid-tier.
Yeah, it's alright, you know.
Do you have any more stats to throw at Adam before we...
Oh, no, just everyone on the team is just adding 1 extra in there. So, you know.
Also, another stat is you did keep some of the Miku fan club players away from their first Contenders victory. So all of them. So.
They played really well this series, really, really well. Yeah. They had us on our toes, yesterday and today. So, yeah, I think a different way we could have went the other way.
Not going to give Frogger his first ever Contenders win, huh? That's how it is.
No, ain't not happening.
Gatekeeping Frogger since day 1.
I mean, it's been an amazing tournament from you guys. It's been an amazing year from you guys as well. The fact that you're able to win 3 in a row, be able to do so well in a lot of those qualifiers as well. Before I let you go, Adam, and enjoy the spoils and being on the same level as Jordation, do you have anything to say to the fans or anybody out there who's been watching you guys throughout the whole year?
Firstly, I'd like to shout out my team, including Nam, Merritt, Luca, and they showed up to every practice as well. You know, they were here right next to us the entire time. We just played us 5 for the upper bracket, and you know, and shout out to everyone watching and supporting us. It's this tournament wouldn't be on without you guys. So hopefully it keeps going on. Come back again, maybe win again.
And then you can beat Jordation. You'll be 1 ahead.
Yeah.
Oh, 1 ahead.
See, that's the dream. That's just going to push Adam towards another victory, is just being on top of Jordation. So congratulations once again, Adam, on such a dominant year so far. You know, Overwatch Contenders Australia, and good luck in the future as well, mate.
Thank you. You too.
Thanks.
Thank you. That's fun.
Yeah, I mean, over the years of us covering Overwatch Contenders Australia, it's just you just see these players constantly, you know, being able to return to Overwatch Contenders Australia and be able to completely get titles underneath their belt. Adam has been one of the star-studded children of Australia for a very, very long time. But I mean, the fact that Bert is just sitting there with 8 titles and everybody else talks about all these other players and he's just plodding along, getting titles as he goes.
He's just slowly, it's the tortoise and hare situation where everyone's looking at DPS and tank, whatever, and you just got this Lucio playing in the background, slowly plodding along, and he's just, I remember the one day I was like, calculating, was like, wait a minute, Bird's actually leading. What the hell? Like, how did that happen? But he's been on, he's made the right moves. He's always been on the right teams. He plays super well as well. Kind of the Lucio main support GOAT of OCE for sure, of ANZ, has been for a long time. The only player that have been through both of the existing dynasties. Sydney Drop Bears in 2018, 3 in a row. Honeypot now in 2023, 3 in a row. We start Contenders with 3 in a row. We end Contenders with a 3-peat as well. So everything gets poetic all the way around. Yeah, it's been a hell of a ride, man. We've had so many wins and victors over the time. The list of winners is, at this point, super long. And actually, that's really cool. We have a lot of repeat winners as well, but the repeat winners aren't necessarily all playing together. They've been around to different teams, so we get to see, you know, some of the top players spread themselves out and form different teams over time. New players come in, players that were sort of new at the time that didn't get to be on top teams, who then over time start to come through and play on their own super high level teams and find their first titles. It's been a real joy over the years where, you know, especially in the 2020 plus kind of years where a lot of the old guards sort of started to retire and you saw the new players get their first titles, and that was very exciting. Yeah,
it really was. And I think, you know, I'm going to echo a lot of those sentiments, just being able to see a lot of these players come up and be able to get their first couple of titles, especially across some of the tournaments we've been able to cover over the last, you know, 2.5 years, whatever it has been. But before we get towards the end of the broadcast and before we say goodbye to everybody for the year of 2023, it is time for us to go into our Macca's play of the game for our grand finals of the 4 series. And this time, our Macca's play of the game is going to be none other than Yang with a 3-piece at the end of this series to close it out, to clinch it out with the overclock. And he will put a big old stamp on this Honeypot season by being able to finish it out in the final couple of moments. Another 99 clutch up that they had, and it was all done by Yang.
Yep, one of those moments, man. This dude has been across the board. He's been one of the top players. We've seen some extremely powerful moments from multiple players on Honeypot today. But yeah, this kind of uniting of Niang and Soggy on the same team has also been so insane for the roster. Niang's been with Honeypot for all 3 of their victories. And prior to that, actually, you want to know a fun fact about Niang? Everyone else has gone for a 3-peat. Niang has gone for a 4-peat. Because he actually won Run It Back with Ground Zero as well.
Yeah, he did. So he had 4 in a row.
He was with, it was Niang and Nanda. There's a Dreamer team.
Yeah.
So I don't know that a single player's ever done 4 in a row before. So that's another brand new fact that we just figured out today live on the show, is Niang across 2 different teams. He's gone flawless since Run It Back last year. Wow.
What a freak. He's been such a dominant force throughout multiple different teams that he has been on, and definitely is going to be living on in the pantheon of Overwatch Contenders Australia. But it is time for us to start talking about our Macca's MVP. And this time around, our Macca's MVP for our final day of competition is going to be Soggy.
Yeah,
I mean, that clutch just felt like it was the most insane thing to watch. They had no right for that map to be a draw. That map should have been a victory for the Miku fan club, and Soggy just did some dirty stuff and was able to hold on for them.
Yeah, I think across the day as well, just generally speaking, we started out actually on the lower final, and this is where, you know, you really got to see the best of Soggy. And I think with the rest of the team on Honeypot yesterday, a lot of it was missing. We didn't see these kind of moments from anybody, certainly from Soggy. But then today, the Genji was there. In a lot of moments when other people weren't able to get it done, Soggy got it done. Soggy really got it done. And yeah, even in some of the OT situations, Soggy had it here. But we're about to get to the moment you're talking about.
Yep, this is it.
And it was unreal.
It was just like this fight was done. This attack, this defense was done. And Soggy pulls out a 1v4, pulls it off. It was like a 2v4 for his team, and he did it, and that just meant that there was a draw. I felt like that really stunted a lot of the momentum coming in from the Miku fan club. Like, when something like that happens to you as a team, it is very hard to be like, man, like, is this guy just immortal? Like, is this guy just freakish? Is it his day? Is it not my day? That's the real question that you have. And somebody does that to you, you know, you start to question, especially for a long series like a grand final.
You started saying as well, you know, like, what if, you know, the carrying starts slowing down for Soggy? But that's where players like Niang start stepping up, unless you know Adam's going to be in there as well. Color Hex had that insane shot onto Frog. I mean, every now and then the flex supports are going to be in that kill feed with something really insane, but that, you know, Route 66 C cap was very flawless because of that August shot, Color Hex shot. And then Bertlog throughout the series had some decent moments. You know, we caught him in situations where, okay, he was a couple cent away from beat here, but then he was leading Frogger in other situations, and that actually ended up making the difference. So, everyone having the correct moment today was really important, because when you play on these Adam teams, especially in the past, when we watch Adam, a lot of it is like, what's the Adam show? And everyone just kind of exists. But to really win and be the best and be consistent about it, I think everyone needs to have their moment and be able to prove themselves as well. And yeah, it's good to see a team like Honeypot can do that. And final thing about just records here that I noticed in the last 7 seasons, because I included 2022 in here as well.
Okay.
Nyang's won 5 of the last 7. So he's won 5 times, and all 5 times were done in these 2 years.
What a freak.
Yeah.
He's been such a standout player for me for a very, very long time, and the fact that he's been able to do it so consistently is a testament to himself in this game as well. But Kev, let's have a quick recap of the bracket here for the 4 series. So everybody who didn't pay attention early on gets an understanding of how this went. The Miku fan club in the Mud Dog series, that was in our opening day, Kevin. That was an absolute knee slapper. That thing went hardcore, and we knew that Mud Dog squad was definitely going to be a squad that we can start to contest and really start to look at as being a contender.
Yeah.
Ground Zero, they got bopped out extremely fast. They got O2'd. They really didn't have much happening for them this series. They only got themselves into a top 6. Order were able to spack them down, and then Quetzal. That was a pretty good series that we had the other day as well, and they went almost the entire way against Honeypot here, and then going into that grand final, probably one of the best grand finals we've had in a very, very long time. That was very, very exciting to cover, and both those 2 teams deserve props.
It would be Mud Dog as the hidden gem. That would be their award. Ground Zero, probably, unfortunately, the disappointing team of the season. Quetzal is an honorable mention for a team that was super entertaining, and they had some good moments in there. We knew their trajectory was probably going to be limited, but every time you watch them, you know they're going to be fun, because Nanda's going to force the game into a certain direction, and it's interesting to see teams how they handle that. But, you know, this is also one of the best seasons for Order, and it was a situation as well where they were truly competitive, because when you see Order, typically like, oh, they'll make top 4, but then they're hard capped. Like, there's just 0 chance they can make it further than that. Here, when you watch them, especially in the Honeypot series, you're like, damn, like this is actually kind of competitive. Like, you could see a world where maybe Order pull this through. They find a good comp for them. Quads gets to play the Ryan for one of the few times in, you know, Overwatch's history where it's really strong. And a good showing from Order generally, but I think we all knew deep down it was probably going to end up being Miku Fan Club Honeypot again as real favorites. The real kicker was the fact that Miku Fan Club did end up winning 3-0 in a complete stop of the upper bracket, and that means that the entire gate is blown open in terms of the possibilities of how the finals could actually go.
Yeah, exactly, and I think we were quite lucky that, you know, exactly as you said, that Honeypot learnt their lesson in that upper final. They kind of learned a few things from the Miku fan club about some of the holes they had in the game, and that meant that this grand final was one to remember. But, Kev, all good things have to come to an end, and unfortunately, Overwatch Contenders Australia has to come to an end here in 2023. This is our final tournament of the year, and we don't know what the future will hold for myself, Kev, everybody out the back as well, and I hope you guys at home are going to have a bright future as well. It's been a wonderful ride this year in Overwatch Contenders Australia. I'd like to thank Kev for being by my side and being such a fantastic dude every single day that I get to come into the office. Everybody out the back, ESL, and a special thanks to Maccas as well. Without them, this broadcast would not be able to happen. Overwatch Contenders Australia has been something I've been loving every single time that I come into it each and every week and each and every tournament. So thank you guys for joining us. And for the final time of 2023, stay safe. See you guys for the next one. The point in Quats, unfortunately, is oh so low. He does win the fight, though, up against Adam. Yang gets one back by taking down Felix, so maybe if Adam's able to get back into this fight, they can hold on to some of this position they've been able to gain so far. Yang gets the kill there on a play to get into the turret form as well. About to crack the shield on the Quads, completely laser beam down Crimson as well. Payload oh so low. I don't know how they're able to keep him alive, but they do it just enough. Now we're seeing these tanks and who can stay alive for longer in this overtime fight. Yang goes into the background,
Support's
two with the turret form, and as you said, supports go down. Honeypot might be able to hold on. Got the beat and the dragon play, but it's all trying to find those right areas for them to get it done. Turret form up into the air. Color Hex goes down, so they don't have one of their supports, but Soggy gets it done with the 3-piece. That's going to make it a 4 as well. First window goes to Aki of Crimson. Color Hex will drop his as well, but the turret form gets rid of Adam, gets rid of Bertlog as well. Color Hex at least gets something back on play 2. Yam, the rest of Honeypot will fall back to Spore. Maybe the Dragon Blade could be the final nail in the coffin. It looks like it is. Soggy gets the 2-piece, make it a 3rd, wants to get the full 5 by himself. Nyang will chime in, but it doesn't look like it's going to be enough for them to contest this fight, but that's what you need. Oh! You need the window, and the headshot into Adam says, see you later to the big tank. Maybe the Miku fan club can hold this one going in the final
Soggy?
hour. They've got 15 seconds left to go. Soggy with the 3-piece, make it a 4K. Is he going to hold for Honeypot? It looks like he will. Once again, who has the ultimates? It's just a Kitsune rush so far here for the Miku fan club. New so close to this overclock. Doesn't get it done. Soggy says, I will not allow you to press that ultimate. And Adam will carnage through Romani, much like he did to him in the past. This is back and forth between both these two teams. Who is standing on the point at the right time? It's Yang with the double kill, make it a 3K for the overclock. This is it. The championship will go the way of Honeypot after the fact that they went off the point. They got aggressive in the face of the Miku.